1.5 I did yesterday for my desks were so ridiculously stupid. It was unbelievable. Only one death was really a legit death, and that was it started out going right, and it's on the hardest room there is. It's the banks on the two sides with the things, you know, with the things. It's the first of those rooms. When they go right, that's really, really hard work. And I took too long, and I died from the point. And literally right before I was going to get the thing, too. And then one of my deaths was really because I was trying to be greedy. I waited just a fraction of a hair too long before hitting the button. Another one is because I completely missed time. I missed to slide through a door. I hit it before I got there and kicked myself back into it. Dope. Yeah, that's how stupid my deaths were. I changed patterns slightly on like 4 different rooms, and it made a huge difference.
Cool.
Huge. What are you in right now? About 10.5 hours? Oh, it's right there. Yeah.
That's one thing that my friends
How you feeling?
have with her.
I'm a little tired, actually. Physically tired.
It was the weirdest thing, man. We were like really sensitive. That's what I got. This is what my girlfriend got me for my birthday.
The Olympics, the Olympics, the Olympics. I just don't have my neck and back at the time. I just don't want to play that games.
That's what I said too, but I got talked into it. But I'm only going to play what I can play here, and maybe something in MAME if it's got easy controls.
Yeah, for sure. Just bang in a couple scores. Don't make it cry. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I've never seen one of those. Say no to God.
Saying no to drugs, I think would be I've got that on the locker in my locker at work. Needless to say, it goes away when my,
When the boss comes around?
that goes away. Look at you. You got $1 billion.
Are you guys playing that right now before that thing? What's that? Are you playing before that thing right now?
Yeah. It's on different settings too. It's on 3 laps.
I guess the difficulty and time settings are different. It's like not reaching as high a max speed. So it's throwing me off.
If it's not making the max speed, then it means that Thomas fucked it up.
party's here now. Hey, here's a milkshake for you, man.
Sweet.
That's right. Gotta keep them energized with all the sugar. Hi, how are you?
That makes you the sugar daddy.
Yeah, sugar daddy.
You've heard that one. See the can of milkshake.
I'm not absolutely opposed to having a sugar daddy, but he's gonna have a lot more money than Sam. A lot.
Gonna have to have the Corvette Museum? Is that what you're saying?
That guy could probably afford it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Position is.
I was fucking around on Nibbler the last couple of days.
Well,
Been great in save states, just trying to see if I can play the game. You know, there's another speed up at around, I don't know if it does even get after that, but there's another speed up, I don't remember what board it was, but it was around 250,000. Holy fuck!
30 years and
It gets ridiculously fast.
I didn't realize, I just don't remember it being that fast. I'm trying to play it, I'm like, I can't make a fucking turn.
It did swell.
This is also streaming like on something for Twin Galaxies too, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes. It's streaming on TG Live.
This is like where are all the,
I just got the team holding. I started putting it on.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, but it's
Well, on the main cab, I never
really good.
played that low. The cab's a little wider. Now it pops up.
It's like the hardest easy game in the history of the world.
What? Frontline?
Frontline.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Not a lot going on with it.
Beat up. Yeah. I actually just cleaned it up. then I just changed the primer. Hey! Long time no see! Been a while. So, did you ever beat the Donkey Kong record or not? No. You're getting close. I shut it down now. No, that's you'll be mad. I'll be back first and foremost.
I haven't met you, Justin.
Hey, Justin.
Going.
What's up?
Pretty good, pretty good. I heard you met my young apprentice.
I did?
Yeah.
Did he coming?
No. Gotta stay at home. Wi-Fi wouldn't let it.
Yeah, he went out to.
Hey, so you came out and got the Hogan's out. Yeah, looks good. Yeah, it's like,
You buy that off yours?
no, I got it from my apprentice, young apprentice.
Younger apprentice.
I have a friend that would help me.
You have a Padawan?
Yeah, his head's getting big though, man. I don't know what to do with it. He's a talker, man. It's good that we learn stuff, so.
I think we're all looking at that.
It's kind of a funny deal. He actually netted through Craigslist. He was selling Aspens Deluxe. And he was in the next town over. And I went to look at it. He wanted to go. Thank you. Well, because I got this space thing. I bought it and it doesn't work. I don't know what to do with it. You show me how to fix it and get it going. Because I'll give you $100. It's like, hell yeah. So I went over there and I got all fix it. Just the marriage became friends.
What's a good price for a Galaga board with the rapid fire and a harness?
I don't know. $100 probably.
Hold on, you get 40.
If the board works, then it's definitely worth it.
100% working, has the rapid fire daughter board and the harness and the
I've got a lot of it.
Well, the rapid fire daughter board is only so you can shoot 2 bullets, not the fast fire.
I just bought several sets of pictures.
And it's got the original metal cage.
Some of them came, they were just jerks like on it.
You want to rebuild?
Battery.
This is the one with the shiny door. I know you didn't do that.
No.
At least it wasn't lucky.
My buddy's got it.
Yeah, I was gonna test it in Kansas. I brought them over.
There's no way you're putting those boards in my machine.
Straight from eBay, and they were so dirty that I was like, you know what? I am not putting that in your machine.
No
They
way.
have poop on them?
Those things.
Like it? No.
They probably had fur and pee on them too, right?
This looks like somebody slung mud at it.
Fucking alcohol it on it.
This has the dual AR ports. There's a lot of issues with
Yeah, that's something I do have several of the.
That is pretty cool.
One of my AR boards is dead in the pole position, but it runs with one.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna.
I guess you're blessed that yours works. It sounds like they're just like getting rarer by the minute.
They are. I have 2 pole position 2 board sets.
That sounds like everyone who has pole position has at least 2. Sounds right.
Yeah.
I don't know if the one I got with it wasn't working. The guy had some.
Should write you an MRE, then you wouldn't have to move. Eat this cheese. It's really good.
Yeah.
You won't be able to get it up either, probably.
Yeah, it's just sitting
There's,
there.
it always rumored that it's salt here.
monitor or something. That's probably the one.
Well, he wired it.
Oh, come on. That was
You
bullshit.
get that high score?
What?
Oh, see, it's the hat. Maybe if you didn't have the hat, you wouldn't have the problem.
Yeah, it's like,
Throw it up there in the knock.
yeah. Is the hat as strong as it seems?
Yeah, he's a
Like
hard
in the
hat.
Mario games?
Oh, yeah.
It's as strong as it seems. Mario games? Oh, God. It's strong. I mean, it like breaks bricks.
Yeah.
Breaks bricks. And now your barrel.
Yeah.
My barrel falls underneath.
Those probably got something in them, that's why they're so heavy.
Yeah, well, like,
Yeah, this one's a little bigger. It's probably.
it's the irritating.
That's one thing I hate. You know, put it on there and
That's goofy.
I got the high score on Jordan's. I
Oh,
got the high score on Jordan's Tempest.
that would be funny for a Mario. That dunk and barrel.
Well, that probably is a Donkey
That's a
Kong.
Miss Pac-Man Galaga right here. The wide barrel.
I've seen Donkey Kongs like that.
That would be awesome. That's Mother Day. Father's Day. That should be a dunk fun. No, I never.
This mousetrap.
real square body. Real square. I'm the only one who made that was,
So I don't need to even start a whole other one. Just click on map beyond here, right?
Yep.
Well, he's streaming on his, and it's set up to stream through the
Yeah, we'll just put.
You're a million behind and go pump you up.
Yeah, I need to pump it up. He said it. Doug said I'm a million behind. I need to get pumped up.
That's amazing. all get tired.
And I've taken a couple breaks, but nothing. But at 1,000,000 points is only 12 minutes or so.
Hey, you want to see? Hey, do you want to see before I get into a game? Do you want to see that trick?
Remember that back in the 80s?
That I can hit the forward thing. You don't care.
I'm playing the game.
I'm going to show you something. How long? You were willing to actually sit for 3 hours.
I think I've never seen one of them.
Yeah.
That was the time people to annoy you, Cat.
Or 12.
They're trying to get people to annoy you.
Yeah, there are.
How do you feel? Do you feel ashamed?
I feel annoyed. Duh.
For world record, I haven't put a much more.
Feel even more annoyed about this pain.
So you said this to create
I don't want to.
Oh yeah.
Technically, it's just like a little piece like this. So
I'm showing you now. You have to literally sit.
My somebody else bought it. I bought it. Built some shit out of it. The paper was put a reason in it. They switched. My plastic to come around. Really hard ones to not make it flex, but just have it done back.
It's gonna be it. It's gonna be it. It's gonna be it.
that's kind of what I was thinking. Well, my brother-in-law is a welder, so I was thinking about sticking over him and saying, hey, can you pull this up?
Really, I want to be careful with the way I hold it. So I would just spot, just put a plate on the back and then that's so thin that you don't really do anything.
Man, the hat.
Oh yeah.
Right there. It's all you
I don't know what, I haven't had a college racing and said it
Oh my
yet.
god.
Because I know it. The Quinton machines said
I was
the
thinking-
easier last year. I think the sessions are different. So that's where it is. You just sit right there.
I'm gonna.
And the quarter guys got more than 2,000 others. That's it. I clocked out 4 laps for it. Hit them forward. I was hitting them through. It'll stay at the bottom. It'll stay at the bottom. It'll never come up. And the guys, because there's a trampoline here, and you're in between the two trampolines, they'll go back and forth towards the trampoline. Just keep hitting them. Right, I'll do it right now. Right, when I get to 12, I'll set it up and show you. Also, it's good metal.
Yeah, I was.
Really,
Charles said he was.
Yeah, I wonder what the rule if I and stuff. Yeah. No, I just wanted to show it to you. It's actually really easy. I just because that's yeah, that's why they get them forward. That's right in the office.
I think what I would do is just have a few
Smaller speed, I can use it. Throw it off or I'm used to that. This is the first year bit there.
Yeah, it's totally different. Because that's the 220. You're going 225.
Yeah,
instead of 244.
Where the cars are going to be at least for those first couple laps. If you use mono, just take a little bit of speed. Mono's regular one will. It's just you get past the cars, which is the before has no big difference. Yeah, you want to make see a car in one lane, you're like, oh, I'm gonna pass it. You're going slower. That's the one after pass you.
No, it'll still crack. You can crack by sitting on
I didn't have good luck filling holes with Bondo on the metal.
When it pounds on that, it'll pop. Plus, the
Well,
only
it's
Bondo
right
you can
next to
use,
it. It's right next to the clearing.
it's going to take a lot of.
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot of.
There's a Bondo with hair, fiber hair, costs a little bit more, but it's more structural because of that hair. Or you can pot it in with a JB weld,
I'll
it's
see.
really hard.
I'll see what my brother-in-law says. I'll tell him that's a spot.
If he's good, you can just lay it, probably cut it in squares or something like that. You're still gonna need probably a skim layer of Bondo just to blot out. It won't have much pressure. Keep drying it.
It's not raised. You raise anything, you raise it.
See, here's the wiring he used. That's what he did. So this is coming from right. And that's going to
The output. It's the output.
Okay.
yeah, this is going to
So you should have a red, green, blue, and zinc, and a ground.
that's what he did. The ground is just the and that's these are those that it shows water around.
So you've got an RGB monitor. So you're
Yeah, that's what it is. I'm gonna have to get you. I was like, I'm gonna have to do this for my test for sure.
what do you want?
That's the one that came off. I was using a slightly different problem. I bet it is.
Rebuild.
Rebuild.
Build.
This is on before I got the just picking up a event there.
No.
Oh, really?
Over there.
That's a beautiful ring on there. This is fine. Greg said that Toby did. They're 45. No, he just said, stuff that's on the floor hasn't been selling quickly, so I want to put a whole new set on to take off. And I found stuff like this, you know, the cars, ACDC. Well, they were hidden in there. Nobody wanted to dig them. This is that's the full position. Actually, no, this is yes, Ken, that's the one, that's the other one. I took a picture of Ken so I can make sure everything is the same. So I started doing the painted it all white, white.
They have a white way. It's a good paint. It's a good primer.
Little scratch. You can't tell unless you know where it's at. That actually is in art. Oh.
Did you get the
Disappeared. Disappeared that.
No, we put them on the jet. We have spray. You can buy the actual wrap pack. They have a. You just squeeze it.
This. Well, because I mean, these things are $200.
Yeah.
He normally gave me the squeegee, he gave me the. He gave me the tube and everything.
Yeah.
Are you tired yet?
I am very tired.
That's a good way to do it.
And that's the squeegee.
Do them on the air. They're three. They're good ones for tough luck.
We started a bit before.
They're really nice.
Like for a second.
Or you can take a bunch of pictures and tape it on there so that
This guy, this rich guy,
that car got off gas already.
this carpet here is top of the line plush. I mean, I've never felt carpet like this before. The back is
It feels like you're just an animal.
My brother was, I said, I need a carpet for my arcade. It's stained floor.
You're gonna be taking your shoes and socks off walking around. And get your shoes off.
And he has tons of pads.
All right. A replacement player would be pretty cool.
I mean, the dogs went on my other carpets. You don't have I'm getting there.
I'm working on it.
Yeah,
Still in there. There he is.
brought it home and it stopped working. So what happened was the power supply went dead. It burned something on the floor. So I replaced it with a new power supply. And the graphics is coming up. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is. Like, I have bought another set of ROMs. I haven't tried any of that yet.
The ribbons on there are pretty
I
thin.
made sure that the ribbons were good. I tested everyone. You can rewire everyone. Yeah, I saw the
Video,
video.
you can add in all the contacts.
I haven't done that yet.
Sometimes you just reseat the stupid thing, fix it.
Sometimes.
Works out perfectly.
But usually,
Reason
but
I'm getting
because
so
the
high.
power supply went dead, I do something
The two
fried.
easiest rooms that I have most points on.
You can get a ROM there.
I mean, I noticed a couple faster.
I get to them at right now, but it's about done. So if I get there, I end up with like 4 10. I almost have that.
I don't think it's gonna help. Probably help if they get something else.
On the board.
I always test.
Check
Because
the
the
pin.
board has
So
to.
yeah, it works out perfectly.
Legs.
I didn't have to very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
What the
tested.
fuck did I hit?
And then, I mean, I just had to
That's gonna be awesome, boy.
with the heavy duty.
Same order. So it's like anyone who's
Because
had
on
the same
Spy Hunter, you have to have the heavy duty one. I don't even want.
There's water in the fridge, but that's it.
Yeah, exactly. The one feels always good. That's what I'm going to do with my strong graphics, big funky, and it's usually chips related. But yeah, I would
Yeah, so I'm working on that.
So is it like scrambly or?
Is that? It's kind of like gray with like a couple little characters in it. You can't tell. I mean, you really look at it. maybe it might be a clown riding inside.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, then they renamed it.
I actually do have this cake. Board's cake. I got Marquita's cake.
That's awesome. Yeah, because then they renamed it.
Right, because nobody bought it.
And then they renamed it soccer.
Sound like, well, the reason why they did it.
Okay. Tell the damn ball pitcher to get it. There's a harness on it.
Look at me, I have enough. I actually got 2 control panels, and I got the harness, no problem, all that stuff is fine.
That is an
I
awful
bought another control panel because the first, the one I got,
Everybody.
so I bought a whole nother control panel cheaper than I could buy the buttons.
Yeah. Sometimes that's how it is.
Of course, the control panel is pretty rusty, but hey, I got 2 more buttons. With the original, font for the kick on the buttons.
Cool.
So I know exactly what it looks like. So I can copy it.
Oh. That's just lack of focus right there.
It's fine.
I know Toby said she's got my on board. And it's right there. He said it's just yeah.
And then I have an old, what was it called?
Yeah, I always run out.
Oh, really?
The fighting game.
I like
Something like that. Fighting game.
I am too old for this shit.
That,
Got the red.
yeah. Hold on. I was gonna try to
Starting
restart
now.
it again.
You started out.
What happened was the monitor
Half a day.
is dead because of the remote has a bad pop. Sorry. Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, no, sorry,
I haven't done it.
Those repairs happening.
Yep.
Here, fix this for you.
Oh, gnarly.
Put a Band-Aid on it?
Can't really put anything on it. Whatever you put on it ends up sticking to the control panel. That's not good though.
No.
Something like you might have it stuck.
He looks just like him. Thanks for getting in the way, Professor.
On there somewhere.
It's trying.
Which means everything else is working with that board.
I know CD jumped on Halo League.
It needs some help.
What's that noise?
It's still there.
It's a solid cabinet.
Oh, yeah, I need to fix that.
Actually, see, the stencil is unique too. It's in the background. 161. The city, I think, is actually completely on there. And then they stencil the rest. somebody had some.
Slider doesn't show most of that's moving.
Well, it came with Kickman on the actual board's name. Everything else was
Found it,
Kick.
hit more beef.
It was actually trying to show this one.
Yeah.
We're thinking on the it worked when I bought it. This is the guy's
My power goes up on me and then.
And then when I plugged it in at home, he must have had it wired just right.
Cop has it in for you.
That's why
Yeah, then I started restoring it. This is when
Fuck the police.
That's wrong. I'm in the close up 2000. I cleaned it all up. That was the old house.
it's still power.
Yeah.
And then have the.
I think it was right or wrong. Because when I found out the house it was really dirty inside.
Yeah, it's broke.
I know you guys in Google has one sitting. I bought this one. It's sitting. It's still working.
Jeff's.
Yeah.
He did a good job.
Hands start getting sweaty.
I'll tell you, yeah, if it pinches, then he needs to.
Halfway there.
Finish.
Ball right
All
drop.
sitting.
I don't like those balls that pinch. I like pinching balls.
Pitching balls!
No pinching balls.
No, it's got pitching balls.
Are these the good brownies?
Those are Alice brownies, not those brownies.
You got that one?
These the legion brownies.
Well, not till July.
Washington, they're all legal.
Oh. Isn't somebody bringing pizza?
The pizza guy had to cancel.
Aw, man, that looks like good pizza too.
That was good pizza. Somebody, his chef hurt himself, broke a leg or something. So he had to work.
That sucks.
That does suck, 'cause
Another one.
I would have liked to have had some of that pizza.
Dad, this is rubber cat. This is one physical inside me. I ate your pictures. I like the humans much like
You just have to take a picture for the competition? Oh, we can do it. I haven't lived on So I was
I just want to get
it doesn't feel like the same setting as the original.
Yeah, the speed is different.
Is it?
Yeah, you don't accelerate as fast or reach a higher max speed.
You reach a higher one or a lower?
Lower ones.
I thought so. That's why.
Yeah, it's really throwing me off.
It is throwing it just threw me off. I crashed on the first.
Yeah, like you have to go into the grass way earlier than usual. If you get the one pattern.
Yeah, I'm used to passing them up so quickly.
Yeah, they're on screen longer. You can't pass them as quickly. Big change.
Okay. Help you practice runs and get.
Try and get focused back up here
I
again.
got this one.
I like that one.
The worst of the killing slime. I bet.
So does anyone dance for you yet, Ken?
No, nobody's been dancing. No.
What?
I know.
Hell.
Bullshit.
Need a break.
Fix that.
So you like the Spy Hunter and the Tempest Hunter?
Well, they're both for sale. Oh wait, it's not for sale.
So it's the dig dug, right?
Yeah, the front line.
And the front line.
Yep.
2 for 1 or 2 million for what? What if they had that Corvette you want?
It's brutal. It's brutal. You're so used to the other side.
I know. Yep.
Is it the blink one yet? It got crashed?
No, I crashed in the last lap. Because they're on the screen longer, they switch lanes way too much.
Yeah. Notice that. Jesus, I'm gonna turn it out. Always have to go to grass.
Yeah, way earlier than usual.
After you played it,
I barely tapped it.
You know what I appreciate most about this album here? The floor.
Yeah?
Yeah, it makes a huge difference to some of my videos. Lower Mac, soft stuff. It lays out.
They're way too flat.
Yeah. I like
Every time I
this.
go to dance field,
Bring your own little pad. Use one of those fatigue mats.
it's just the floor.
I know.
It's just arcades on flat straight floor.
Put a little workout tape and throw it down.
They see that and then right on. I need some doctor shorts or something.
That's what these are.
What are they called? Oh, these, yeah. I'm not,
These are not workout mats.
I don't,
These are specially designed for garage floor. Well, not specially designed. They probably didn't like super engineer them for garage floors, but that's kind of what it's built for.
Or you get the really expensive.
Or just temporary flooring because it's all kind of just lays down like a puzzle.
Now, what was this?
This is when he was here the last year.
You have to get 57.5 or less in one edition.
Really?
Yeah.
Those are all
that's it. The problem is you gotta walk around.
Oh, 124 is what I got. 57.6.
Motherfucker, get out of there.
Smart little turd. Only on the camel. Yeah, only the camel. I know there's a pattern to it. Everything else.
You're going slower.
How you doing, Tiki?
Being cute, adorable, quiet.
She certainly is adorable.
She's cute, adorable, and quiet. Did you just shoot him? He looks like a bad guy. Well, it probably is. I mean, how do you not know he's not a cop on the tape? Exactly.
That's what I think.
You should get bonus points for shooting the cop.
Didn't he read my note?
I'll crash, but real slow.
Are you gonna hack it? I think you should mod that.
Mod what?
Logan Valley, so you get bonus points for shooting the cop.
Right.
That's sad.
It's different, huh?
It's really different. Well, you know. Couple tries to figure it out. When you
Damn
see
it.
the other way.
Yeah, Bill Carlton's here.
They're so long. It really throws you off.
And you try to get around them, and then they move on you.
Yeah. The
And then
longer
you have
the
to
screen,
get
the
in the
more
grass
likely
and you
they
slow down too fast, you can't go around them because you're going too slow.
Yeah.
Come on, get out of there.
Yeah, it's pretty important that
Is there a shotgun mod for this?
You could probably put that thing in a shotgun or an AR or something.
Sawed-off shotgun would look cool.
That would be pretty funny.
Tommy gun. It lights up when you shoot it. You get bonuses for shooting the top of that one. Tommy gun. You're supposed to shoot everybody. Except Tommy.
And you hit
Yeah, I did that.
7,000.
Yeah, so
That cop looks like a pedophile.
All the more reason to shoot.
I think he's a big cop. I think he's just dressed up. I saw that episode of Chips. What is doing up in that building? Why isn't he arresting these guys? Because he's one of them.
The Daddy God. What's up, Daddy God?
What is it? Vision these times?
Another cop?
Yeah, two. I get the bonus round. I think it's a little bit off because on this side you get from here. Yeah, and this
And once you do that once, it's there.
they get close and they start falling. I'm like, yeah, right here.
Yeah, the gas is a big problem.
It really is. That's what happened on this.
That's why I'm kind of close. But I don't get up. Maybe I
I ran out of gas. I was like, nah.
on the flight spread.
Just point press, circled around the sun.
So, was it your third anniversary?
Was it invisible?
I want to watch Back to the Future.
Oh, right. I don't know, man. I'm loving the change.
I got down to like,
Hey kid,
Yes, sir.
the puppy squeezed out the door. Is it okay for him to
Out the back door is okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I left it open big enough for the puppy that can get out, but the big dogs can't get in.
It's worse.
I
Yes.
did that for 20,000.
Even though the big dogs sometimes will wedge it open. Come on, Amy.
Yeah, they got a pretty stick out. They're smart enough to figure it out.
Snout it open.
Yeah.
And then you have to go chase them out.
Yeah.
Just stick their snout to your butt.
You know, people, my problem, shout too.
Yeah. They had some commentators on earlier that were pretty cool.
What's that?
They had some commentators on earlier that were pretty cool. Eugene was on there. Eugene Jarvis and Larry DeMar was on there. And Mark Hoff was on talking. Most of it was Mark Hoff.
I mean, it's good when you guys go record.
Yeah. I don't want to take it.
Save your mama.
I'm too old for this bullshit. I'm telling you now. My johnny hurts.
Bill Clinton hurt 300,000.
I know. Well, it's versatile. You got to
so bad. Like I think I can get around the one on the left, and I do. And then somebody from the right lane goes really slow. Tries to. That's not having a broad luck. Don't do it, Russ.
Brownies have copulated me before.
They're special that way.
76.
I hate that game. The only thing I don't like about it the bottom of the screen or the bonus stages. Yeah, it doesn't pop your hands out properly. Yeah.
Probably just needs to be calibrated.
I just put
Better.
We gotta talk to the operator.
Fuck you guys. You're not getting your quarters back.
You gotta fucking dance. Then you'll think about it.
Oh, okay. Well, I gotta find something in which one.
I would do it in the front line if I was you. Or maybe in the gray truck right in front. Because that's where the dogs went.
Just a second. I want to watch it for a little bit longer. I want to get this because they're not going to be able to see this again 4 different times. How many times have you seen 57 million on Robotron? If you haven't seen your dad do it, that's for damn sure.
For darn.
Oh yeah.
I think he said damn.
No, pretty sure I said damn.
Ready?
Yep, pretty sure.
This game's a lie.
When I
This
was
game
a-
is such a lie. Get the key to save your papa. No, it doesn't happen.
You playing junior?
Yeah. Get the key to save your papa.
Get the key to get tricked into thinking you're going to save your papa and
Yeah.
then move on to another level.
Expect it's a monkey. It needs to have needles in it and spray paint in its eyes to test it out with and stuff.
That's how we test.
That's
yeah.
how we test.
That's how we
Exactly.
test.
Does this suck when you get paint in your eyes? Oh yeah, look at that. We need
Look at that.
animals. We need animals to test that kind of stuff out. It's ridiculous. All the people on the web are going like, listen to that tree hugger. Listen to that Oregon.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't hug trees. I chop them down.
Hopefully there's spotted owls in them.
Damn right. Best suit there is.
You know, I went out with a girl one time, just once.
No.
Yeah. We were.
This is fucking bullshit.
We were.
Did you pay for that?
We were out chatting it up, and
Yeah, this is it. I mean, it's the guys doing the enduro.
and like, so we started talking. Naturally, the conversation was that way at one point. It was all like, yeah, this is gonna be
That's pretty
a
cool.
good date and everything, you know. But then it started going politics.
Is there sound?
And then she says to me, we started talking about the spotted owl, and she says, well, they should just put them in the zoos where they belong. And I thought, wow, that date's over.
Like, don't you like
Now what? Here you are.
I understand her passion for, you know, local people and stuff
That was pretty dumb. Why don't you just put them in the zoo where they belong?
They belong.
Where the fuck are they going to find a zoo big enough to put all their loggers?
Exactly.
To put all the loggers.
Yeah. They're gonna be shopping their way out. They have a zoo called Canada for them.
Yeah, right?
Hey.
Tess, the one doing all the jabbering. I'm not sure about the jabbering because I can't hear it, but I'm the one talking like this.
That's Ken's voice.
That's Ken's voice.
This is Ken. Testing. Ken testing.
Do you like spotted owls?
That's unique. It's the only editing in this entire game.
You. When you stop, your act stops.
I didn't know that you could do that. That was cool.
So once it connects, you have this kind of like a delay, like a 10 or 15 seconds. But the jamming, I can hear it. So I'm the one talking like this. That's Ken. That's Ken's voice. This is Ken. I muted the channel. Testing. Ken testing. Do you like spotted owls?
Yeah, he bought the Donkey Kong. He's totally happy with it. Yeah. And he found out that the one that he had, because he's got one in the pizza parlor.
Hi there, Larry
has
DeMars
the hard
back.
bombs in it.
Anybody here and online, let me know in the chat window.
4 levels, right?
Yeah, it just ramps the difficulty.
And the big
up
question is, what's going on with Dane? He's offline. Does anybody know if he's still playing and if there's someone there to try and remedy it?
Which is better for the guys who can actually play, right?
Lawnmower, you've been here all day.
Did you see, I got my new high score on the Donkey Kong?
What'd you get?
735.
Oh, hell yeah, sir. You're right there, huh?
Yeah,
Larry DeMars. Let me know in the chat window.
so it was not just a regular I know it was like 9:15, but I didn't grab the bot. The 2 times
Thanks,
I grabbed
there's
the
a few
bottom hammer
people
on
here.
accident, I died.
Oh, really?
How's it been going? I see that David's taking a big lead over Ken now. He's up by about 1 million.
Awesome.
Yep. So that's coming soon.
Do it. Rub it in DA's face.
Right, we see Dane's offline. Does anybody know what happened?
Can't just go around saying any
he still
retard
playing?
can kill screen Donkey Kong and not do it. You know?
Right. Although,
It does seem to be the truth.
I'm taking that stance on Donkey Kong Jr. though. It's not enough to motivate me.
Wow, this is
I'm small on my side.
I have to do more than just picture my video.
Yep. Alright, I'm going to take a real break here.
This is the time to take it, right?
It looks like Greg's going really strong too, just lagging the other two a little bit.
Oh, you are? Okay, this is the best.
It's called tie-dye.
Tie-dye. That's awesome.
So I had the scroll back from when I was in earlier. I don't know if anybody wants me to go look at some of the questions there, or if anybody wanted to look at or talk about anything.
I mean, if anything was going to enable it, this would do it right here.
Yep, that's the trick. You gotta know how many lives you have. Because I had 255 earlier today. And I could have taken 40 minutes worth of break. That's a nap. That's a nap. So we didn't get pizza. There's turkey pot pie in the fridge.
I'll grab some. got someone else?
Yes, they know what you're talking about.
Worried about that?
Oh, cool, Robotron.
Please don't. Yeah. I pointed and I thought about that. I pointed because it was the first time I seen the tie-dye ones. And I thought Kevin was thinking I was about to touch the stick. I shouldn't have done that. I mean, it shouldn't even come that close. You know, I don't know if he's going to submit it or not, but that would definitely, that's something we don't want to have. And validate 10 hours worth of work.
That is really cool. That
The live
lives,
it's
man.
amazing. That's what I'm saying. If that 300 and some odd score is obviously yes, but if anybody was going to take it away, this would be the no reset live count.
Yeah, he's on 12.5 hours and he's 58. What's this guy at now? 59. Yeah, so he's 1 million ahead now. Over
Any word from Dane? Well, actually, if Dane's playing, he's not gonna go and try and touch base and probably not try to fix the feed. Is there someone there with Dane? Does anybody know? And you say Greg's taking a break at 50 mil. How's he doing with his lives? 118. I just wanted to check in with you guys. I am going to call it a night, and I will be back in the morning. Hopefully, everybody will still be going. Have a good night, everybody.
I had no idea. I still haven't done that. I got 4 of them delivered from Friday. They're top in quality. $10.61. With shipping. That's what I thought too. I thought millions. I thought billions. I thought hundreds. Right. No. I learned. All done. I learned the new. Rose quadrillion. I learned
Quadrillion.
Does it count by taking stickers off?
No. It should be easy, right?
Peace out.
doesn't matter. He hates this game. Yeah, it sucks at it.
So,
Sell this game for $5. Hell, he'll give you $5. Yeah. He can make his high school.
how we come back to this. How many lives does it get a kill?
I don't know. There's the number counter on the bottom.
I know he's at 65 right now.
There he is. Broke 50,000.
Nice. That's pretty good.
Super.
It's 9 deep. Oh, he's got a 9 deep.
That was probably a little
And then
hard.
he's got one that's a square and a rectangle.
Those ones that have all the more, that actually seems a little larger.
Horrible. Yeah, he would. He's like, real. He's got the one that looks like a
Yeah, I've seen that one, the big one.
hex. It's a hex something that's 9 deep.
Those are the-
And then he's got the one that it's can only move certain ways. It's a rectangle or it's a square. I don't know which way you do it. So that one's the hard part. That's all 3D He's got the
Oh, Manhole.
How's it going?
This game sucks.
they're not stickers.
It's a pretty terrible game.
It's a terrible game.
Where
Terrible game. Terrible.
One of the worst games. Terrible.
Terrible. And you get a noodle in the head. Any game that gives you a noodle in the head is not cool.
Getting in the head.
Nobody wants that.
shoot cop.
Does the
Shoot cop. He's not cop. Pedophile. He's a pedophile. Pedophile.
Oh, you're not supposed to shoot the cop?
Fucking
Really
Enduro.
want to.
For a while, you just keep showing up, so you have accident.
That's Hogan's Alley Compton edition.
Oh.
Crack whore. Who's crack whore?
How you doing over there, Casper?
Shit, yeah. Distracted by you talking to me. Fuck. I'm at 661,000. I've only lost one guy, and I'm on level 45.
Cool.
I just made an incredible save. I should have tonight.
Incredible save.
One character that won't fit in your machine. Actually, it might fit in your machine.
Fuck.
Don't blow.
kicked in the head.
What are you doing, T? You're still.
That old man looks suspicious. That's why I shot him.
He just looks suspicious.
He came at me. It was in self-defense.
Way behind my normal scoring pace though. About 70,000.
That's all right. You still got all the guys. The guys are more important than the points. Ah, son of a bitch. Is that my dog squealing?
We're just jealous of the little one.
Oh, they're barking at her because she's inside?
Because she was having fun and I played with her a little bit.
Did you see the two that went by?
They're doing that.
They died there. They changed everything. I don't know why they didn't follow. They always laugh.
She ran out there to play with them. I'm here, I'm here. Nice to
Those are the kind of birds I need.
Man, rain.
Love it? No, I think that was John Salter.
Trigger happy.
Awesome. Those games. Find a hole.
It's got the cat butt or mouth. I can't unsee that. There's little bugs down there. The ladybug and some weird looking cucumber. Oh, yeah. What's that from? That's why this ladybug's here. There's Eugene and Pete. I don't know if it's that far. Just bear it. There's a butterfly sucking on top of this stuff. Well, it is the Noah's Ark. That's what she said.
Where the fuck is he?
Tall balls.
At least it's not a pitching ball.
At the start of the level, he was buried underneath so many brains, I couldn't even see it.
We got brain, huh?
He got clogged right away. Oh, right, the lawnmower man. Got it. Sorry.
My turn.
Yeah. Never played that game before, I don't think.
You've never played Hogan's Alley?
I don't think I have.
Not even on a Nintendo?
No. I played Duck Hunt, that's about.
There's
Have to get used to the character so I know which one's a shooter.
There's kind of a way to cheat at this game. I didn't want to do it though.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Looks like you did. You had 167,000.
No, I was playing legit.
Oh, okay.
using your phone. Shoot a laser beam on it. Use a flashlight.
No, the way to cheat is that you just keep firing non-stop. It slows the game down every time you
Oh,
screen flash.
slows race down.
Yeah. So you have more time to react. You have to be the shot up.
Doing that. Going like that. Point at it.
Yeah. Gives you more time to react. You start shooting now.
The person playing Mappy is Mike Casper. And he's going to take down the world record on that game.
Yeah.
Greg Bond's reign of terror is over.
So it says can't help. Damn cop, get out of there. Go arrest somebody.
If you break it, you're going to have Bill or somebody help you figure out how to get some video of the inside. And get it into test mode so you can see the dip switches.
Who are you calling a dip switch?
Let's see. I'm at 803,000, still on my second guy.
The world record on Mappy is
277,320.
what he said.
World record headquarters.
Hey man, where world records come to dad.
How's the record?
Fucking asshole! Oh. Leave my people alone!
Killed.
Which one am I on? Oh shit, it stops at 49. So what level am I on right now?
Ewok. Is that an Ewok?
5. Okay. Always forget.
Come on. Stop dying, you fucking idiot.
loop and all the pods.
Hey, Justin. Did you see what track and field's doing? Have you worked on one of those boards yet?
I haven't.
Hey, Matt?
Oh, you got some glitchy stuff going on there.
Yeah.
It's like a ROM issue or a RAM issue. It might be RAM.
Yeah.
Fucking falling on a Robotron sword. Just getting hammered.
It just started doing that tonight.
Just
Yeah, I'm
getting
gonna receive
crushed.
Probably ROM. Or it could be RAM.
RAM and ROM.
Logic Pro was on all that power supply stuff.
Did you get first?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Thanks, Tess.
Or did you get pole position? It's 2,000 points.
Such a beatdown.
But Ken,
Hmm?
good luck.
I got
Take off.
Are you taking off?
Yeah, I'll be at Courtney's tomorrow and get my safety.
Oh, cool.
I don't have a separate, I don't have a, I do not have a.
And if you're still playing tomorrow night, maybe I'll come by and do a dance for you.
Alright.
If no one's doing one, find my Mickey ears.
I would rather you bring somebody that can actually do a good one. There's a club right down the street. Just go hire one.
Sure, I do it.
Can we go to the Dylan stuff? Just bring your own pole.
I haven't needed that much.
Sweet. 12 hours.
Alright, man. We'll talk to you later. Good luck getting that centipede.
Good luck. Logic's cheap. Give Justice over. That's bang for your pocket.
I have a Logic Pro, but I have no idea how to use it.
Well, start practicing, man. Look online, watch some videos. Put as many videos out there for watching film stuff. Right.
So what do you use that for?
Logic Pro is the program you can check highs, lows, see what your logic's doing, dead, floating. Check like your reset pin, the processing.
When they're set up better, I'll go for it. When they're like on both sides, they're all behind me, I can maneuver them. Can't get fancy. Nope. It's really, it's just about.
That's what you.
Once I get close enough, most kind of problems, I've actually practiced, but if you're not actually eating all the practice. When I score cases right, the way it works out is the two higher scoring houses, which are also two easiest houses, I get to around 1.25 and 1.25. So I don't even have close to get it. I end up
I
smashing.
watched
So as long as I get there,
Randy, what's his name?
I think it's just
Yeah, from. He actually just takes
7 rooms, but when they go right, I don't actually have to
one
have
end of the board together. Find his way.
as far as they go left, the only time I
Tried that yet.
absolutely pretty close. Especially if I play safe.
Not homing, just to see what's bad. Like if there's a bad resistor or a capacitor or.
You're not going to go from one board and the other. You're going to go and check the components. Resistance.
I know, but he actually.
I was just throwing off my pattern.
Get home reading on probably
Get
5
from one
volts.
end to the other, or
It's
one
the
short,
I'm like,
and then see if there's a short there. What do you go in the middle and figure out?
But it's a little tricky because you may have 6 components. So which one's shorted out of this? Right. And they be fed off the same class. So it's not going to help you unless you have a really sensitive home meter. You can get down to track.
Everything worked out just a little
Get
bit
closer to the short and just
Probably need to watch the videos a couple more times.
I've started a Logic Pro and get a board that's working and kind of go around. So the one thing should be get used to looking at the reset on the processor. Like one of your very first keys is to find out if it's reset. So the processor reset. Which maybe you're a bit maybe in reset.
I haven't really gained any lives since the break. I was at like 64 or something when I came back.
Not a bowl game. Want to spend a little bit extra money? It's nice. Really all you need.
$20.
Get audio. Well, red, green light. Where's red?
Yeah, because I obviously I have some work.
The other thing we want to do is get like just a cell. 7400 all the 7400 series logic, because yes, you have the logic probe and you see something's happening here, something's happening there, but without that app, you don't know what's happening inside the chip. So you think, yes, this is a high signal, but it's also output.
Yeah, it's there's 4 of them.
Look through there, okay, so you can't remember the last one.
The problem is I can't count here. I have to remember what board I was actually on.
Well, right.
I need to get that book.
I switched to before now, because you may have multiple functions inside one seat. And so maybe it's not somebody else that number one. But yeah, output, you got input. And so it may just be one pin inside that seat.
Oh, wrong one.
What's inside?
Every game, at least one time, every game. I seriously can't remember the last time I went through a game and I didn't miss one. It's just forgetting it. Oh, I know. I just think it's fun.
But how do you know? You may have 5 volts.
Well, I just did a diode test.
Out of IC.
Not a diode, but
Yeah, you're not really finding
if
anything.
you hear beats, then
It doesn't mean IC is good though. Yeah, so that's why you need to watch it. You need to see what's doing. And you need to know what that is. But it just takes time. You gotta study.
yeah, I'd like to know a little bit more about how to troubleshoot.
I've been creating maintenance videos and troubleshooting basic videos. Start out watching Pro. Know how to work it out. Know how to what it looks like, what it sounds like. And just go through it. And I like darker and people don't like to play with that. So.
Well, if you put it on YouTube, you get a
60 million.
I just turned 60. Damn.
I mean, there's not. I looked on YouTube. There is nothing. There's a couple. Probably watching, but as far as streaming or
Yeah.
Let's,
Thinking about doing something. Nobody's gonna compliment it. Then I put all the time.
well, you can probably and that way if somebody duplicates stuff, it's like, oh, not. Because sometimes you get
Hey, are you there?
Hello? Hello?
Hey, your Skype is live.
Really? I just turned it off.
Yeah, we can. We see something red and we can hear you in some kind of hallway or something.
I'm just down in my basement. Right on. Let me just get back to the screen.
We can hear everything. That's why I just want to make sure you know.
Yeah, okay.
There's your problem.
I didn't realize I was live there. That's cool.
I just overheard some static and I walked over and I noticed that you were on. So I just want to make sure that you're aware.
Right on. I'd been on for a little while. Let me just figure out how to get back to the video part of it.
Just past $1 million again.
A second.
Yeah? Sweet. Still on your second guy?
Yep.
Sweet.
At the very least, you can try turning it off and back on.
I looked up troubleshooting boards on.
Yeah, you're dealing with a real retard here. Let me go back to Skype. Yeah, I was just on the Facebook going back and forth with Gary about it. I was watching you guys for a while.
Oh, cool.
Okay, all right. So now I'm back to the screen here. I wish I could blow it up to see it, but I see 3 games. Looks like 3 games are still going.
It's still going. And one is currently offline.
Okay, that's the one that has the 2 guys. 2 guys standing in front of the machine. That's the one that's offline.
Like Dane, Tulak.
Yeah. And so as I'm looking at the screen, it looks like 3 games are still going, and it looks like Gomez is in the lower right there.
He's still kicking it.
And I would like to know what goodies I need to actually instead of just shooting in the dark and say, okay, I'll buy this off the eBay.
So awesome. I was just texting Gary. I was just gonna go play some just to dedicate a quick game to the Enduro marathon. I just love it.
Really, really good scores. I mean, looks like they're going to hit it tonight.
Yeah, I can't quite see the totals there, but I had my readers on for a while, and it looked like they were all fairly close.
That stuff, I guess that's possible. Stuff to get up.
It's a Dane.
That's the problem if you charge it. Fix your own stuff. You charge it something. It takes a long time. It takes 5 minutes. You don't know what you're going to get into it. If somebody doesn't want to pay $60 or your watch.
I wish I could figure out how to zoom in on the games. I got my wife's iPad here, and I'm gonna go back and get my reader so I can look a little closer here. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, I'd like to see some more videos on board repairs. I mean, there's some other repairs out there. All the wire. Well, actually, our big repair does. But.
Alright, I'm back. Someone's blowing up my phone.
It's that close. Yeah, he would.
I still can't even see the scores.
Fortunately, on the iPad, it's going to be kind of hard to see the screen using Skype.
You know, I actually tried to get my own Skype number, and they wanted a bunch of money, and it was on first my home computer, which didn't even have a camera, and then our laptop, which had a camera, and so my wife already had an account, so we're just doing it on this.
Use your wife's account on the computer. Just put in the credentials.
Well, I should figure that out at some point, for sure.
Saying it'll look a lot better on the PC. You want to stay away from the Mac or iPad.
Yeah, I don't know if my PC monitor, which is a big monitor, I don't know if it has a camera or not. I have to look at that and see. We have a MacBook laptop, which that I know has a camera. I couldn't get that one figured out though.
What you could do, instead of using a camera, you can insert a picture of yourself, a photo, and then just use that, and then you can look at the gameplay and then commentate on the gameplay. And people just see your face in the photo.
Yeah, like right now, the photo of the iPad, I don't know. I'll selfie myself here. She's got this little case attached here. This is my attempt at a selfie here. I don't know if that's coming through or not. Some square here or something, but just down here in the basement, and can you see me?
The world is watching.
No one's watching.
Just nice pearly whites.
Hey, here's my game. There's my Robo. The Robo's over there.
Looks like you got a really cool basement, man.
Yeah.
A pool table?
Yeah. So that was the pool table felt there. Yeah, I can see how this iPods or the iPad sucks.
You're not kidding.
Yeah. Well, I'll just do this then, and I don't need to watch the games for a minute. I'll just chat. Or who am I talking?
This is Neostorm.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Gaylor.
Nice to meet you, sir. What's your highest Robotron score?
I'm just Facebooking over here. Yes, likewise. My highest Robotron score is probably only in the 3 or 4 million range before my game reset. But since I was introduced to the VidKids Extreme Challenge, I've really gotten back into the game huge, and I've gotten a million a bunch of times on the VK40 VK setting.
Bullshit. Yeah, we don't believe that. Even if it was real, that would have taken
Nice.
like
Very
65,
cool.
70 hours.
More than that, like 90 hours.
There were no boards
to,
back then that would like not
To
reset.
understand how could people sit there for more than 24 hours straight. And this game is not easy, and it doesn't give you a break.
He was calling and saying,
But either way, no, we don't believe it.
Not the crane.
For sure, but to me, it's the most addicting video game of all time, and so if you have an idea of how many lives you have,
my guess.
then you can sort of pace your aggression. I have the old ROM set, and so I only can judge if you have 7 or more. So 7 could be 70 or 150 or 8, and so that makes it kind of tough to know how you're doing. And I'm assuming everyone's playing on the new ROM set that lets them know how many lives they have.
Well, there was like a newspaper article about it, that score and shit. Yep. Yeah, Dwayne Richard found it. And it had the 680 score.
Pretty sure I saw it. Did it say how
I haven't
long
seen
you
that.
Yeah, like 91 hours.
What?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound right at all for 300 billion.
Well, it's 350 million, and it does sound about right. It's like 4 million an hour or something.
Okay, yeah.
I heard that there was this new ROM set that lets you know how many lives you had. Tie-dye.
Yep.
That sounds unfair to the people who had
I
to
think he
struggle.
was contacted, and he just didn't want to talk about it or something.
I'd like to have a invite.
I think it's a requirement for enduro, though. I've never tried to play for more than an hour or two.
And that's a long time to go without rolling your men.
Yeah, I'm not sure which ROM set they're using. I'm trying to find the information.
Well, Mark was pretty vocal about the new
Physical game.
tie-dye ROM set, which lovingly designed by the VidKids, which has a bunch of new features, including a number on how many lives you had, which I think would be huge if you were entertaining an enduro event, mean, I can't imagine playing an enduro event and not knowing exactly how many lives you had, because your stress level is going to be much higher with 10 lives left compared to
Just found some information. Maybe this is it. Let me, let's see. This is coming from 1,500 points. That's the username. 1,500 points. Says June 1st, 1982 marked the public debut of Robotron 2084, which changed the collective mindset of a generation of developers to come and marked a powerful era in competitive coin-op gaming. A legacy 33 years long and even longer if you count Defender. Thus, it could be said that January 30th.
Yeah, my
Killzone coming up, if anybody's interested.
2015 marks the rebirth of Robotron 2084 as the tie-dye ROM set is debuted to the world. A world which is a brand new and unexplored landscape of esports in which the ubiquitous nature of electronic video gameplay is considered under the Twin Galaxies skyline. Good luck to the folks competing in this landmark event.
And my my much more knowledgeable informant has just informed me that I think everyone currently playing has the new tie-dye ROM set going.
Hey, Bill.
Yes, that I think.
Are you going to be able to help?
And I think that will usher in a new wave of enduro Robotron play. Honestly, perhaps myself included.
Actually see that, because that's one of the things that scares or deters people, is not being able to know where you are. And after like 24 hours, you're like, where am I in my live pool?
Exactly. I personally wouldn't be able to, and haven't been able to go more than a couple hours with that, and I think this is another thing that the new ROM set has is the bug fix. There's a bug, and I don't know too much about it, but the game will reset despite whatever power I've had like a couple of different generators for the game, and it'll still reset. And I realize now, actually, a lot of times it was just a bug, depending on a certain, like I think it was like an enforcer shot a certain way or something like that. It was a bug that would just reset the game, and that is fixed as well. So not only do you figure out how many lives you had, but you've solved like a big bug. So I mean, it's like a huge boost to enduro Robotron play.
Marathon world record. And this guy has to get the map.
Somebody in chat says Defender needs its own tie-dye.
Maybe it does. I personally suck at Defender, and so I'm actually transitioning right now
Impress me, motherfucker. You get 20 million.
into a main cabinet. I finally got my stuff together to the point where I want to get a main cabinet going, and I had a controller. I'll show it over here if anyone's looking. And that's my controller.
Wait,
So
it looks like hold on. Looks like Greg is done. Greg Hansen just finished.
Oh.
He says in chat, "I'm done. Best of luck to you guys. Kill it." Looking at the screen, it does look like the game is in the demo mode.
Yep. So we're down to 2. So we got. It
was a good run though by Greg. Just want to thank him. Good job, Greg.
Yeah, for sure. So, are we? I'm just gonna take a wild guess here. We got Ken House and David Gomez playing.
Yes, you are correct. Ken House is. I'll tell you the score right now. Let's see.
I can't even read it with my readers on the iPad.
Ken House is at 61,944,000 and climbing. We also have over here David Gomez is at 63,707,000.
Get you some of that.
Going up. So it looks like David is in a slight lead by another 2 million points.
Nice. Yeah, that's BBH walking around. You know who's never set a world record over here? BBH.
What?
Did you set a world record here? When are you ever going to set a world record over here, Matt? When I get a decent game?
Exactly.
Boy, that's going to be a while. Don't you have a Neo Geo, Matt?
Yeah.
Is it still broken? Well, why don't you bring it over here and set it up? I need to get some sort of world record on that sumbitch. We can make room. We can get that monitor fixed, no problem.
Hey, what's up, Delar? Damn it. Totally was in my stream a couple times. Oh, worked out really good, though. Ow, but it takes long.
Ow. You were supposed to keep going, you motherfucker.
all of them were black keyboard, all of them were there. And there was blue ink holding all
this
of
round
the
when they go
interlock
right.
switches. The wiring.
Come on! Come on! Ah!
Like 3 strands of spaghetti left.
Get off me. How many carts do you have? Like legit carts?
Like 20 or 25.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang. Can you get the world record on any of them?
Shock Troopers. Guaranteed. Guaranteed highest score in the world.
Sweet.
Nobody cares about that game.
Well, you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should figure out how to get that thing over here sometime.
I did actual research just trying to figure out like what the Japanese records were. I passed them.
Cool.
That's how much time I put into that game.
Yeah, on those kind of games, you definitely want to check on the Japanese scores because the American scores are
past
usually
the
garbage.
age, yeah. There's always a lot of scores tracked by Gamist. The Golden Age scores not so much. I don't count something as a world record unless it's, you know.
The world record?
Yeah. Just because Twin Galaxies says world record, that's not world record to me.
Me neither.
And the guy went over there to look at it. He's like, shit, go ahead. They're not in the pictures.
Hello? Just checking if I'm still online here.
That's the
Yeah,
that's
you
the
dropped
goal
off
always,
for a little
right?
while though.
Yeah, I did. I don't know what happened.
Well, welcome back. I don't know if you got the scores earlier, but just to refresh you, David Gomez is at 64 million right now. 64,050,000 climbing. And then you got Ken House at 62,345,000.
I'll put up a score on that one.
Looks like he dropped again.
One of like 3 games.
Let's see, Virtual Gauze.
I'll probably put up
says
some sort of token
you
score
can
on
only see
Pac-Man.
Lord Gomez
I'm
and
going to
Sir
try to put
House
up a decent
videos
score on
at the
Asteroids,
moment.
actually.
Virtual Gauze. Greg just
And Galaga.
finished.
I won't put
He
up
just
very good score on
finished.
Galaga.
I
I'll
didn't
try.
see him end, but he said he was done. He wants the rest of the guys to kill it. But he did go to a demo screen. So he is done for the night. Also, it looks like Dane is offline.
That's a
I didn't
fucking marathon
catch
when Andrew Laidlaw's playing.
when Dane went offline, but he's been offline for a while. So I'm not sure if he's out.
Who does?
If anyone caught it, let us know in chat. But I definitely know that Greg Hansen is done.
If I can get 700,000.
Okay, Nanners says that we're not sure what happened to Dane. So let's hope Dane is okay. Still in it. Maybe Dane will come back shortly.
Oh, yeah, that guy. Yeah, he has like. He finished Sunset Rise. Yeah, he has a few good scores. Damn it!
I'm not this is Neo Storm talking, by the way, and I just want to say I'm not a huge fan of Robotron. That doesn't mean I don't like the game. It just means that I have very little experience with it. I tried
first
playing
Mikey wave I've faced this game.
I don't see how these guys can do it for so long as well. But we're watching two masters duke it out. Let's see who's gonna get to 100 million first tonight.
That's Mike Casper playing that.
I'm just amazed. This game actually reminds me a lot of Smash TV. I don't know if anyone's played Smash TV here, and I know it's a newer game, but to me it's very similar in the playstyle. What do you guys think?
That's Johnny McAllister, king of the sandbaggers.
Devote your time to playing other games for but if you play a game, you want to score. At least like once you're happy with the score.
I didn't report my Mars Mania score that I streamed yesterday. I wasn't happy with it.
Yeah, no, that's you're still playing these games.
Yeah, of course. No! He puts the tough one. 6,000 times 2. He puts the tough one. Slide it down Yeah, I tried Joust a little bit. I was kind of shitty. I thought you got a pretty good score.
I can do better. It's not going to hold up.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I'm going to hold it.
Yeah, I played it a little. I couldn't even rank 200.
It's painfully slow.
Yeah, I try like staying at the bottom. Yeah, I know, but it's like see the names.
There's 2 things to it.
Yeah.
It's painfully
The game sucks,
slow.
and it's a pile of shit.
Painfully slow. There's a ton of downtime where you really like your best move is to do nothing.
Yeah.
Like wait and react to that. And then the first 20 boards are like the shittiest boards in this whole game.
Because of the red guys.
Because of the
they're
red
more
guys.
unpredictable. Yeah.
The red guys.
Anybody there?
There's a bit of
Neil's here.
RNG on the front end.
It looks like you keep dropping.
It sucks super hard. And you have to, like, I'll actually say something. I didn't think I was going to sit there and do like I lost the deal on the round 3.
That would have restarted.
That was a great Rally X video, by the way.
What?
That was a great Rally X video.
Oh, did you see the other videos that people have been posting? Robbie lately posted one where he got all the flags and the board didn't advance. He didn't win.
What a great game.
That game is just a pile of shit.
What am I doing? Like, there's no flags on the board. And then Dan Man posted a video where he got, he was going straight at a dude for a head-on collision. So he somehow, like, went into the wall and around the enemy car.
Where were these posted?
It was amazing.
On the Donkey Kong forum.
Okay, I gotta check that
They're
place more
all
often.
Twitch highlights. Games.
That game is just a pile of shit. Just a complete broken pile of shit.
I didn't want to touch that game again after Battle of the Arcades.
You have to. The only way you can
I know it's
get
not
through it.
easy instead of normal.
The only way you get through it is you just know that it's a lot of games. And treat it like a slot machine. Like, oh, maybe I'll hit it big this time. Or maybe I'll just burn another corner. Like I go up and smoke for 2 seconds. Like every other
Yeah. I don't. Well,
I wonder if I can play.
1.5. Nice.
Kind of. It's like foamy.
Right on this level. No, no.
It wasn't a sexual game.
posted to my blog and also posted to David's. Check it out. It's
Just literally ran into nothing.
That's great.
I had to
Is this arcade or main?
It's possible that it's a little more glitchy on the It's also possible that the game
I don't remember seeing any of that kind of glitching in person, but I only played it for about
it's the
14 seconds.
I've played it a fair number of times, but that's the first time I've ever hit the game. I was pretty surprised. I had to go back, because you know sometimes or I die in a game and I'll call make a change, but it's probably not.
When clearly you actually hit.
But this time, I had to go back, and I was like, what really happened there? I wrote down the time,
Yeah.
and sure enough, it was straight up.
So what do you think of the new place there, Ross?
It's great. How was it in the winter? Well, I mean, there's still
Well, it's still in there.
right here. It's super warm, actually. That's one question. It's January, dude.
How was it in the?
I didn't because I'm totally comfortable.
Yeah, it's nice actually. It's perfectly comfortable. And the summertime, we just opened up the garage door, get some fans cranking. Yep. Oh, we got 27 games in here, as opposed to 17 in the house. So I got a bunch more games.
You said you have more games in the house?
No, I have more games here than I had in the house.
Oh yeah, Battle in the Arcades. Just gonna keep sticking Kincaid plaques up on there until it
Gonna keep growing and growing.
Yeah, I gotta get that done for last year's. I might as well get this year's done too while I'm there.
It's never going to anybody else.
Chris says he wants to host a team up in Seattle. I was like, okay.
Different team?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, that'll kind of hurt us. He's like, it's just going to be him and Perry. John will probably still come down. So, it really won't hurt us. As long as John doesn't defect. If Johnny defects, that's going to be a little bit of a problem.
No, he'll just play Rally X for 10 hours again. Whatever he did.
Did he really do that?
Yeah.
He played it for a long time.
It's such RNG.
And then put up a shit score on mapping.
And medium settings make it even worse. Like, the cars are just straight up cheap, man. Their AI is, when they're off screen, they do whatever they want. That's their AI.
Yeah, I lucked out. I got like 74,000 or something like that, like really early on in the tournament.
And I was like, I am done.
I don't care. I think I was actually first on the team too.
Yeah. Just flush it out.
So lucky, just get that shit out of the way and I can focus on other stuff. I don't have to play Rally X anymore. And then I looked at Matthew.
Should have stuck with Rally X, motherfucker.
Oh shit! Oh my god! Space it off.
Yeah, well, it's not that hard. Is that your first one?
No, that's the third bonus round. I didn't get one. And then I just did. I did it twice the same way because I didn't pattern one.
Don't die.
You got it figured out, though, right?
Huh?
You got that pattern figured out now.
Wrong now. I'm like, how is this not working? I'm on my last guy now. But, I mean, smashed it.
Smashed it.
Playing on the casino's dime now, you know. I am so fucked. Three of my 4 deaths are because I was just doing a pattern. I've actually had to save myself.
Oh, fucking idiot. I just lost about 70,000 points in one screen. Had a perfect. Nope, I'm done.
Never. That 70K is gone. You're never gonna see that
I'm
again.
never gonna see that again. I quit. Fuck it.
There's no point now. Time to start over.
Yeah. What?
Sam's cat. What's up, Sam?
I only beat it tonight because Sam wished me good luck and he is my lecturer. Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, Sam.
Fuck. That's 4. How do I forget those all the fucking time?
You need like a cheat sheet.
Yes, I do.
How long have you been playing that fucking game?
A while. So it's about 8:15.
Jesus.
Was it 9:15? It was 9:15. I'm sorry.
Well, it's 10:42 now.
9:15 was when I started.
Tiki dog? Yes, 6,000 times 2 is clearly 1280.
Alright, I know which one I'm on now.
Yeah. I broke 200 at the point jam. I think it started before that. Put 1,000 on this? Put 1,000.
I'm happy.
Yeah, right. I was like, that's why I was so.
What?
What? I know who this was.
Do you think I would ever play that
You
game
hate
at the
this
Battle of
game.
the Arcades?
I know you hate this game. I thought maybe secret he was practicing.
I like to show you up, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just.
Yeah, right.
We thought we were going to have an intervention on your ass after the...
That's funny. It's really weird. This road actually works better in the pattern when they go right than it does when they go left.
Did they ever fix the monitor on the Burger Time at the Coin Jam?
I haven't been there in like a month. I was there for the Street Fighter Christmas. I think the Burger Time was working at the time.
Well, the monitor worked, but it was ugly.
Well, I didn't play it, so I don't know.
Alright.
I think it was okay. It's like I said, the best thing to do is don't worry about it. Not that hard. If you can't get really shattered, don't worry about it. Because starting on stage 3, you get trapped. Get all of it together and drop 16,000. And on the level before that, you get 4,000. So that's why I did a little bit of time stuff. That's another place. 1.7.
That's crazy.
I mean, you can tell it no longer. Yeah, obviously, all he did was try to win stages 3. I mean, 3 is minute, you guess.
Where the fuck is Doug with my licorice?
Well, I had to go back to the drawing board because the original patterns I wrote out, I didn't work with the original.
His ass can't says you will.
Yeah.
my thunder. Mr. House, you have no thunder.
After stage 3, I think we'll have like 50,000. Better. And then hopefully build up that and even farm. And after 6, after 6 is stage 7 is the same as stage 1. And the problem but anyway, you get past stage 7 and 8, and then stage 9 is exactly the same as stage 3.
Name anything? Or you said need water in this?
That's how I got to
I could maybe, if you could get me a new bottle of water out of the fridge, that'd be cool.
yeah, long after it's 13 stages.
So how many games do you guys have out there, Justin?
I'd say we're close to probably 30 games.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
In Mark's room, it's probably not quite that. Probably 20, 26, 28. I've got probably over 8 or 10 games at home.
80?
8 or 10.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn, that's a lot. So what's your favorite currently in your collection? Doesn't have to be the favorite one you play, just whatever it is.
I don't know. It's a tough call. I like Lunar Lander. Lost Gem is pretty fun. Yeah.
No!
Mark just got a King Kong.
6,000 times 2.
I hate Kingdom Come. You got a combo combo? But you guys got that pool stick game?
That's Mark.
Yeah, he said he had some sort of weird pool stick game.
Yeah, I saw a picture. It looks really awesome.
It's basically, it's pool. It's a pool game and you have a cue ball and you shoot. It's really cute.
So the stick has to be tied to it to be kept, or you just have to hook it at the stage for the game?
The ball is loose. I think it's a loose cue ball. The stick is loose too.
Oh, okay.
If you see
And it has sensors, I think, on the end, so it knows the angle. Roughly, it knows the velocity. And I haven't played it yet. Still in Mark's garage. Probably from it's big. You have never wanted to put it in the house. It's just be good.
No! Oh! Yeah, actually, how did I not die? How did I not die? A couple of people retweet me. It was crazy.
I don't have any real super favorite games. I like working on it. I like playing them.
I don't mind working on them sometimes.
I like winning. Winning is, that's how I win, man. I can't play with the crowd.
Well, you can fight the game and shit.
You fix something dead.
I'll finally fight it.
That's why I win.
With myself, I want to start preparing to buy a
But your game skills, as far as doing anything, I would ever also wish to accomplish. So. That's right.
Did you sell that pinball, the soccer one?
Sold them all.
Yeah?
Quickly. Overpriced them, they sold too fast.
Sweet.
I was real happy. So was my dentist.
Yeah. I don't think you overpriced the first one. The second one was fair.
Yeah. Second one took 5 days, first one took 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, that one was priced right. That one wasn't gonna last. Well, let me know when you want to haul that high speed out of here.
I got another one to fill the whole new bar. I got a F14 Tommy Gun.
They're going at different speeds. That's what fucking sucks. I would have got
Star Wars duck. But no,
It looks like Slim is the one right.
Rich is everything around.
I got no room for storage.
No room for what? Storage? Oh, no. Now, even if that strip, he's supposed to put the art on it, but he's never even finished the art.
I wonder if that's on the drives that got hosed.
What?
He had some hard drives that failed.
Oh.
Pretty gnarly.
That sucks.
They're actually on my shelf right there. I gotta dig into them one of these days.
Oh, so it might be okay.
Yeah.
Tell me you can use hard drives or something if they go bad sometimes.
Sometimes.
But there's actually
It depends on what happens.
if the wipes are wipes across the disc, I guess, it scratches it. So
Yep.
ladder or whatever.
Yeah, he says that they all, or at least the one that's got most of the stuff on it, still spins freely.
Yeah.
So if it still spins freely, I should be able to get the stuff off.
That'd be awesome.
As long as it's not going click, click, click,
Yeah.
click, click. That's when you freeze them or drop them, like literally drop them. There's tricks too.
Some clean room places will actually strip them down. Won't they pull the platters out and put them in a new drive?
Yeah, but they don't really do that. No, but I've never had any luck with those places,
Yeah.
and I've had clients that sent them off. Several clients that have sent. In fact, Rich sent one of those off,
Yeah.
and I think that's bullshit. I don't think.
I don't know.
I don't think they do that.
No.
It actually would be if it were possible, if it were that easy, it would be simple to do.
You get a clean room, I guess. Yeah. In theory.
Yeah.
Pull the platter.
Just pull the platters up, put them.
Duplicate drive.
Yeah, there's only so many drives, so many firmwares. It really wouldn't be that hard. But they haven't had any success. Nobody I know has ever had success doing it.
Yeah.
I've had much better success freezing them and dropping them and smacking them. And,
You know, all you need is one
yeah,
shot.
all you need to do is fire one time. And then I have some pretty advanced software that pulls everything bit by bit and then tries to reconstruct it. Usually does a pretty good job. As long as you know what you're looking for.
Jeez, please on me.
Yeah, so I'm going to get to those.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if that's a fault about it. He has some projects going on. And I'm not in a rush. I don't care as long as it doesn't disappear. Spin it and like go takes it in.
Yeah, I think some of it was watching.
Well, there's plenty of people that have already paid and stuff that are starting to get a little,
Then what?
that have already paid
Oh
for
yeah.
this stuff that are getting a little irritated.
That was installed hard and installed.
Yeah, I might have those files, so we'll see.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm pretty confident that I can get the OneDrive.
I know he did the one, the back section, I think, in the cockpit. I think it's the front. He didn't finish it. Let's do the front and back.
Is he screen printing them or is he just inkjetting them?
I think he's screen printing. I'm not a I bought both the cockpits from Daryl. That was one of them. And then my buddy bought the other one. We got a whole goblet of parts and he was full of parts.
Yeah, Daryl had a lot of Star Wars
I
stuff.
got all the boards. I got original Empire board. That Empire has a subboard. It's a little mini board that goes on to the Star Wars board. All in due time. Kind of a wide keyhole. Got 3 or 4 rolls of that stuff. Just get some rare tends to be.
Cool.
You get that for
What? Down goes Mappy.
I have to go for a cigarette for 20 minutes because I want to be there at the end to film the fucking.
I got it. I think I'm gonna head out, man. You guys wish you best of luck.
Cool. Thanks for coming.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll see how she goes.
You're still on a light. You rode that second light for so long. If I had not realized I was doing that pattern wrong, lost two guys the exact same way. Focus. Well, it's a lot of patterns I've had to remember. It's not like they're so easy.
So how many patterns do you have to run different?
Oh God, I think I counted it was 54.
Fuck.
It's 54, and then that's not including the.
That's not including the partials?
Yeah, the partials on when they go right.
Yeah.
And then if I were to learn all of them when they go right, that would be more. But 54, and then there's several where there's just a very, very, very small difference between one room to the other, depending on what level you're on. As far as the first, I call it level like every 12 houses. So they're intricate. They're not easy patterns. So I'm not that worried about anybody watching because they're not easy. Not that I ever worry about anybody watching because I don't care about that shit. 65.
Only 65?
Can't drive 65.
All right, so somebody get a calculator out.
So you're at 14 hours.
When we get to 14 hours,
Shit. I just fucking.
we want to take the score and divide it by 14. So in about 30 seconds.
I do good basic.
You can handle that?
Shit.
Start now, 65 seconds. Oh, we gotta wait 18 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking I was on a different level.
You were thinking you were on a different level.
Yeah, I was thinking I was in a different room.
All right, you got it. Yep.
4.646.
Got it's dropping off.
It's a good thing my freestyling skills are much better.
That's still huge.
All right.
4.6 and a half.
I'm gonna see I'm helping you sound.
I think David, what's David got? David's got 67 million. So do 67.
Doug says he's working a late shift, but he's still coming over right after him.
He's working a late shift. Doug's working a late shift.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe myself.
The fuck? Doug, come on.
I felt like as I spoke those words, I was lying for him.
Oh, fuck it.
He's something the late shift.
Yeah, I am too fucking high to find my car. I'm sorry. Just tell the truth.
I'm crawling the late shift.
Okay, so what was 67 divided by 14?
More.
Right?
$4.78.
78. So that's what that's what David Gomez is doing right now.
He's 2 million ahead of you.
He's just not taking a single break.
I haven't seen him take a break.
We had to make Ken come out in pole position, so it's all our fault.
I've had some distractions, but that's there's no excuse. He's just kicking the game's ass.
So you mean like if I die and you're not here, then it won't count? What?
What are you doing?
Having a cigarette. I mean, is there like a rule that you have to check it immediately after?
No, you can leave it sitting there. We got a camera on the whole room. People are gonna know that the thing's not getting moved.
I suck pole position. Jesus. Rules me.
I can't believe nobody got that Donkey Kong marathon or that Donkey Kong bounty.
2 million. What happens to the bounty, by the way?
They kept it.
Okay. 2 million, I'm happy. Well, I can say this. I knew I was going to beat it, but I didn't think I was going to get 2 million. I felt pretty good about getting one.
Yeah, we hadn't even seen you break up 1 million on this cabinet yet. This happens. Number 1 million is worth it.
Just skip that million shit altogether.
Well, it's pussy shit. Well, I had gotten over it a bunch of times at home.
Right.
So I knew I wasn't worried about that. Definitely didn't see it. I thought that I could get it if I had a way to figure out how to pattern. Actually, if there was a way I could get great state states, pattern the other way,
Mappy does not have a kill screen.
I think completely pattern out these it's not no stupid shit like this is why. It does seem like I know they can go right oh shit. I know there's no real rhyme or reason, but I swear it seems like there's 4 rooms that they seem to go right more often than the start of the other stuff. I've been lucky enough because those 4 rooms they go right a little more often. I've played them so many times go right. Yeah. So play pattern now. Yeah. I don't know why. I swear it seems like at least 20% more than those 4 that I mean. I could be imagining things. So, Ken, did you get the Hogan's Alley just for Hogan's Alley, or did you get it?
No.
It's a verse game, and you're going to change it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Play Choice 10 in it
That's what I
with a
thought.
bunch of different games.
That's what I thought.
And I'm gonna make Mario. Uh-oh. So, Matt,
Yeah.
the big dog,
Go out.
they both the big dogs need to go outside. Get outside.
Get out of here. How's everything going out here?
Pretty good. Mike's just broke the Mappy world record over there.
Yeah, Bill's on me.
Someone catch thunder.
Dad, you want to put Tiki in her crate?
Okay.
It's about bedtime for her. And then close the outside door.
You know what's funny, Ken? Two things. One, I did it on my first coin again, like I did Donkey Kong Jr. My first quarter. And then two, at the Boda, I didn't even get 300,000.
That's some improvement.
What are you at?
65 million.
Oh yeah, this thing doesn't roll until 100 million, does it?
Yep. That's a nice bonus.
Never have to worry about that.
Yeah. Don't even have to keep track of those rollovers.
Why? Because they're easy to remember.
Because it seems like it's going to be hard to figure. It won't be hard to figure out.
How many?
Because 100 million is going to be about 22 hours.
Got recording of his run.
Yep.
No!
I'm probably staying for half an hour or so, then I'll go to bed.
Yeah, they might need some help kind of figuring out how to get that thing out of there.
Should probably move my speed.
Probably.
Don't want to do that. How do we get back out of there while falling in love?
Well, you just have to figure out which one it is. Because it's not attached to this side. It's attached to that side, so you'll be all right.
Well, we don't want to pull the plug on the map.
Oh, we don't want to pull the power.
Yeah. Okay. What's that? Custom. Oh. Wow.
What?
It's a flask. Just like it.
That gives you that Nintendo glow.
I was home in the backseat with all the other cartridges.
It's awesome.
I got a coin jam hat too. I don't wear it either. I don't wear hats. The lawnmower man says, "Good luck with the stream. He's got to go to bed. He'll catch you when he wakes up."
Thank you, sir. We don't mind Galaga being in the boat. Our team did all right on Galaga.
Yeah, we'll do. Yeah,
We'll put that in.
We'll stomp. We'll do better.
I tell you one thing, Mappy will never be in there again. Not after the hissy fit this team threw. And the difference between 2 million and 300,000 is only 1 point in the Boda.
Well, they went right to begin with anyway, so I don't have anything. I only have it for this level, and I have pattern just in the first half of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Dan the man going to bed too.
All right, Dan man. Later.
Man, cosmic triggers.
Over here? Maybe it's moved over a little bit.
Are you talking about the camera over there?
Oh shit!
93 lives. 93 lives.
I just ran through a whole 255 levels and only gained back about 30 lives. That's not good. No what?
Using the tie-dye wrong.
Don't you wish you had that, Bill?
It says lives 94. Well, yeah, I mean, that's yeah, you couldn't read it, I guess.
Oh, you couldn't read it, okay. So that was 93.
Because the line looks kind of like
2.2. Good.
Dude.
Super cheap.
Right, Ken?
What?
DQ'd.
Yep. Denied.
Hey, Marino Mitch, I could do 1 million or 2 on Cuber, but I get sick of that quick. I ain't playing that for a day ever.
Ever.
Yeah, a million every 2 hours. For me, it's more like a million every 2 hours, 10 minutes. Maybe 2 hours, 15 minutes. Two.
By a million.
Alright, Dan. See you, bud.
Suck it, Johnny Mac. Ball too. Oh yeah. Suck it, Johnny.
Did you just kick John's ass off the high scoreboard?
That's right.
Well, they knocked me down. I got 3 unbelievable games to stare at going on over here.
Kicking some ass.
Johnny Mac.
Suck it. GC, BBH.
2.3. With 3. Knocked all the default scores off.
2.3, you must be mad.
Double that world record. Fuck that game. Shit.
Like a boss.
It's supposed to be that close.
What do you want?
Right on the slight pattern. Go! I had to. I had no choice. Oh shit!
Go gadget.
Fuck!
Look at that.
That was stupid.
2.3.
God damn it. That was so stupid.
Alright.
God, I'm so dumb.
New arcade world right here.
So how much does that destroy the record by?
Let's get some initials in here.
A lot.
Come assist.
It was 1.27.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
So, what we should do is get this game out of the way.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. So you can get that game out. It'll just pull out. Is that on? No, that's not on.
It's plugged in though, so
No, I meant the here.
I know it's plugged in.
Okay. So you can just pull the game, it'll just pull.
Yep. And it should have enough cord to get.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. Just pull. And I will find it, power pin. Okay, plugged. Go a little more. And
I'll take some assistance.
yeah, these sliders are fun. So that'll do that there. So now we need a set of keys.
You sure we're good here?
Yep. We can get it out now. We kind of just want to.
Okay, so you got to be careful to keep continuity. So if it was me, I would disconnect. I would have one person running the camera, and I would unscrew that camera from that pod.
Yeah. So. Yep.
On the side there, and then pull back.
Oh, just unscrew this.
Unscrew from the.
Screwdriver.
Yeah.
I'll grab one.
There's one on top of Hogan's Alley.
Oh, there's one. There it is. Cool. All right. So hold the camera. Down there. Hold off the side. Turn. Get this out. I might need some help with this. Someone.
Hey, Mike.
Or.
Somebody?
I got it. Okay, actually.
So be careful not to unplug it.
I'm trying to. I think this one has a long enough cord.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Just keep an eye on the game. You can still hear the sound. Okay. Plenty of cord, so we need a flashlight too.
There is a flashlight around. It was on top of Donkey
It's on
Kong.
top of Donkey Kong. Alright.
So
The game. Does this one shut off, Dad, when you open it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Did some? Oh, we don't need to write down the score. We can get it.
Yeah, we should write down the score though.
So 14 and a half hours in.
Oh.
So what you want to do? We want to find the dip switch for putting it into test mode, or to into test mode so that you can see what the actual settings are.
Oh, is there a test mode on Mappy?
Yeah.
I just texted the via.
Play 1,000 games.
Alright, I'm opening it.
Okay. Jesus, I was.
No, get turned off.
I've done that before. On the last lap, crash into something. That's the worst thing. Yeah. Where's this board at? That side board?
It's the one on the side.
Probably.
So there's the dip switches. I need to find test mode. Do you know which one it is?
Have you seen the
I do not.
17
manual in the back of that?
27? No. Took it real quick. 7 hours.
You can figure it out on the computer in a couple of minutes.
And that's with knowing whatever the pattern is. Yeah, I guess.
So you want to get a picture of, you want to get a good shot of the dips the way they are. And that means that you may have to go out of autofocus on the camera. Does somebody know how to run the controls on?
That's gonna be fun.
Yes, Mitch, the old record is 1.277. Yeah! I'm tired. Next kill me, back's kill me.
How long will we be able to do?
It was about 2.5.
Started at 9:15. You
I
said.
think I started at 9:56.
That's a good one. Long enough. You don't have any more length than that.
Well, I was thinking back to
I can never do that again.
I think that's enough option to go. Yeah, 3, 4.
Probably 3 or 4 hours. Like, I don't have any interest in marathon, like anything. If I physically could, I get bored. Like, if you play a game and get to the point where it's just looping the same shit over and over, I won't play it anymore. Well, if I had infinite life.
Oh, there is no test mode. Where's the keyboard?
It's a little scarier. I do it one time.
It's in the front.
You know what I mean? Just to do something. Okay. I should do that. Accomplishment, but other than that.
Did we get a good enough video of it?
You got the inside of the board there.
Like it's
Check that box. Camera cord's not all you have to do. What we'll do is we'll put it in.
I got too many games to play. I don't want to be stuck with one.
And that'll show the settings before they get. Okay. If I ever do it, just for the record, can I say what they are?
Obviously, the one I'd want to do it on would be Robotron, but that's never going to happen. That's the one I would want to be able to. If I physically could, that's the one I'd want to do. I could be friends with you.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, if it was extras every 3,000. With the way what they said, that's way easy.
Turning the game around.
Thanks, guys.
No problem. Dad, are you okay on live?
He's got 92, 91.
How do you know he has 91?
He's got a lives counter now.
How do you get that?
Oh, I guess it's
Some new program.
Oh, sweet. That's lovable.
Have you checked out any of the adjudication trucks? The adjudication trucks, everything, all the submissions, all the everything balances and it's pretty entertaining. I mean, I don't put in
entertaining now.
well, yeah,
Sounds
some of it's
smart.
entertaining because you see. No, he hasn't submitted. It's entertaining in ways that there's some issues with weird games. Check those out. It's entertaining because some people submit trash. And you're like, is this crap?
Get back to your game. I'll work on putting this back in.
Where's Mike? Mike, my man, right on. There he is. New world record holder, Mappy, arcade mode. 1.27 went to what? 2.31?
I don't remember what it was.
I've got it. I've got it. 231 3890.
231.
3890. Yep.
No, I haven't looked at it at all.
Yep. Rock.
You have to.
So, all right.
Time to put it back.
Time to put the game back. We don't have to keep the recording on anymore, do we, Dan?
You're welcome. Nope, that recording can be done.
Okay. Well, let's put the back on it. Where is the back?
Other witnesses. Now.
I saw it.
Super cheeks.
Step away.
Ross Penzing.
We just looked the other way. Well, I saw the end.
There he is.
Real. I was like, I want to see this.
All right.
What is the setting? Witness. Remember that Japanese?
Yeah, I played on the Japanese. There's two things that make it hugely different.
What those settings look like?
The Japanese regular setting goes slower. Doesn't get after 32. I'm sorry, not 32. 22. Air getting faster. Air here stops getting faster. And plus on the Japanese, the 6,000.
I got all the perfect time, didn't I?
Yep.
That's fine.
That's why you're going to get a million.
Okay, game's back on.
Sweet.
I don't think you can do it on
Do we have to stop the recording, Dan?
Huh?
We have to stop yet.
So click it over to Robotron.
Like here?
See where it says Robotron on the.
Oh, well, I don't know if anybody knows what I actually said it was playing on, but I know he was playing on.
So we good, Dex?
Yep.
So we have a recording of this full game?
Yep.
Yeah, cool.
I was curious to see what the differences are in the two games.
So it's saved locally, and we'll just have to clip it.
Okay, that's fine.
A lot fucking faster.
So just clip it 3 times. It's got.
You have enough room on the hard drive on that thing, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, either way, you don't care if it finishes yours.
Yeah.
Really? Well, we do, but.
You know that? The 6,000 times 2.
Yeah, we're good. So I'll probably end up clipping that out so that and cropping it so it's just his game and not all mine.
Alright, well, right there's fine. Screwdriver. Where did I have that screwdriver? I don't know. There it is.
But I will say this, even
Oh, no, but I really. Alright. Oh yeah, let's put this back.
clearly played good enough.
Alright now. Oh, yep. So, yes. So,
Maybe one of these
That dude clearly had a pretty good understanding of the mappy dynamics. Yeah.
No, I don't care if it's easier or not.
Yeah.
Go.
It was pretty darn impressive.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't care if it's easier or not.
Yeah. $2 goddamn million. That's pretty awesome.
okay. Oh, is it, will it clear? That's cool.
You know what's sad and pathetic? You've been playing this for 14 hours, and I'm sure I'm still more sore and tired from my 2.5 hours of that.
Bull crap.
Alright, we're gonna put this.
You ain't no marathoner, Mike.
I'm not. I can't.
Here we go.
I'm not either.
Here we go.
No,
We're back.
but you will become.
Alright, Dan, Cameron's back.
You will become, Ken.
Well, and next time I do this, it'll be next to Bill Carlton playing Missile Command. That's what I'm saying.
Alright. It comes out, it's just dust.
Alright. Oh,
It's your turn.
let's get the chat back up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where is the chat? Oh,
It's the hex thing, yeah.
Chat back up. Yeah, 2313890. And I texted it to Dad, so it's on Dad's phone.
Yep.
Ah, we can definitely verify that. But... Well, there's one record.
What'd that chat say? Somebody asked a question on that.
How many hours did it take to get 100 million hours time?
23 and a quarter.
23 and a quarter. You were, if he I remember he said if he'd have realized that he was so close to 24 hours, he would have just played a little longer.
Yeah.
20.5? That's a pretty quick average.
No, 23
No.
and a 12.
Oh, equal 20. Oh, okay. 23 what?
23 and a quarter.
Yeah, does anybody know if Greg Bond saw this? Or has already heard?
They can hear you.
Greg Bond didn't see it.
Did I sit? Did I? Was I really live there? Oh, sorry, I get fucking tired.
Did you have one yet?
Are they special?
They're not Bill, they're Alice. It's not Bill.
Alright, I'm going to bed.
Hey man,
There,
thanks
Dad.
for
Yeah.
Thank you. Hey, thank you.
No problem. My feet hurt.
So you're gonna hang out until 4, 5, 6?
I'm taking off. I have to find a place to put my car. I guess if I did that.
Oh yeah, what is that?
So goodbye to 10 more hours. It's 10 more. I'll check in the morning when I wake up.
Alright,
Thanks again.
you're welcome. Later.
That's it? Just come over and rate with Matthew? or-
He's happy. Violated the napkin.
We bonded by a million. I'm leaning 4,000.
There's part of me I want to, because I want to figure out how to pattern them when they all go right, and then just put ridiculous things forward.
So it's gonna submit this to $20 each, and register, verify,
I don't know what needs to be done to do that.
Yeah, this will get submitted.
I'm gonna go, I'm now,
Did that never get put in?
Junior did eventually get put in.
I was world champ for 6 weeks. That's all it took.
Well, this one will last longer than 6 weeks.
Oh, now I figured it out.
No, I've been playing it secretly.
I'll put up 3 million.
Well, now I've got to spend the next couple weeks to really practice junior again so I can get junior back. Now after junior, I think I'm going to try Phoenix. If everybody... I still don't know how I feel about doing that button thing, though. But,
Well, just keep.
yeah, I know.
Well, I mean, in that,
I don't know what it is about my brain.
if your buttons are just switched left or right, then it doesn't matter.
Now I'm probably going to do Phoenix. I keep wanting to do Zaxxon. Dude, I spent so much time trying to figure out this fucking planes.
They're in online. I don't know.
I wouldn't do anything extreme.
Nobody's going to reject the Phoenix because you.
Let's just switch to 2 buttons.
There's no way.
Nobody's gonna know you switched the 2 buttons.
What your watch?
Yeah, I wouldn't like. There's some games where showing the control panels are.
We got 2 different channels.
This is
What advantage?
Oh, somebody
You
else.
show the control panel on all like Phoenix games. What
Smoke.
in your wildest imagination could you envision as a control panel that gives somebody a game like that? Moving back and forth with the trackball?
all that smack talking and you're crying now? Come on, Dane. Suck it up.
Are you on the boat again?
Is that what happening?
Who knows what that happened?
I'll tell you.
What did you say what happened?
I can't, like, you know, I say, I can't give it a lot. Yesterday, I'm moving off the air right now. Probably try to play, but if I don't get one a lot of time to play, I want to at least be there and do like a commentary on the screen. Because I think that would be a lot of fun.
We can't get upstaged by Galloping Ghost so bad again next time.
And I'm just, if that's the way it ends up going, I'm just gonna talk shit about you guys like the whole time. Anytime you're on camera, I'll just be making up shit about you guys, like backstories. They're totally untrue. Yeah, Galloping Ghost is doing a really nice job.
They had good production value for sure.
They even have a pole position on the record.
Later, Mike.
Shit, Casper.
Good
Well
shit,
done.
Casper.
It is not a complete collection or a complete set. I think it's all I'm gonna get because they're too freaking expensive now. But it's pretty complete. There's like 7 or 8 that I don't have.
Oh wow, we didn't even see the machines. What about the Castle Grayskull?
I have a Castle Grayskull.
What about the slime?
I don't have any slime.
That's probably good. That shit fucked up my Castle Grayskull when I was a kid. Remember the E-Man slime?
I do. Actually, I forgot all
The
about it.
slime pit. I actually sold one of them a couple of years ago. One of the figures. It was worth about $250 at the time. It's worth about $500 now. It was so dumb. I shouldn't have sold it. I felt I had seller's remorse right after. Yep. I won't sell anymore. I actually have a little seller's remorse out of selling the blue Donkey Kong. But I figure I don't need 3 freaking Donkey Kongs.
No, it's a nice addition that you got here. It's fun. It's one of the most played games of our time.
The Hogan's Alley?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I knew that was going to be a hit. Except for that freaking... We need to turn him into a bad guy, like a cop that's gone bad. Change the code.
Zombie.
Make him a zombie.
Zombie lady. Even though this has got the turret, it'll still do a reset on the ships, or it won't?
Yes, it will. It will roll over.
So you can't have 256?
Nope.
Okay. That's why, if they got around that, you guys could do all kinds of good ones.
Oh yeah.
But I guess it is something you gotta leave in.
Yeah. You can't change that.
Yeah, the other guys have to do it. Yeah, I want the rainbow round missile command set. What the hell, man? Set me up, bud.
Well, you got that other ROM set. You got a perfectly good working ROM set.
No, I meant one that tells me how many cities I got.
Well, you wouldn't need it. You just need to play another 15 hours. Right? Doesn't the Rev 3 kind of fix all that bullshit except for it fixes all the bullshit?
Oh, the 10 key punch pad.
No, the revision 3 ROMs that fix the 810 bug and fix the reset. It just, you don't have the points bonanza that you get normally, and you don't get the 176 bonus cities. And,
Oh, wow.
yeah, it'll be like almost having to play the game.
How did I miss it? Do I run out of ammo or something?
It would make it easier to keep track.
What's up?
If it was every 10,000, I have to keep track of his losses. Because I can divide the score by 10,000 quickly.
I think the calibration's a little
I
bit
just have
off.
to keep track of losses if that's the case.
Yeah, you have a limited bullets. But Buffalo, you just missed.
It was like up in the upper right.
Might have just been.
You might have just missed. Super cheats.
Is there a trick to getting a bigger bonus with the guys?
Should be as fast as possible. Max is 2,000, so pretty much not going to get that.
Is there any bonus for not firing really hard? Or should we just be blasting that shit? Oh, wait, I wanted to shoot.
I actually got pulled over the other day by a pretty cool cop, a trooper,
Oh, God, I got it.
senior state trooper Fife. I backed across 3 lanes of traffic to get onto the street. And he fucking lit me up. Like, you're gonna watch how you drive out of there next time, right? So I don't have to write you a $260 ticket. Yep, I will never do that again. I promise. Get off of me! Curveball, super cheats. Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
Somebody just logged into the chat as Skate Dude something. SK8 something.
Must be a stud.
Must be some kind of superhero.
Oh, Jeff Harris.
Well, Jeff Harris isn't Skate Dude.
He must be responding. Okay.
Yeah, I was just pointing it out because Bill is the Skate 8 god. You don't see a lot of guys whose names start with SK8. Get off of me. Yeah,
What am I doing shooting these guys?
we're asking for it. While I was practicing for the Robotron thing, I had a timer set up on my screen, and Stahl came in and said, "How long have you been playing?" So he's not the sharpest tool in the shed sometimes. Look at the fucking clock, you idiot. Yeah, under there.
I think I can turn off this Dr. Dave.
Yeah, is it bugging here?
Well, no. We can turn off something. That's all.
You just want to turn something off? Just for fun?
I know where that switch is, and no, we'll keep it going. I'm expecting Doug to show up.
Doug ain't showing up. What is he calling?
Steve, do. Roller skate, do, as he left. Come on, guys.
I was just calling you.
There's no black licorice out there at this hour.
You didn't give me no fucking licorice?
Bring no licorice this hour.
Guy shows up at midnight and doesn't bring me any fucking licorice. Did you bring me a Red Bull or something?
I do. I got a Rockstar. Or Arizona. Or 10 tacos.
Or 10 tacos? Just take your pick.
It's all from Ken.
I got you.
Everything you see here. You can get leftovers.
Oh, okay. Alright.
I'm making one now. You want 8 of them?
No, I'll just eat it.
You want rice markers? You good?
I'm good.
Good. We're waiting for you.
Cool.
You want an Arizona or a Rockstar?
Rockstar, baby.
Yeah, Rockstar, brother. It's actually mine, but I got another one in the car.
Dude, I've been playing this game for fucking 15 hours.
Oh, nice. Amazing.
Getting my ass kicked, though.
Big show. Yeah, the one fucked up by you, by million.
He's by 2 million.
Yeah, well, he don't,
He ain't taking breaks. He don't want to lose.
yeah, he wants to win. He's on he crashed his guys, too, during the downtime.
Yep.
He ran from him.
Yeah.
Right there, it's just saving time. Instead of just
Yep.
having to take off. I think he's pissing in the cup.
Huh? He ain't pissing in the
He's
cup.
pissing in the cup.
He ain't pissing in the cup.
Crap, he got diapers
No,
on.
he's got a little more class than that. He ain't doing
He
that.
got diapers on. I'm with you.
We're getting ready to take him to the catheter.
It's, what? Woo!
Put the pin off when I'm walking these steps there. On your mark.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get in a little better shape and do this again. It does make a big difference holding up an extra 30 pounds all the time.
I went to Jackson for licorice. Then I went back to licorice. And then I went the opposite way. I went back, up the base, pretty safe way. Back to just 5 minutes. And then there's nothing up there. My goods had nothing. Where that is the show gas station. What were you doing?
You guys just be quiet over there. Where'd you get the F-14? Who? Oh, Dustin? God.
You should see what he's got after this shoot out of it. Oh, it's basketball.
Yeah, he wanted to buy my games for his private game room. Fucking dirtball.
The top.
Oh, it's flash. Oh, that was a flash drive or something. Oh yeah, I got another one for your car. You want one of these? Make it up. This is the raw one.
Alright. Cock opener.
Yeah. Who all wants to play? I'm good at it. I can do them all. Gauntlet, high jump. Hurdles. That's right.
What did you think of the new game room, Dougie?
Yeah, he's jacked in there. Yeah, one too many maybe. Too jacked in there. It's kind of funny.
Nope, perfect.
Want your walk? That's why I gotta say, if you need one more pin, you take a Hubert and that run away.
That was originally the plan, was to get one more pin. I think 4 pins is enough.
Yeah, fucking one. Okay. Get 601. Get him Justin. Good deal. I talked to him today too.
I'm gonna install the pins today.
Oh, did you? We
Barbed
talked about
wire. Oh my god.
pins. I ate that glass. It's just it's a booster. And Mark, translation it. The bitch.
I said, how is it for real? And he goes, it sucks. He goes, the game's bullshit.
So how's it working?
They only made like 890 or something.
$1,200, man. I'm doing it right now. I'm gonna do that for you right now.
Also, I went up to Vancouver and bought a watch from a guy. So I made the trip to my machine and matched it up. Compared the two, they're both equally perfect. So I got a spare one. Putting away in future loop. Yeah, it's not printed on the glass. It sucks. And then this guy had a collection.
Oh.
Real strong. Yeah.
Fuck.
There's the other side.
Real chrome, now shiny this. I'll take that one.
Yeah, right. This one.
He's out.
It moves in the background, so he's gonna have to shut it off again to reset it, and it'll move back. And then, like, depending on what you're triggering, that voice number moves along. Next, it is something. That's the one I asked him to turn on so we could play it. Me and Austin and him.
And my horse won when I played. 1 out of 6 chance. This guy's had for said he wouldn't sell it for $4 grand.
Hey, Robotron, I thought he was here. Oh, you did. Go to ah.
These got these. Perfect condition. Baby marquee and that's it. But it's only what they look for a good set. Do you remember the golf things with the grass, the humps would change and rotate the motors and repeat the channel?
That's how they got to start.
You remember that though? I'd love to find one.
Really? Right, shit. He's a fucking name. He sees a lot of shit, doesn't he?
Right, he does. Yeah. I saw some more weird shit in there today that I'd never seen. $70 million. Right. Save that bitch right on time. Shooting away spaghetti like it's nobody's business. Let's get back to 70 minutes. This is fucking beautiful.
I know, what the fuck?
What's up, Doug?
He got that shit cranked up. In case you guys didn't know it, I was a spy hunter. Ah.
Damn, walking back.
He just went brrrr.
Yep, cut you right off.
Negative, Ghost Rider. That pattern is full. Oh, come on. Your face.
Damn, he's at
72.7. Holy smokes. 2.4. No pressure.
Shit's already fucking killing me.
I'm gonna go for a smoke.
Alright.
Get out of here, shut my mouth.
Shit's killing me. Oh, this bitch is starting to sing now. Oh yeah. Oh, it's breaking out. Oh. Oh yeah.
Definitely the best arcade game music ever.
Bill said he was leaving.
No, he went to go have a smoke.
Not really bitches. Oh, breaking out. Shit's killing me. Breaking out. We just got to see this thing start playing.
Just awesome. Yeah, buddy. Did you guys do something with your cars?
Oh, Jesus, it's real bad now.
Hmm? Or are you
I
gonna
might be taking
take it
off
off?
soon, but depending on when I wake up, if you're still going, I'll come back.
Oh, these going nuts.
If Doug can actually play that game. What's your high here now, Matt?
421,000.
You gotta beat 421,000.
Not as wet.
Shit's killing me. Fucking gas pedal.
The gas pedal's no good?
Oh, you bitch.
There's some tacos there. I ain't gonna eat those tacos. I don't know where the Taco Bell that's open 24/7 is open.
Oh, you should be down close as fuck.
I do not know, sir.
Sir?
I do not know.
Gotta hurry up. Come here. Hurry up.
Oh,
Yeah. Big money. I heard about the things I've been playing. Jesus, shit me in here. He's gonna shoot me! Come on. Good job, he's doing that. Shot himself.
really?
Double. Oh, bring it out. You never did this before. My bolts.
Damn it.
Oh, the energy's stacking up over here. Oh,
What's your score over there, Dougie?
123, cool guys.
Sweet.
First game. I go for $1 million tonight.
Yeah.
Your mark. Shit is killing me. Shit. It's all coming together.
Oh, wow. Sounds of Peter Gunn filling up the driveway.
Is it loud out there?
Well, you know, it's just everybody's windows are closed because it's winter anyway.
Mason Rhodes.
Doug says he's gonna get $1 million tonight. Shut that fucking nerd down.
Not just a collector and a route guy, alright. Actually scores.
Oh, they're all running now. Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Oh, road. Oh, that's a train.
The music's just freestyle it. Like a third part. There's really random noises. I know. The part everything everybody remembers looking at.
Go for billion tonight. Not this game, next game. First one. I could beat this one. It's pretty good. Thanks for me. I got any time. Then it'll all run together.
Whenever I have a decent game going, it just falls apart and lose like 2 or 3 lives on the icy road.
Look at it all. Look at it all. Touch their phone. I don't know what to do. Jesus. I didn't have smoke.
God damn it.
That's cool. That there's not to look at. That's cool. Well, there's just not one only one back.
Hey Matt,
Yeah.
what'd you think of that 156,000 elevator action?
That was sick.
Fucking that. My shit's killing me.
Talk to me now. Just everything doesn't. Yeah, that elevator action replay was sick.
He's clearly got something going on in that game.
No, there were some funny things that happened in that game. Like on the bottom of like building 8, there were like 3 red doors like all in a row on the left side. Like it's going down. There's a red door there, red door there, red door there, all on the left side.
Have you guys seen the recording of the guy who gets like 256 something on elevator action by the crack out of the first stage?
256?
Yeah. He just finds a spot that he can basically never take that, like, I think survive even with a timer going in.
Huh. Thought the enemies came out way too fast, but.
Yeah, they start going forward and all sorts of stuff. He's just got a spot. I don't know if it's the first one or the second one, but
Sure, that's
it's not valid.
not gonna be allowed.
No, because it looks like you can do it wherever.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, Wagner does.
Yeah, I'll bet.
But he's really good at the game, so.
Well, even if you're leeching the shit out of it, that's still a lot of points.
Yeah.
That's
That game score is very slow.
Well, no, I think he gets like. I don't remember what the score.
I'll look it up.
Actually, but he gets the majority of his points up before he gets the
Well, that's lame. Wagner isn't even trying to lead. He's just trying. He wants to get to building 10. He's just playing straight through.
Whoa, hey guys, come on. Yeah, race back. Whoa, look out!
There's 2 volume controls and they're on the right hand side in there. I don't mind the volume being cranked up when he's playing, but just the attract mode doesn't need to be that loud. Because the music is pretty awesome.
smells too, but it's a sweet candy smell. Sweet candy smell compared to cigarettes, you know? It does have a scent. Yeah, that guy gets a blue screen. Is he working off an LCD?
No.
Nope, it's
Yeah, he just doesn't have his camera set up as the same as mine.
Gordy went to that. He went to the thing first. When he got rid of smoking cigarettes, he went to the vape.
Oh, yeah.
And now he's quit that, so he's quit total. There you go.
That's what it's supposed to do.
That's the way it goes. You're gonna get a vape.
Yeah, you might as well quit because you're going to have to do that missile command.
Yeah, and that missile command comes after the change of life. The smoking comes before the change of life. But anyway, no, I got it worked out where, because you know, we're paying extra for life insurance through work now if you're a smoker. Alright, that's been going on for years now. But they're threatening that next year it's going to go up even more. But before you can qualify as a non-smoker, before the turn comes around for you to re up, you have to be quit for 6 months. So I got it packed up, figuring out that I got to quit during April, or I got to go pay an extra another year when they increase the rate. So I got 2 months.
You better get to stepping up.
I got 2.5 months. Oh, I'm trying to get this extra 2 weeks of smoking. I just passed 26 years of smoking. Just 3 weeks ago. Yeah, man, it's April. So when we don't do it, April. And then the change of life can happen. And then this will be all these things I gotta knock them all out.
So what kind of change of life are you going to do there, Bill?
Quitting smoking is just one.
You'll start working out.
It's got to go back to the treadmill. And I've been avoiding that like it's a play. That's been over 3.5 years since I seriously got back into the treadmill for real. But I've been roller skating again, hardcore. Although I hadn't done that in 7 weeks with the old lady and everything. I finally went this week. I skated for 1 hour.
And you were like,
and I was beat up the next day. I skated a little hard. A little too hard.
I skate a little hard too sometimes.
I go skate by. People say skate guys.
Especially when I see guys out there in those tight shorts.
Skate boys.
Skater while you're jam.
So is the video.
Skateboard.
I could have done that.
Yeah, no problem.
You 7 men, I could have done that.
I was trying to scooch on in there.
He spent quite a bit of time over the last couple of weeks sick. That's why he wasn't coming out.
Johnny?
Yeah. Yeah, he's been sick. And he's just getting over it and everything. He wasn't up for it, so.
Yeah, he doesn't do well in the wintertime. I mean, he doesn't get like physically sick very often, but he gets he's got a little bit of seasonal affective disorder. Sad. People that need the sunshine. Come on.
Like a boss.
Boom! Get off!
That's maneuvering at what, man?
Especially after
15 hours?
15 hours.
I mean, did you see that? Did you see that board too?
Stick!
I won't be as impressed unless he does his very best.
Get the fuck off.
Not impressed.
Not impressed. Yeah, I did just about get it.
One man with somebody pouring on the front. I just watched the extra man counter grow on that one man.
That was pretty good, man.
I was gonna play it earlier, but I didn't want to start Casper.
That was a pretty sick mappy run. How long was it? 2 hours, 2.5 hours?
Something like that.
That's a crazy long time to play that game with 4 guys.
I had to stay on him about I felt as though I kept mentioning, don't worry about points for board, just go for board, save the life, screw it. Don't get uptight. Play the board.
Yeah, he sometimes gets a little uptight.
Man, he played his last man great, and he drained it and just kept milking that score on and on and on. Really good. And he was giving up the board, not getting all the points, and he was doing what he should have done. I was impressed.
That fucking Hulk did not help my scoring. Why is my lives kind of going back down? Who did that? I didn't order that. I didn't order reverse life counter. I thought I was going to get around the corner. And all of a sudden...
Why is everyone moving so fast already?
What the fuck? You're supposed to be dead already.
Alright, well, I'm gonna take off.
Alright, man.
I'm gonna try to make it back out here in the morning.
Alright. Check and make sure I'm still going first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should be still going once you get breakfast done. Get here.
Are you staying?
Really? I figured that they'd already programmed out that someone was staying. I was going to go early, come back and stay tomorrow, but somehow I'm here now. I just don't want to.
Well, if I'm being honest, if nobody's here, I'll probably quit.
Oh, you mean after 9 a.m.?
I mean, as soon as I can talk myself into it.
After 100 million.
I don't know. I feel like I'm playing okay right now. But fuck, I'm getting tired.
Best of luck. Hang in there.
All right, Matt. Later.
See you guys.
Later.
Dodge spaghetti like it's nobody's business.
That must be kicking that pinball there. So.
I can get one of these out of here, right?
Yeah, probably two of them. And take that coffee cup too.
Is that the blue thing?
Yep. Oh. Oh, come on. Can't do that.
He's only against by 2.3 now in this game.
Sweet. I think I can catch him. Yeah, he's in the. He's 3 hours ahead. I think he's 3 hours ahead. He might only be 2 hours ahead.
Oh, he started?
No. I know. Time zone wise. Come on. Come on now. Shooting fastballs.
Oh, what? He can shoot out of his ankle as he's walking away?
Apparently. He shit it out right on me. That's alright. You ain't the first game that super cheats. Where is he up in the corner? He's dead. Bounce. I hate it when that happens. I saw how that whole level was going to go that when I took off the first time, and then dead.
They walked you into a trap. Well, roll me down.
come over and fuck you.
Yeah.
Where's your mark? First game out there we go.
Actually, give it one more.
I need to go. I need to.
Okay, I'm just gonna get up myself.
I'll look at it right.
Yes, sir.
I'm not gonna.
Thank you.
I can't come back this weekend, but I'll be checking in on you and rooting for you.
Awesome.
I'd give you a pat on the back, but I don't want Alfred to DQ your score.
Right.
Great setup.
Thank you.
See you again soon, hopefully.
Cool.
Thanks for having me. What's that, Bill? The Taco Bell? Yeah. Oh, I played at least that. Shit, garbage in this game. I just can't stop running into other cars. Some of the situations. Alright. Later, guys.
You know about the turbo button?
Get done, Jen.
No.
On the other
Hold this. Not this. Hold this turbo button. Next time. Where's he driving off to? Ross or what?
Ross is out of here.
Where's he at?
He's no, he's Oregon City, yeah.
This guy's power to go out or something. Right, this one.
Right? Joystick brakes.
There you go.
Impressive.
Casper killed it.
We can ever take that picture before.
score was 1.27.
That's a clubbing.
That's a ass stomping.
Somebody was a baby seal, and somebody was Alaskan.
Somebody was a club. Say what?
What did you say? Easy.
No,
Standard.
medium.
They made it official. Yeah. Yeah, we got it. Hopefully. But, a lot of times he suffers the first man only. So tonight he did not suffer that. Tonight he let not his first man just continue on and play.
I'll watch it actually. Like I didn't have to come here. I watched hours of it.
You didn't even have to go.
I got the magnifying lens on my window scene, little zoom thing, and I zoomed in on the camera, right here, this camera, and so I saw the action in here. It was kind of blurry, but I saw Peter was over here, Sam playing Hogan's Alley and shit. I saw it all.
As the night went on, the camera slowly edged its way over.
Yeah.
So when I went back over, and I moved back over here, people chimed in on the chat saying thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it gave them a different view than the events so far.
Well, it's blurry anyway.
Yeah, it's just a small little. We just put it up in the corner.
You're seeing the light switches and stuff, the middle one and stuff. And I was thinking, it's just maybe 1 and 3, or maybe possibly Robotron and shit. I was thinking, you could just gain power. The light switches at 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, the ones on the wall.
Yeah, it's like control Robotron now.
No, it controls the light behind the games over there, the pole position and asteroids, because they had to get back there to change dip switches. So I was trying to get Matt to turn the light on.
Say I've never played Hogan's Alley before, my ass. It's played fucking 1,000 games.
Who the hell has not played Hogan's Alley? I wasn't even a big Nintendo fan, and I played Hogan's Alley. Come on! They were going after that one right there. I had him isolated, everything was good. Oh, idiot. Look at my lives counter going up though. How many times am I going to run into that thing? It is doable.
He's going to be dying in 5,000. You died in the walk.
Come on! This shit's one right there. Hey, have one of these since you made such an awesome maneuver and got out of the way. Money. Yeah, not this time. Damn it.
Oh,
Should have just killed myself. Firepower.
nice to come back here again. Easy. He's been on in the West 50 years. 4 years. Listen to me.
Oh, really?
Well, here we do. We just rolled it again. That zookeeper's made a lot of money around here.
Hopefully for you, right on. It's all crap. Nobody wants that stuff.
What, vectors? Yeah. Did you sell your Robotron, Doug?
I gotta figure out how I'm gonna spend probably around $100 on. I'm gonna have a drawer in my kids' cabinet. I'm gonna save the other $100. I'll have to sit down and play it. I don't care. No, I mean it's a real board. It's the wiring from the cabinet. Just being into a drawer.
Shit, you so hard, drip sweat playing that. Making the floor just ripping.
I was sweating like a mother when I started today.
Yeah, it's just sweating so hard.
I had to take a shower.
The body gets used to it. You've already sweated it out.
I'm still sweating. It's not as bad as I was this morning. All right, I'll give up. Shit. Nothing good here.
Three digits of extra net.
Yeah. Get them built up so I can take a nap in the morning after I hit 100 million.
You would stop, I'll go for 200. You're already going.
Well, if I make it to 100,
Might as well go.
I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna take a nap. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna see if that works. Sleep for a half hour.
You still have you guys left?
Yep.
Yeah, then we already decided. You didn't know you're starting, but now you know. You might as well go.
Yeah.
You want to go for 4 days.
You're already at 75 million, man. It's like it was nothing.
Like it was nothing.
You can do 2 times nothing.
Anybody could. What's up, Robbie Lakeman?
Lakeman in the house.
In his ass. Co-world record holder.
Lakeman.
Ross is like 4 on arcade now.
Oregon representative taking second place at Commonwealth 3.
Yeah.
Unlike some states, we only have one representative represent Oregon. He took second. Only to the guy that wins it every year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That kid is amazing.
The guy that lost last year wins it every year.
No, Jeff Wilms, yeah.
They fly him in for that.
He flies himself and he won every year. Grand for Ross, which was awesome at the time. Broke that college team.
Money when I'm here.
I don't know, I don't see anything good.
Money. Oh! My top there's like 30,000 money.
Ah. Fuck you, I'm getting it. No, I think it's just me and David. Yeah, he was rocking out over there.
Blues though.
Matt got 4 or something last time he was here.
On Spine Hunter?
Yep.
Oh, I had no idea.
There's no Tina anymore. She is out of here.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, I thought they were just gone for the weekend or something.
Nope.
Oh.
Well, she is gone for the weekend.
Okay, I guess I was right.
Yeah. And next weekend, and every subsequent weekend.
Yeah. Oh, there'd be ample people around over the weekend.
Nope.
Well, good thing you got Doug hanging with you until the morning when someone else shows up. It's very sweet of him.
Get out of my way. That thing's crazy.
Yeah, what is he buying that?
He bought it, yeah. He already paid for that one.
Oh, okay. Oh, so he's
coming tomorrow, though.
from you. Yeah, tomorrow I'm supposed to swap my Senate and then I'm probably the one that's ending up with the account that went from the we'll see.
Well, that's a no-brainer for your buddy right there. I mean, $100, that's his game. He's the world record holder. My buddy. Well, he just was 2 at $100. Get a garage full of those things.
No, because I already own one and I sold it for a profit. I'm like, hey man, I'm gonna do that again. I'm gonna get this game back. And then,
It's no brainer for the world record holder. He doesn't know.
he's got one.
He needs more crap.
His game takes 2 minutes, 14 seconds.
There's some money over here.
Right in the ass. All right. Balls. Didn't even see that guy get shit up. Dog shit.
Right up there, there's your partner. Wait back. Oh, money. Nice there. Use bonus right here. Bonus right there. That's a good run. Is dead.
Oh. Yeah, considering how bad that started out, that didn't turn out so bad.
Oh, son of a bitch. You fucking would have got that one. You'd been rolling again. See what's coming with it. Oh, money. Oh, here's that right to that.
It's alright, all I need was the points. Am I still gaining it all, Bill? No, 2,000. Yeah, I got him anyway.
No way.
Oh, Mikey, don't go over there. It's a trap. You stupid fucking kid. It's like one of my kids. Hey, I got candy. Come into my van. Okay. Money. I wanted that human so bad.
They leave it as bait the whole time.
They did.
Oh, I saw the hole too right there. That was money. That was the only choice. Well, screw you guys. Oh, money. Look at all the boomerangs coming in. Oh, you shitting me?
An ocean.
Oh, down there.
What happened there?
Been patient. Fuck. Nothing good going on there. There's nothing good. It's alright. Ow, I was out of there. Oh, that was bullshit. Waits right till I'm ready to exit and then shits one out. Nice. I'll take it.
Crisscross City in there. Oh, that was beautiful. That was like scissors in there. You cut the scissors.
That was a good one.
Oh yeah, Jesus, that's a speed on you.
There it is. Gonna get you. That's it. Right, this was the first zombie apocalypse right here. Before it was cool. It was the Tommy gun that got me fired up. That music is really awesome. Oh my God. Now, this is the first time I've really been building guys for the last 5 hours. Oh, fucking idiot!
Oh, you ran into him.
That's alright.
That's the way we
Get out of there. Okay, fuck it. And I killed myself off so that I could just get the 1,000 points and be out of there, rather than sit and fucking wait for that guy to come out from behind his Hulk shield.
Eating up your time, points per minute.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Can't have that bullshit.
Right.
Wasn't getting out of there, but I did get the people. That's really what mattered. Points.
Let them eat a little bit. They're hungry as shit. David playing with a 4-inch ball.
I think David is. I don't like them.
Oh, like the Corkies? Oh, Richard Spencer? He bought Corkies. It's like a little studs. 4 inches. My birthday. What you looking away for? What's going on?
I thought I had it. I thought that wait was over.
I've been there.
Get out of here. You too, you too. Ah! Couldn't hold them off forever. As long as you die with no humans left on the screen, that's a good way. But right now I could die. Probably come out ahead. Nope.
Man, I'm gonna feel guilty leaving when I leave. Holy shit. It's like a games I get working on. 3 of them. I can't be destroyed for that too long. Today. I'm swapping my Corky. What your what?
So why are you getting the millipede?
We're swapping because later I can put the kid in it, and I don't mind Centipede with the medium track. Well, I get 2 for 1.
Yeah, well, that's how I feel too. That's why I have the millipede instead.
And Cork wants it because he's a serious contender, and they all play on for real size full ones. So he's going to do this trade so he gets back a Centipede, and he can get more for selling the Cabaret than he can a full size right now. So that way he sells the Cabaret and he makes money. And gets some money for the fish concerts, I'm sure. Got a fish problem.
I got 500 for my Centipede.
And then 50 for delivery?
Yep. I did have to take it down a flight of stairs into the basement, which kind of sucked, but...
You didn't have to wear a tuxedo, though.
Did not have to wear a tuxedo, no.
The back door or the front door?
Back door, yeah. Money.
Now, we're sure there's plenty of ways you can we haven't done. Talking about Toby's back door.
Yeah. Had to flip this thing off first, but. I asked him if he should lube it up first or something, and he said, nope, don't worry about it.
Bring it in.
Just bring it in, just ram it in. Take it home. I said, all right, man.
The one night I went over to
But this snake is pretty big.
One night I went over to Richard Stepson's. I took two buddies with me, both bigger than me, and Stepson's like, oh, hey, we got 2 pinball machines in the garage. You guys want to help? We got them down in the basement. That was the Circuit Folk there.
I keep trying to get him to sell me his getaway.
Oh, his getaway, really?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one. That's good too.
And I like the high speed and all. It's cool, but
High Speed 2 is cool.
I think High Speed 2 would be cooler. It's one of the few sequels that's actually better than the original. I'm sure that I'll have no problem getting 1,200 out of mine. And if I can get his for 25, I'm into it for 12. The way I see it.
Hey, however you have to justify getting a game.
That's right. I'm terrible. I've just been buying like crazy. Fucker. Brookwood? Yeah, that's the longest fucking 25-mile-an-hour road in the world. And there's cops on it all the time because they know it. They know nobody wants to do 25.
The road tightens up and he goes at 35. That's really correct. And then all that's not Brookwood or whatever. Then you got freeway. It's 55 right there. That's all mass. Then it goes at 45. It's still pretty quick.
Yeah. Fuck. Of course you do. Of course you do.
Oh, Marky D.
He's been popping in and out all day from Secret Donkey Kong Island.
You're short.
I watched him.
I keep going by what the difference is. And when we first started keeping track, we were at 2.4, and now we're just at 2.1. So the last half hour gaining back.
I saw him he was leading by 300.
I got distracted right at the beginning of the game. Had to like move my camera and stuff because they couldn't see the score because they had some overlay on the thing. And phone calls and shit. So he got off to a pretty good lead right off the bat. And then I caught up, and then he pulled way ahead, and everybody started showing up and stuff. Yeah, the track and field is jacked. The board's jacked. Shouldn't be a problem though.
Man, I wish I had a plan to have this week out.
Well, you knew it was coming, motherfucker.
Well, you didn't set that up. You didn't set that up with me.
Huh?
You didn't set anything up with me.
Get in there. Get in there.
See if I should nuke this. You want this nuked or anything? Or just leave it alone?
No, just leave it alone.
We got more. There's like 3 more of them here for you. Yeah.
Now they said trying to make match. Yeah. Everybody set up for cigarette.
Hi.
Yeah, right. You set for now? You set for a few
I'm
minutes?
set, yep. I hope he's practicing up on that Donkey Kong Jr. because after what Casper did to that Mappy world record tonight, he said Junior's next. Casper got 2.3 something, or 2.228, something like that. Million. He beat it by a million, just over a million. Fuck you.
So, we got till 2 a.m. out there.
Yep.
When are we gonna set up? I'm gonna bring another one. For future use.
Alright. Come on. Oh. Not a good way to die on. Hey, Bill.
Yep.
Before you leave, there's a fan, like back there.
Yep.
Could you dig that thing out? That's not the fan.
Yeah, but it's got to come first. At least I got to make room. Shit, I can't get to the end of the cord. But I think I can move it and make room. Alright, leave the heater back here for a second, but it'll be gone.
Oh, you gotta turn that thing off.
Look at that.
The knob on the top of it. Is it off? Or did it just stop making noise? Okay, it's off. Okay, to power the fan, there's an extension cord underneath there somewhere.
Yep. Where do you want the fan? Right here.
Somewhere over there is cool.
One, two, or three?
One. Nice and slow.
Right here's good.
That should be good.
Hey, man. I'm getting out, Ken.
All right, man.
Good seeing you.
Likewise. Thanks for coming.
Corvette pops.
You like that Corvette? If you're not ready to blow, you can park your car in the driveway. There's another spot in the driveway.
How do you roll? Just be a shifter here, shouldn't there, instead of like a plunger? Maybe a shifter? Or is that high speed?
Nope. That's high speed. man. Thank you for the.
One of the ones there.
If you got one, I will take it. I'll drink that some bitch. Thanks for coming out. Getting me all amped up on rock stars and Tommy Gun. I'm gonna be one sore old man after this. We're going up. I actually feel a lot better than I did an hour and a half ago. That's cool. I'm probably not going to quit. I'm not going to quit. I'm probably not going to. What are you doing here? You guys didn't want to die. Get off my boat. All I care about is getting the points, right? Give me that.
Good tunes.
Yeah, nice oldies, kind of 80s playlist somebody put together.
boy. Oh, nice one.
Oh! I didn't know where the fuck I was going right there.
Money right
I gotta go over here though. I gotta save Mikey. Oh, money!
That's that right there. Nice work. Colors are crazy. Getting that 1.7 down. 1.7. You pulled up a 200, 300 grand right there.
Playing the fuck out of this bitch. Alright, Doug, you gotta go. We'll go move your car, because they'll tow that fucker and you'll be calling up Rick.
Fucking crying.
Crying. Rick towed my car, motherfucker. Alright, Doug. We'll talk to you later. Damn it.
your mark. Get set.
Okay. Been a long time. Yeah, Robbie! Yeah, all four of you setting a record at the Kincaid. Even if that record is the most beer drank while trying to get a Donkey Kong record. That is a prestigious award, no doubt about that. There are very few places where you can actually get that badge. Okay. okay. That's okay. Good way out of there. Ow. It's alright. Well, it's not the most awesome, that's for sure. Honestly, I feel pretty good. My brain's still here. cheats. Reset. Mother. Trying to focus. I just run straight into something. Okay. Didn't get back over there fast enough. Whatever. Can't do that though. still have a few points. It cost me so many. So dumb. No way. That was good. What happens when I lose that hyper focus though? What's up, Steve? The maximum Steve. Partial Steves are not allowed. Hey Robbie, I have all of the emotes blocked, so every time you do Kappa or tears or whatever, they just show up as asterisks like you're calling him a dick or something. What's up, Jimmy? Got him, right field, got him. All that trouble for one chip. Later, Bill. Cool. I'm doing that. Get to him. Get out of there. That was a pretty gnarly massacre of all my people there, motherfuckers.
Hey, you guys. It's just like 6 a.m. here, 6:14 a.m. Central, and getting up and seeing two guys still going. I don't know how far Greg made it, but I'm assuming that he made it to 50 million and won a shirt. I know Dane made it to 54 million. Hey, you guys. Ooh, let me turn that feed off. 6 a.m. here. All right, so Dane sent an email that he made it to 54 million and his arms were killing him. Hey, is that Xander or Neo out there? So, yeah, it's still dark here. Midwest won't be light for a while. You can kind of see a little bit of window. It's black out there. Oh, Jennifer, hey, did you find that shirt that I gave Jace when we were in the studio? But anyway, this is much like it was in 1982 in the arcades, 83 also, when kids were staying up all night at the arcades. The arcade owners were either trusting them in the store, locked in all night, or the arcade owners would stay up. And it would be a long night for these players. You know, they're mentally in the zone, especially a game like Robotron. And this is physically taxing. I keep referencing Jace talking about esports. Well, this is one of the games that is a physical endeavor. It's not just pushing some buttons. They are using upper body strength nonstop. I don't know how many calories they'd be burning. And David Gomez's wife, Nan, maybe could fill in what David does for nutrition or bathroom breaks, but this is a physical gauntlet.
Yeah.
There are a few games out there that require physical strength to play, but this is about the granddaddy. So anyway, in these arcades, 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old kids would be playing all night in the arcade to prove something. This new age of electronic warriors, before anybody even had a label for what was going on, the kids were already embracing the pop culture of it. And in the middle of the night, Nan can tell you, it feels like a long, empty stretch of highway in the desert. It's a long haul. So 6 a.m. as the sun would be getting ready to come up was kind of an exciting time because you actually survived that valley, that dark lull, almost valley of death, I guess, where you don't know if you can keep going. But I'm sure that these players are probably feeling a bit energized. Now, David has the benefit of being in the Midwest, so he's further east in the world. Ken is 2 hours later, so I guess it's probably still middle of the night to Ken. But David surely is getting that extra burst. So 100 million point gauntlet. Once again, the concept of esports. This was an actual gauntlet to them. Now, can you reach the 100 million point finish line? It's very similar to an endurance runner who would be running 100 miles, which would encompass a 24-hour race. You know, at points they're probably even crawling on that trip, but they have to keep going. So a lot of parallels here with what's going on in Robotron. Nan, David's wife, says he's had 2 bathroom breaks and eaten only 2 apples. So he's doing it like a runner. He's keeping on the road. Now there is a little bit of a bragging right going on. It is true that Robotron is a personal challenge. You know, it's a personal challenge against you and the game code, which was designed by 2 brilliant programming maestros who have a historical legacy of their own. But there's also a challenge between these 2 players happening, because this is the debut of the brand new, what's called the tie-dye ROM set. You can read about it out there. It's referenced all over the place. But Larry DeMar made some updates to the Robotron code specifically for people that wanted to play long games. It's valid VidKids code coming right from the original programmers. But one of these two players is going to be the first person ever in history to have rolled the score over at 100 million points on the tie-dye ROM set. Right now it's looking like Ken is at 89.6 million. I'll have to click on David's feed here and see what his says. Oh my, he's at 91 million. So it looks like he's power cruising. It must be where she's referenced. He's only taking some breaks, a few breaks. So normally I think the players would try to take 4-minute breaks on a regular interval while watching their lives, but I think they're going all out. They're sprinting. So you're not seeing two players here just lagging along, like crawling, just trying to make the 100 million. These guys are sprinting right now in this competition. Only one of them will be the Neil Armstrong. The other one's going to end up being Buzz Aldrin, which is both hugely important. And that's a reference to where Jace has talked about the elite significance of some of these competitions, where less people have completed some of these video game challenges than people have been on the moon, or humans have been on the moon. And this is one of those cases. No one has ever rolled the score or played the new tie-dye ROM set for 23, 24 hours to roll the score. One of these two will do it. And they'll both go down in the history and the legacy of this game as, elite. These two people made the Gauntlet challenge on tie-dye ROM set. And this is also, I don't know how many people are watching really out there. Oh, Stephen Boyer, ex-Twin Galaxies ref, major cheerleader of classic gaming, says they can shoot for 200 million. I do believe that Ken made a statement that he intends on trying to play for 48 hours. I think that he probably has the endurance, probably as David Gomez does too. So you might see that. We'll see. But the first goal is who hits 100 million first for the bragging rights. But they will both be in the legacy of this game. And the neat thing about classic gaming, it's something that has kind of consolidated. You've seen it in the Donkey Kong community. These long-term players and these really dedicated players that like a specific game and really dedicate their attention to understanding all the dynamics and the history of a game, they band together through social media and these online avenues like forums, and it creates these little groupings. So there are communities and there are histories in these communities and documentation for these various games. So when you have an event like this happening, this actually will be recorded. And I'm not talking about like CNN picking up the story or whomever out there, in the old manners that you had to be in a magazine to be legitimate. There's all this immediate online media that reaches the whole planet, and these communities embrace that. So
that's kind of what I was thinking.
These things will be documented. And the neat thing is that Jace Hall's Twin Galaxies, like with Jen here doing the Twin Galaxies live media aspect of Twin Galaxies, this is also being embraced on a larger level than Twin Galaxies has ever imagined to function. It's pretty impressive. One of the original Twin Galaxies arcade employees from Ottumwa, in the 82 to 84 range, and then I was away for quite a while, but there have been a lot of advancements and media events for Twin Galaxies. There was even the prime time, that's incredible stuff. But what's happening right now, what you guys are seeing with this Twin Galaxies Live, is a bigger media presence than has ever occurred in the Twin Galaxies history. And so you are not only going to probably see things like Robotron or Donkey Kong or Mario Brothers represented, you're going to see all the new gaming. The kids nowadays, the kids in early grade school, they're the Minecraft generation. Just like I'm 46, my generation was the Atari 2600 generation after a short stint with with Palm in the early things, the handhelds like the Simons and the other little handheld games, the Mattel football games. But I think you'd probably call us the Atari 2600 generation. I think the next group that's coming up in early grade school, I think they're the Minecraft generation. But there's a lot of stuff going on, and it will continue to morph. But it's a neat thing because now there's an infrastructure to handle whatever history changes.
Jerry,
so,
are you in here?
Robotron is not the definition of classic gaming in its entirety, nor is it the definition of electronic sports or video gaming. But it's part of that spectrum, and it's an early part of the spectrum. So this is all pretty exciting. It's like 6:25 in the morning, and I'm getting up and sitting out here in the cold back porch, talking to whomever around the planet. Robbie Lakeman, heck, go for 300 million. Robbie, I actually was around you out there in Banning that, but it was such a crazy event I didn't really get a chance to talk to you. So anyway, I saw you over there in the area where Richie Knuckles was doing the events, but sorry we didn't get to talk. But anyway, I'm fully aware of your elite gaming skills. So there's one of those people that is one of the young guys coming along who's really embraced the classic stuff, even though maybe they weren't in arcades in 1982, or maybe not born. I don't even know how old you are, Robbie. There's a lot of exciting stuff going on, and now there is a good infrastructure for handling it. Actually, the Donkey Kong Forum is one of those places that I was kind of thinking of. So if you're into anything in the culture of Mario, check out that Donkey Kong Forum. There are a lot of elite players there. There are the famous documentary folks like Hank Chin, and Billy's not online in anything, but I think that he keeps track of that through some of his acquaintances. You've got Robbie, who I think, are you the highest score in Donkey Kong, Robbie? Is that true? The arcade score? Have you reached the highest? Then Maximum Steve, I know that is Stephen Boyer's buddy, Steve Plesath, who I haven't had the privilege to meet, but you were in Florida, and I'm actually the person behind the scenes that organized all those trading cards, that huge amount of trading cards that went out there. So I have seen you work through that. And plus I watched your videos, and plus I voted on your world record score at Twin Galaxies. One of the silent voters out there. It'd be curious to know from Jen. I'm sure Jen knows behind the scenes. She could tell us what kind of voting. I think that the voting might be in the multi-thousands on some of those events. There are only a few people that really vocalize through text in the written form there, but I think the background voting is monstrous at Twin Galaxies now. I think us group of classic gamers would be surprised if we really knew what kind of numbers were happening. I think it's far bigger what's happening right now than the imaginations of the classic gaming group could imagine. So, Mr. Commentator, I'm actually Mark Hoff. I was a Twin Galaxies arcade employee in 82 to 84. I'm a Tumwa native. I showed up at Twin Galaxies. Muller, everybody showed up around the time of the Life magazine photo shoot. You know, it's a small town. That was big news that Walter had a big time thing going on. I worked on the scoreboard, as part of what I did. I started working there to do the That's Incredible scoreboard. So myself, a professional expert that worked at Radio Shack, and two other kids ended up putting that scoreboard process together that they actually used in Ottumwa for the video game Olympics. And you see that on the That's Incredible. If you watch that back, and they show some clips which were probably taken from our local news station, but that stuff made it on national media. So when you see the little digitized pictures of the game names on old TV monitors. I think we maybe had some stuck in the old scoreboard in the background. I did a lot of the graphics in that particular event. There was database stuff going on, but that was mostly handled by another person. And then tying that together was actually a very primitive local area network. The guy had military experience from Radio Shack, and he soldered together a coaxial backbone and tied a bunch of Radio Shack color computers together. So if you look back on the concept of internets and connecting computers, even though that was the fledgling bulletin board era, Twin Galaxies had a homebrew network going on. We didn't really know what we were doing. We were not savants or geniuses. Walter has a way of bringing people into projects. It's like, well, I want to do this, I envision this, and we had no idea how to do it, but it all came together somehow. We stayed up, on the weekends all night. In fact, Walter did an award ceremony, I don't know, maybe a couple years ago it was for that Icon event, one of the first ones. My mom was in the crowd, and Walter was pontificating about this whole experience and about what us kids did. And my mom made a point that she said, we need to be thankful for letting our kids stay up all night doing these crazy projects, because that's what it was back then. There was no history yet of what video games were or why these things would be significant. We were just doing projects that were interesting, and coin-op games were pop culture. It had drawn us in. Now, years later, we can see just how dynamically the coin-op stuff pulled us in, but it was a fascinating time. So anyway, that's who I am. I'm Mark Hoffman, and I also have helped Walter the last couple of years since the first right after the first Icon, all the trading card stuff. If you've picked up trading cards or if they've been mailed to you, it was probably done by me. I write some of them, but I typically write the pinball stuff. Yeah, Nana's out there. That is David Gomez's wife. Us overgrown video game players and geeks, we really wouldn't be allowed to play video game if it wasn't for our wives allowing this, and Nan really allows a lot of it. It's pretty cool. But they have 2 kids being raised and embraced into this culture, and they have the Game Preserve down there in Houston, which some really cool people, some really connected people involved in that. So I think that they probably spend their weekends with the kids in a real, honest-to-God arcade environment, pinball machines, wide spectrum of games, and a huge audience. So Houston has it going on. Shout out Houston. Yeah, most people don't know I was involved in stuff. I am not a showman. Like Billy Mitchell, he loves the show. He's putting on an act 100% of the time when he's interacting with the video game crowd. Walter has such a charisma and a patriarchal effect. Everybody feels like they know Walter as soon as they meet him, and everybody loves him because that's his shtick and his gig. But I was just a technical workhorse behind the scenes, and I'm not a person that has a strong need for public attention. So a lot of things that happen are behind the scenes. Well, I went to Banning, obviously, and spent an afternoon watching the frantic work being done at Twin Galaxies Live. For example, Jen's on here, and I saw her a couple of times, and until she sees me here, she probably didn't realize that she met me, because she was managing the NFL players and that whole event. If you guys ever get a chance and they invite you into that studio, You should check it out. That's pretty crazy being able to go into a real recording studio. But these guys are working really hard. I mean, like fast-paced, frantic work all day long. And what's kind of surreal, they have a neat little, like a presentation studio, almost like a little movie theater back in the back corner. Big TV up front, and then they've got layers of seating. So we're sitting in there watching the Twin Galaxies live feed, and a guy walks in, just a, I don't know, middle-aged businessman, doesn't look much different than somebody like me. Well, he's the NFL Players Association representative. Like, it's probably what it's like being on a movie set in Hollywood, and I've only been to LA once, which was this trip, but it's kind of crazy. You're in there and just things are happening. You have NFL players walking in, being interviewed. These high-level online gamers are in the studio. It's pretty crazy. If you're into gaming, boy, it's ground zero. I can guarantee that Twin Galaxies Arcade in Ottumwa was never anything on par with that. Actually, Twin Galaxies was a pretty modest place. It was just a little storefront, had 20 or 25 games. Not even the greatest games, because we just relied on Walter relied on a local distributor. I mean, about as exotic as it got was probably Star Wars. In fact, I can't even remember that Dragon's Lair was in there. Maybe it was, but I can't remember that. We went to a place called the Hole to Play in Ottumwa, which was a downstairs tiny little room that was slightly dangerous. So anyway, Twin Galaxies of the past might have seemed exotic, like when you see it on That's Incredible, but a lot of that was because Walter believed in it so much that he really hyped it, and he accentuated the positives and made them seem larger than life, which I guess is what the key to theater is, and probably why so many people bought in, because it's a suspension of disbelief. It's taking the ordinary and making it feel extraordinary, which a little bit of that is in the presentation. What do I have here? This scrolls, so I might miss some things. Let's try to scroll up. I'm guessing this group right now doesn't want me to expound in detail about the dynamics of Robotron enemies and how to actually play it. You guys are probably, if you're up at this hour, you're probably pretty well versed with classic gaming. Of course, we have folks from overseas where it's the day. And if Gary Whittingham is on here, he's an Australian, and Australia is like 3 days ahead of us or something. It's like probably next week. I tried to get him on as a commentator, but I think maybe emails got crossed. Xander, and I didn't send an email to Jen last night, but hopefully he got on and commentated. I missed on that. Okay. The Mario Brothers champion says something about pictures. Get more info from Robert Childs. I don't know who that is. And then Robbie says Billy is that guy. He has an image. Yeah, I've known Billy since he was 17 when he came to Ottumwa, did all that stuff. And as a kid, I know Billy well enough. We can joke a lot. We've been in a lot of events, as kids, and then even lately. Billy was really that image back then also, except as a kid, you believe your image. Now when you talk to him, and I'm sure you guys have met him, he's been to a lot of stuff with Walter. Now he's that same image, but he actually has a sense of humor with it. And if you knew him behind the scenes in his real life, he's a very sensitive, compassionate guy. Very, very compassionate and emotional. He's not that jerk that you see online, or maybe he was even believing a bit when he was a kid. And the elite nature of him playing, he was a really good player back then. His family had a restaurant. They knew other restaurant owners that had video games. So when kids like me were not eating lunch so we could get $1 for 4 quarters after school, Billy had full access, no minimum credits or no maximum credits to play and figure out games like Donkey Kong and Pac-Man. So when he came to Ottumwa, he was hardcore. Everything that you guys know about Donkey Kong, he had mostly known that. All of the little point pressing stuff, he had picked that game apart. So by 1982, he was no joke. And he knew how to do all the little nuanced tricks, the crowd pleasers, like getting a fireball stuck, and a lot of little odd little nuances that he was doing, jumping backwards and getting points over stuff. It was kind of funny to watch, but he taught all of us that stuff. He was not a secret guy at all. He wanted to be defined as the best back then, especially with the Steve battle. If you know Steve Sanders, he's actually really cool. He's a lawyer. He's a family guy. Whatever persona you picked up from King of Kong isn't accurate. If you think he's not a super cool guy, he is. Kind of lost my train of thought there. Neo. Wish I'd talk to you more. Neo is the zookeeper Power Man, right? Neo Storm. David looks like he just started playing. There's an interesting thing about what they're actually doing. This is like watching elite athletes. I don't know if you watched American Idol the other night. After a guy had been accepted, Harry Connick Jr. wanted to race his friend. And the guy was an Olympic sprinter. So they do a little race, and then when you watch it, it looks like the Olympic sprinter is just jogging lightly, and he smokes Harry, and it looks like Harry's really working. But the sprinter just kind of jogged across the room. That's synonymous with what's happening here. These guys have been playing Robotron for 30 years, and they have focused their attention on it, so they are in full economizing mode. Whereas the average person or a learner might be a complete sweaty mess after playing the game for a half hour because you're just playing all out and you don't know how to economize. These guys have efficiency in every level happening. Efficiency in their forearm movements, efficiency in the positioning of the player, efficiency in understanding the complex chaos you see. They've got it organized, and in their brain they understand a hierarchy of behaviors that they have to do to make that chaos become organized, which is actually a forte of the human brain. We excel at this. We've been doing this forever in real life, taking chaos and organizing it and surviving. And that was a design element from, if you talk to Eugene Jarvis on it, maybe Larry can come on later. I don't know if Larry's out there, but Eugene can talk about that. They were physics buffs and science fiction buffs, and they wanted to create, through this minimal assembly language programming, they wanted to create and mimic the experience of real life, taking chaos and seeing if the human being could organize it. So that's what this is. This is the ultimate story of taking chaos and organizing it. Defender is also like that, but Defender is a free-form game where you can make a lot of decisions. This is the claustrophobic game. This is like taking Gladiator in the old Coliseum. Fighting it out. There is no escape from that rectangle. So what do we have here? Let me try to scroll up. Give me a hard time about scrolling. Keeps jumping on me. Okay. Stephen Boyer says, is it possible at all to have this tie-dye ROM actually keep scores up to scores in the 100 millions, or not possible? Well, like I said, I assume Larry will be on at some point. He's the programming genius behind Robotron. But I'm going to assume, based on the 8-bit nature of this infrastructure of the game, that probably isn't possible, because I know that the changes that he added, like unmasking the 10 million digit, which was an original mask done in Stargate, and adding that life counter. He did some clever manipulations to be able to have enough programming space to do that. And with what he did, he pretty much maxed out the memory even more. And the reason that I'm pretty confident that that's right is because he'd made some specialized splash screens and some alterations in the code, like changing the names of all the humans on the screens to match Steve Ritchie's family names. And those are all patches that he has. Well, one of the patches was a dedication to his parents, thanking his parents for what they did to be able to make it so he could become a programmer. And I asked if I could have that welcome screen put into my own version of the tie-dye ROMs, and he said there just physically wasn't enough room to add that in, unfortunately. So long story short, Stephen, I'm doubting it based on the 8-bit nature of the game. Scrolling up here trying to read the stuff. TGL request. That must be about Gary Whittingham. I'll send him an email in a bit. Try to scroll down here. These reading glasses are a new thing last year. I've discovered that I'm old and my eyes are relaxing. Pain. Oh, so Nan thinks that maybe Gary did get on? Great. He's a very funny guy. Nicaragon says 91 million. What's the world record for high score arcade? I don't know, and I see Steven asked if I verified a score in the past. So to keep it real simple, the old Twin Galaxies, per the written rules, the game had a glitch in it, and so the game reset frequently. It was just the nature of it, and why that reset wasn't even understood programmatically until 1987, when Larry can tell you the story. There's a Canadian genius who got a ROM dump of Robotron from an arcade, and he surgically dissected the game, taught himself assembly language, and completely wrote out pages and pages of source code. Every line of code in Robotron he assessed. It's a feat that nobody's ever done since. Nobody's ever done to that level. And he talked to the Vid Kids, and they invited him to Chicago in 1987 when they both worked at Williams. And things were fixed. But anyway, the game in 1982, the game reset frequently. David's pushed it up to like 60 million. So Walter allowed marathoning scores to be cumulative scores. If the game reset or some technical thing happened or somebody shut the power off and had to restart, whatever happened, Walter would allow cumulative scores. So I don't really know. Oh, here, I gotta let the dog out. Oh. Come on, Pizzo. No barking. Where's Lady? Alright. Okay. So anyway. Yeah, this isn't an arcade, obviously, letting the dogs out here. What was I saying? So Walter allowed cumulative scores.
What's up?
And Walter also, because he was building community and building a scoreboard, he did not deny any scores. Scores would be phoned in. I worked at the arcade, so as an attendant, we took in lots of phone scores. We'd scribble them down on a piece of paper, and then later when there were a pile of them, we had time to go in the back room and type them in on the little index card program, little index card database on, was a Model 2 or 3. It says in one of the video game magazines in an article about all the stuff we were doing. It actually says what model it was. It was either Model 2 or 3, I can't remember. So, the high score on Robotron. I don't know. The only thing that we can confirm as one credit scores, which is how the whole classic gaming world plays now on one credit, would be David Gomez at 125 million. And that's because he was playing on the 1987 ROM set that has that fix in there. The highest score that I'm aware of that is actually modern day confirmed, playing until the game reset, is 60 million. I think Ken House has made it to 40 million. But it can reset like on Wave 2. So it isn't like you have to play the game a long time. All you have to do is shoot an enforcer who's along an edge wall, and if you shoot him at an angle, it creates an angled explosion, because Robotron had some finesse in it. Like if you watch these explosions, you'll see some as they fragment, which came from Defender concepts, like Sam Dicker, I think, worked on a lot of that. But anyway, the explosions can be angled based on where they got hit, what kind of shot hit them. So that angled enforcer shot on the edge walls would trigger the code to try to call a section that did not even exist. The programming code can't go to a section that doesn't exist, so there's an overriding thing called a watchdog. Basically, it's a health factor. It's like, oh, something's really catastrophically screwed up. I don't want to just completely blow out and lock up, so I have to reset the game so it can continue. Which makes sense in a public coin-op environment. You wouldn't want the thing to just be frozen. You would want it to recycle itself. So I've seen reports of people getting reset at 20 million, before Wave 10, 60 million, 40 million. But did someone play 300 million, which is like, I'll do some math on that. Tell me, Steve, what do they say the high score is? Is it 300 and what million? I'm gonna divide it by 4 and see how many hours that is. I see the 80 points question. I'm going to tell you a funny story here in a minute. Okay, let's pretend the score is 350 million just because I have the calculator out. I'm going to divide that by 4 million because that's probably about what you can get an hour, just real rough, probably 4.2. That's 87 hours. I only know of George Lutz played a game where you could take 45-minute naps of Qbert and got to 85 million, and then that wild man with the great hair, John Salter, he took naps with his armor attack score on a frequent or whatever basis, and would he play 87 hours? So effectively, they're saying taking a game in 1982 that reset frequently, and then playing it without resetting the game for 87 hours, which matches what John Salter's done in modern day. It had to have been a cumulative score if that happened, and there was probably long breaks and then restarting games, and then probably a little bit of confusion about scores. Because remember, in the old ROM set, the score resets visually every 10 million points. So you've got to have a tally mark system to keep track of, 35 rollovers or whatever. That's a tough task. I gotta let the dog in. Oh, go, girl. Yes, girl. I don't have any treats right now. Mom's gonna get them at Walmart. Can you get them more treats? We're completely out. The kids were feeding lots of treats last week. So the 80 score. 1982. Us kids, I was 14 in the arcade, probably turning 15. Summer of 82, I was 14 because I got a moped license, so it had to be in the right math there. We were all self-taught typers. It wasn't until 1985 where any of us would have taken typing, the formal old style typing classes in high school from the old typewriters that had the little, go went tight, like the old sounds like you see on TV. We had those kind of typewriters. So we were not formally trained. We were hunt and peck type keyboard people. And if you know Walter or have been around him, he's a notorious typer with 2 fingers. To this day, he types like that. he could type really fast, but he makes a lot of mistakes. Each sentence will have a mistake in it. And nowadays, he counts on autocorrect. So between 3 of us kids who were not formal typers and Walter being a classic 2-finger typer, I think that 80 score was easily put in there, and it had to have been one of us kids. None of us were professionals. I mean, home computers were something that you saw in a storefront if your town was lucky enough to have an Apple dealership in the TV store. You know, this was all new stuff. 348 million. Okay, let me put that in the calculator. Put that score, and I'm going to say 4.2 million. That takes it down to 83 hours. But you just saw that Dane Tulloch, who is somebody who's very physically fit, he's a marine biologist, he's a scuba diver, lives out in South Carolina, a beach guy. He said that his arms were killing him by 54 million points. So multiply that out. It would be tough. It would be tough. But it doesn't really matter. I mean, that's history. Now all those things that happened and the scores and things being in the Guinness records, that's just all historical content. So it really doesn't have much effect on this modern day stuff, what these people are doing. Another kind of cool thing is that Jay says that with this economy system being set up at Twin Galaxies, where people do submissions, and if you become good at doing submissions and adjudicate properly, you get submission points awarded to you. And as those points build up, it allows an economy system to happen where things can be purchased, gifted. It's kind of like having virtual money in a virtual game. Like Jetpack Joyride, where you can buy extra power-ups. He says that he's going to allow submission points to be used to buy interesting scoring tracks if the players so choose to do it. You know, if you're willing to spend your money on a scoring track and people want to play that way, then why not embrace it? Because this Twin Galaxies isn't going to be a 2-year stretch. This is going to encompass games that haven't even been created by probably game players or game designers that haven't even been born yet. So who knows where this is heading, this whole esports thing. But it's kind of cool we can buy scoring tracks. So I will make sure that I use my points toward getting something like this tie-dye 1-credit ROM set put in the score. So I do believe, and it's purely based on faith, that Twin Galaxies will afford every player who's willing to seek notoriety for their elite achievements. I do believe that there'll be an avenue for that. So I don't think there's any need to have any frustration over saying, oh, these guys are legitimate, that stuff wasn't, and these guys aren't getting their day in the sun. I think that in all due time, you know, there is no animosity environment or culture being created. This is all celebration of everybody. If you go out, and there's a neat little blog article that just came out, I think Jace kind of pointed it out maybe on Twin Galaxies on his Facebook page, but I was actually standing there when he got interviewed for that. Billy Mitchell was, all of us, we were, Paul Dean, the pole position guy, Mike Klug, because we're getting ready to go eat. It had been a long day, and this person, this blogger, wanted to ask Jace a question, and he gave the person his full attention and said off the cuff some really profound things. But he was saying, even if you don't like somebody's opinion, or, you know, he says it eloquently, you should go out and read it, they still need to have a forum, and you still have to, you know, it's part of the experience. And I think that's probably who he is as a human being. You probably could ask his mother and probably find out he was fairly compassionate even back then. So I don't see any need to have, social media breeds it, but you know, the snarky stuff, the frustrations, the anxieties, the jabs, the underhanded stuff. That culture is not being bred here whatsoever. Hey, there's Mr. DeMar. That's right, he's in the Midwest too, so he's looking out the door and it's just starting to become blue in the sky. We've got major snowstorms coming. I'm in Iowa, so I'll get them before Chicago will. But Larry, they actually had some questions. Stephen Boyer, do you want to retype that stuff? I don't know. He probably can't see. He can't see the prior chat if he just logged in. So anyway, one of the most revered programming people from that era, who was connected to a lot of the main programmers and the different cultures like casino games, pinball, and video games. Larry's here, so if you have some questions, I'll stop random yammering on about stuff and bring the expert in. Do you want to come on here, Larry? I can jump off of the Skype if you want to take over. Robbie asked if modern-day players could do that cumulative scoring. As far as our Robotron community, sure they could. But as far as motivation, I don't think you'd get anybody to do it because I don't know of anybody that buys into a multi-credit cumulative scoring thing. Plus, Twin Galaxies changed the rules. And you'd have to probably talk to somebody like RTM to get the details about when or how. I don't know the full details. I think that during the Steve Harris era of Twin Galaxies, like maybe 1985, they changed the rules and got rid of the cumulative scoring for marathon games. But by then stuff was already in the scoreboard and it wasn't weeded out. So I don't know who you'd find that would play a cumulative game. I think you probably will see that David Gomez will see if he can push his 60 million reset score up. But man, I'd be asking a lot to ask somebody to play for 80 hours with resets because really there's no credibility in it in this day and age with the way people's mindsets are. Okay, so Larry's saying you would hang up, I would connect to you, then bring us both in. We'd both be on audio and it would show my video. Okay. You know how new I am at this, Larry, with Skype, so I'm going to click out of this. In fact, I'm borrowing the kid's iPad. It's not even my technology. I'm going to close out of this, Larry, and you can take over and then just tell me what to do here. Oh, and hey, by the way, this is the Defender Cup that I had from those guys. It's the Tato version. So Larry's got a super cool Defender one that he got from the Williams player group, Gary Whittingham in Australia. So I use this a lot and the colors have held up well. I don't know where that came from in England. Gary should find out, but people that like Defender, there's a really good coffee cup maker out there in England. All right, I'm getting off here now.
There we're in. Okay. It looks like we're here. It's on a delay, so anybody who's in the chat, please let me know that you hear us. It looks like it's going to pop in our video in just a moment. We're on a delay, so it's always difficult at the start. It looks like we're here. Okay, I got to mute that. It's on a delay. This is like calling into a radio show where it comes in. And you, could you turn your radio down, please?
Can you still hear me, Larry? I can hear you on my iPad, so I assume I'm in.
Yep. And again, and let us know that you can hear Mark also. I think everything's good. We are getting down to approaching the Goldilocks zone. Last night, I was doing some math on the two players. I'm so glad to see that Ken and David made it overnight and predicted that about 8 a.m. Chicago time, which is about 45 minutes from now, that David would be the first to roll over. And it looks like he's going to be a little later than that by my math. He's been running about 4.7, 4.8 million per hour, which, again, as I've been talking the last day, is just a staggering rate. My million points on Robotron takes 20 minutes, and these guys are doing it in 12 or 13, which is just our cue off the scale. When David and Ken each had this achievement last year, they were between 23 and 24 hours. And I think Ken was closer to 24, and I think David brought it closer to 23. As looking at the clock, we're going to be just past 21 hours when David finally rolls it over. I don't know if people noticed yesterday that the lead went back and forth multiple times between Ken and David. And since late afternoon, David emerged back in the lead and has been going and gaining, and Mark and I think Ken has been taking more breaks. We watched a pretty dramatic one about midnight Chicago time, about 7 hours ago, where I saw Ken had wound into wave one, and his men ran down all the way to about 60 men. And I believe it's confirmed that Dane and Greg both stopped along the way. Is that right, Mark?
Yeah, I didn't catch the details, but I saw an email from Dane that he stopped at 54 million because his arms were killing him.
That's the physical ability to actually to do this is unbelievable. And again, I was showing a friend last night the game who had never seen Robotron or heard of Robotron, and fired it up last night. And I played 2 games. This was again late, and fought my way to wave 8 on the second game, and that was the best of the 2 games. And I think, and again, I normally play pretty well, but pretty well for me is again maybe going to wave 30, 20, 25, 30.
There's a funny YouTube video out there, Larry. If they look for it, it's the old interviews you guys did for one of those compilations.
Arcade classics. Yeah, the arcade classics.
Yeah. Eugene goes into great detail about how Robotron will completely kick your butt for a while, and then you can get ahead for a while, then it'll get you back. So.
And that's the humans at large, okay? But for people to have the skill just to play with an advantage where they can earn men faster than they lose them is remarkable. But then you say you're going to do this for 24 hours, which means you need to be that much higher to take breaks, to have things happen, and then just up that amount of time and that much work playing the game. You're going to lose that edge. You got to be that far above it so that when you're playing at reduced capacity, you're still winning men faster than you're losing them. And it blows my mind. I was tired. I just slept 6 hours, and these guys are still going. I think it's going to be really interesting when an hour from now everybody crosses 100 million. And then it's going to be, okay, I'm not going to let go first. It's going to be an endurance contest. I can just see it. And
yeah.
we sort of know David's DNA towards what happens at 100 million. I have to believe he's going to gun to break the 125. And it'll be interesting to see how Ken reacts when that happens.
Yeah, I'd equated before you came on, Larry, that Jace Hall, who runs Twin Galaxies, had talked about how some of these elite gaming competitions, it's more elite than even like the moon landing. Some of these games, people have achieved challenges on them in smaller quantities than we've had humans on the moon. So really this 100 million thing right now on the brand new debut of the tie-dye ROM set, one of these 2 people is going to be Neil Armstrong and the other guy is going to be Buzz Aldrin.
Exactly, and we're waiting for some more rockets to launch to bring the next astronauts. It's pretty mind-blowing. I think somebody asked yesterday. I don't know if there's anybody left listening. I'd love to hear more questions. That was really.
You have a question. Let me tell you who some of the people are here, Larry. Larry has really embraced this video game culture. While we were all playing games, he was in a lab working on computers and creating these games. So we were in different dimensions, even though a lot of us were in the same place. So Larry, Stephen Boyer is someone who's asking questions and commenting. He used to be an arcade referee for Twin Galaxies, and he's an elite Mario Brothers player, along with a guy you see out there, Maximum Steve, who has just crushed the world record on Mario Brothers. There's a recording of it out there, but it's playing at high level like this Robotron stuff. It's really crazy to watch the efficiency. Another guy here is a 28-year-old.
Who's the other guy besides Stephen Boyer?
Maximum Steve. His name's Steve Klesak. Okay. I think he's in Florida. So another interesting kid here, one of the young kids that you really have to respect because they're going to take this on beyond where us old guys are, is Lakeman 421. That's a 28-year-old guy named Robbie Lakeman, and he currently has the top Donkey Kong score. They took what Billy Mitchell was doing back in 1982 and put it to an extreme level, the same as what David and Ken are doing with Robotron here. And there's some other people here, but there's some pretty high-level classic gaming people listening to you. And Steven had a question. He wanted to know if you could... I've got to scroll up. Sorry, Steven, it's hard to see it here. Is it possible to have all this tie-dye ROM actually keep scores up to... It just jumped. Oh, there it is. Is it possible to have all tie-dye ROM scores in the keep scores up to scores in the 100 millions, or not possible? Or maybe just add a 1 digit at the bottom of the screen if it flips 100 million? Or change colors? Or give you redemption tickets?
That's a really interesting question, and it ties into something that other people were asking. One of the questions I got yesterday is, when the hell are you going to release this thing?
I hear that too.
It was created. I think I locked it down over Thanksgiving. I think that I finalized it. I was actually on a ski trip and made the final tweaks. Came back from the trip and who's the guy, the MAME freak who helped me figure out how to get the debugger and the emulator working?
Sean Riddle. Sean Riddle. He sees himself as pretty much the shepherd for Robotron emulation. He's dug it apart at the schematic level. He's studied with an electronic magnifying system. He's broken chips open, the blitter chips, and studied them at the per unit level of those transistor circuits, and he's the one that helped you do that. Sean Riddle's the reason that MAME emulation nowadays is so good.
Right, and so Sean helped me get the emulator working so that I could verify that the booby traps were set properly. We had very crude mechanisms in the code to try and detect when the code was changed and to make the game crash in very sporadic, infrequent, and random ways to sabotage anyone who attempted to take the game, change the logo, and then produce it, which is what happened in a big way to Defender before that.
Yeah, these guys might not know the history of just how big Defender was as a revenue source, or like your involvement in that project. So there might be a little background that some of these guys might not know, which led you to talk about booby traps for Robotron.
Yeah, and I don't know that I want to go on about the history of Defender. There's a lot there you can Google. I worked with Eugene on the Defender project, and I guess it's. I need an appreciation because you just introduced 20-somethings that are playing classic games and setting records. So they probably don't know a lot about varied history. I love hearing. You were telling me Robbie Lakeman is 20-something and he's setting Donkey Kong records.
28, I think he said. You out there, Robbie? Yeah, their community is centered around a place called Donkey Kong Forum, who, interestingly enough, one of the less than 12 extreme masters of Robotron out there, one of them is a guy in Alaska, Jeff Harris. He plays in tournaments, but he set up this Donkey Kong website, and he's actually a really good Donkey Kong player, and it became the centralized location where these guys mainly are located. They do a lot of their talking from there, and they have their own little scoreboard they keep track of, but Robbie's at the top of it.
So anyhow, Defender is the most successful game Williams ever did. It's probably in the top 5 or 10 of level of production. There were about 70,000 Defenders made, and the other games that I know in that stratosphere were Pac-Man, Ms. Pac-Man, Asteroids. There might be a few others, but it could be number 4 all time because nobody, there was a boom where video games were so big and they were going everywhere that the numbers were just crazy. and there might have been that many missile commands. I don't know if Mark, if you can think, or if you even follow the production numbers.
No, I'm not real good on that. Maybe Gary Whittingham would probably be able to know those details. We might be sleeping. Hey, I just pasted something from Mike Stroll. I actually have his cell. I wonder if I should text him. Have you talked to Mike, or does he know about this Robotron event?
I just saw the Mike Stroll post go by. I didn't read it. Is it in a thread? It is in a thread.
Yeah, I posted it here in the chat. Mike Stroll is the president.
I'm not seeing the chat. Something's wrong with my window. Hang on a minute.
Okay, well, while you're working on that, Mike Stroll was the president at Williams. He was the one that interfaced with the money people at Williams to get these projects happening. So Mike was probably like the leader of Ken Fidesna, who would have also been one of the key people that worked with Larry and Eugene. So there were these important people. Mike Stroll was pretty much probably the sole reason that pinball became a solid-state, electronic, chip-oriented thing, because he came from a background where he knew those skills, and he wanted to bring that to pinball. That was his forte. So Mike Stroll is actually huge in the history of gaming, even though you don't hear about his name. So he says, actually, the story is a bit more complicated regarding the name change with Robotron 2084. The name initially was Robotron 2084, and the artwork was started. Eugene called me and said that he would like the name to be 2084 Robotron instead. So, we did the art for 2084 Robotron. After the completion of the new art, Eugene called me again and literally begged for the name to once again be Robotron 2084, and promised he would not ever request name changes again. And since then, he kept his promise.
Yeah, and that probably fits in with his view, because he wasn't with Steve Ritchie every day.
Steve, I'm guessing, was pretty intense. He's so passionate and funny that I'm guessing that at work he was equally intense.
More than that. I mean, what you see was bigger than what you see, so that's absolutely true. I mentioned yesterday, I wish we had gotten Steve on here, and I bet he would have liked to have joined this and come on and talked, and it would be a perfect venue for Steve. For me, it's been a little frustrating trying to carry on a monologue without having just to watch for what people are typing, or trying to answer questions on a delayed basis.
Yeah, it is awkward, isn't it? We're not professional commentators by any means, and you kind of have to just kind of zone out, probably like these players, and just think of things to talk about, visualize stuff. It's a little different.
I struggled with it starting in yesterday morning. I had a great session yesterday afternoon. I came on at 11 p.m. last night, and nobody was asking questions, and I was kind of out of gas, and okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I did about the same thing at 9 Central. I was in bed probably by 9:15. I actually work in a software company, and we had a really bad couple of weeks. It was a very mental thing. But oh, hey, I see a message here that says Robbie Lakeman had 1,144,080 points on Donkey Kong. And a little aside here, Larry, since your forte is math and calculations, with the casino stuff and statistics, well, these guys in the Donkey Kong community have taken what you guys were doing, like with the Robotron quotients. They didn't really know about that, but they've taken it to a whole new level. They have a background program while they're playing, like this runs from their laptop, but they can elaborate. But it assesses every aspect of each maze they're playing through the 22 levels of the mazes till the game ends. Like, it gives them averages and statistics on everything so they can project out their final score. Because these players have finally achieved almost the maximum score potential they can get in that finite game, which is it looks like it's topping out around 1.2 million. It's on everything, so they can project out their final score. Well, that's weird. It kind of fed back there. You still
that was my fault. I had to restart the Twin Galaxies channel, and so it kicked the volume on. So that was another turn your radio down, Larry moment.
Man, it's so weird to hear my hillbilly accent, my Southern Iowa, Northern Missouri accent fed back. It's like, do I really sound like that? So anyway, these guys have pretty much maxed it out at 1.2 million. So now they're just trying to optimize everything. And it's like very efficient movements and calculated behaviors. They're picking it apart at a finesse level that's pretty hardcore. Most people would call that probably tedium infinitum, but these guys are really dedicated to it.
So I mean, I know Donkey Kong well. I understand that it is a finite game that plays to the end. I got there once. It was kind of like my Robotron story, where I dialed in, I played it, got to the end once, and then, okay, now I've done it, let's move on. Sort of one of the perils of designing a game that has an ending.
Yeah, and when you played it, your score was probably in the high 700,000 or the low 800,000 range.
I have no memory of the score, but it was probably lower.
Yeah, and these guys have taken that same exact game and turned it into, like, halving again their scores. It's pretty crazy.
Now, I'm trying to think about the game. I'm trying to think about the game as far as ways to run up your score. If you sit there and grab the hammer and club barrels, that would be a way to get more points.
Actually, there are little nuances, like you can get near the ape at the top on that final rivet, what do they call it, the rivet stage now?
Huh?
And you jump, and then if you push the joystick to the side, it will score points. And I'm sure that was an unintended glitch or feature by the coding people that did Donkey Kong. But these are all the little tips and tricks that the players have figured out ways around the code to get extra points. So if you jump near fireballs or barrels, it'll give you points. So they found all the little places that you can get extra points, and they will point press, what they call it, a wave until the counter is down to 0, but they're doing all these other little things to get extra points. Things the average person, or even somebody who might have reached the kill screen level, wouldn't necessarily have any awareness of.
And you say the counter down to 0, that's additional software that's somehow monitoring what they're doing?
Well, the counter, I meant the timer on the screen that counts down, and if you don't complete the level in time, it'll kill you. But they'll do other point optimization stuff right up to the point that the game would be killing them off because they were on that screen too long.
Got it. So are they're at a point where somebody has had the near perfect game and everybody's trying to get 10 more points?
Yeah, that's where they're at. They're at the threshold.
Yeah, that's so now they need to do what you're doing and create new tracks. I mean, I
think they actually do that. They play without. Now these guys are masters of it. They could explain it, but they play without using the hammers, or they'll try to get the highest points on the first maze. They have a bunch of little mini games within the game to keep themselves challenged.
All right, I'm looking at, looks like David's at 96.6 and Ken is at 95.6, so they're about 1 million apart, which we know is about 13 minutes. And we still probably still have about 40 minutes left before David's going to hit it.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens after the 100 million, because both of these players have proven that they are tenacious beyond the average. And Ken had remorse for stopping at 100 million just because, it was the first time it had been done. And so he quit, and he thought about it, and he wished that he'd pushed it further, because then David, months later, did push it further to 125 million, and that's a lot of effort to get up in that score range. So I'm guessing that most
because it's easy to get the first 100.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like watching Usain Bolt in the Olympics. It's like, oh, that 100-meter sprint, that was nothing. That was nothing.
No, it's going to be interesting. Let me finish answering the question, which was, should we indicate 100 million?
Oh, yeah.
Because we wandered way, way away from there after I got started.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. This is at least good for you and me. I don't know if anybody's out there or listening or if this is worthwhile, but it's a good way to spend a Saturday morning. So the issue is, when are we going to release this thing? And like any software you want to release, you want to make sure it's perfect, and you want to test the hell out of it before you let it go, which is just what we've done. This is the last beta testing. We found one thing that I would fix if I was back in November still screwing around with the game, which is when you roll the life counter, which I think David went and did for sport right after it was released, to say, let's do it, let's see what happens. And I think he created a new track, which was who can roll the life counter with the fewest number of points scored, or in the fewest number of waves, or both. So that's something for you to... Did you follow that, Mark, when he did that?
Not real close, not enough to remember the details, but I know that he's been messing with that life counter concept a lot, and I think he told me that he's got it down to where he can roll the lives from a fresh game in 17 million points, which if you do the math on that, it's he's dying like, only 1 point every 1.3 waves or something. It's pretty impressive.
Which is great. Obviously, if that number's over 1, life is good. And that will become a Donkey Kong-like contest where somebody's going to do it, in less points, and then it's just going to be, can somebody do it in 10 less points, and they'll be at the end of the line. So when you roll the life counter, you end up with the row of 7 men next to the score gets half erased, and even though you've got no extra men at that point, it shows something ugly graphically, and again, my conclusion is not to try and fix that, so we can actually get this released and out. And then the second element, the second element is this change was not done in the way that we would have made the changes when the game was set up with the development system. And we could move code regions around and change code, and the ROMs are pretty full. What I did to make these changes, and I have an email which actually enumerates the changes, because I don't think we've mentioned what else is out there for when people get these ROMs. But this was done through patches, where you take and find a place in the code that you want to access. Overwrite in that part of the code a jump instruction that jumps you out from where the program was executing out to a spare area of EEPROM where you put the patch. And the spare areas of EEPROM are largely gone. And one of my missions in making this change was to change as few ROMs from the blue set as possible, so that people that had to burn real chips didn't have to burn 12 chips. And I think the tie-dye set is 5 chips, plus you have to also change chip 5 if you don't have the Christian Gingras patch, which is not otherwise affected by the tie-dye program. So
hey, Larry, there's a question here in chat, and I'm probably more versed at giving a political answer on that. So let me interrupt you for just a minute. M. Lenardin asked, will the tie-dye ROM set be a public release or offered through a fundraiser of any sort? The reality on ROMs, the main project has kind of taken the lead, and it's been around since the mid-90s. So with ROM sets, the public can legally own ROM sets. Can
I interrupt you a second? David is blowing off men, and it's again on a wave that ends in 9.
Oh.
Just for anybody watching, his wave counter is high, and his life counter is high, and he's obviously concerned about wrapping it. I saw this last night. I think I saw Ken doing it first, and then David, or maybe the other way around. And he's back to playing now. And for both of them go through this procedure on the grunt waves, the waves that end in 9. And I didn't. There must be some point or reason that they always do it in the waves that end in 9, and I don't see what it is. Unless maybe they can die faster when you're surrounded by more grunts.
That could be. You know, I've toyed with just letting it die off from MAME, and I can't find a difference between the average between 6 and 8 seconds per life killed on the various screens, but maybe they do have a little bit of strategy there. Or maybe they just want to start fresh, back at it with the brain stage as their next stage or something. I don't know. That'd be a good question.
That's interesting, because unlike some of these other waves with a lot of the enforcers and spheroids, 9s tend to not. Usually, they don't gobble tons of men like a 7 would do, or even an 8. I'm wondering if that's part of it. Anyhow, maybe they'll tell us one of these days. But I was wondering, why is he doing it on a 9? Is that relevant? And then when the other player had the same thing, and all I can think of is it's the fastest way, because with 100 grunts on screen, one's going to probably be closer to you that you can just run into. That's my theory.
Nan will have to ask David and report back. It'll be interesting if it turns out that it's psychological superstition.
Yeah. Okay, so I interrupted you.
Okay, so we were talking about MAME. MAME has taken the lead in how the hobby community deals with these ROM sets, which back in the 80s were licensed and, making revenue for real people. But nowadays, these things are fairly dormant, and other than some Xbox or PlayStation compilation releases, they're really not doing much. Warner Brothers owns the Robotron name, and I think that's probably so they'd have rights to do a movie around that if they ever wanted to, just in general. So
I don't think Warner bought it for any purpose. I think they acquired it when they got Mortal Kombat. When they got they acquired the NetherRealm, which the NetherRealm group now, out of the closing of Midway.
And I didn't know that history.
I'm guessing when they made that purchase, they decided, what else of value in the archives do we want? Or they just said, we want the game library with it. I don't know how it transpired, but it probably wasn't a purchase with an intent to do anything with.
Well, that's interesting. So basically, that kind of supports the fact that with the hobby community, these big fish out there that make money in media, they're not worried about what's going on the small hobby level, especially a hobby level that's making no money or interfering with their revenue streams. So if you have a real ROM board or you have a Robotron, you have a right to own ROM sets or updates to ROM sets. I guess it's kind of how MAME has got that worked out. So with this tie-dye ROM set, this isn't a paid thing. Larry's not making any money at this. Nobody is going to make money on this. So it can be a free download, just like all MAME ROM sets are. Like you could go out right now and get Donkey Kong or Mario Brothers or Missile Command, any of those emulated games. But the cost comes into play that if you're playing on a real arcade machine, you have to find a computer person that has a ROM burning kit and has the time and desire to burn ROMs, and then they have to have the physical medium, which is the EEPROMs. There is a guy in Canada, his name is Steph. He has a hobbyroms.com website, and he will burn ROMs for the hobby community, but you have to buy the ROMs or you have to supply them to him, and they're usually like $1 to $3 a piece, and then he will burn the ROMs for a cost. So that is a cost to get the physical entity, but the ROM set costs nothing. In fact, Gary Whittingham, who is based in Australia, and he's a catalyst for bringing Williams fans together, Williams Electronics fans and players, he will post this up when Larry says it's go time, and then you can just go download it. And I've also posted on Williams Players Unite a very simple compiled version of MAME to where you only have to download one file, unzip it, and you can play it on your Windows 7 or any Windows 64-bit computer. And the ROM set will just work nice and easy on that. So if you're a MAME player, you can do this completely free and easy, and you could even be playing MAME from your laptop right now in about 3 minutes if you downloaded the current file out there, but it wouldn't have the tie-dye ROM set. So there is no cost. This isn't a fundraiser. Larry is a professional. He's the president for a casino gaming company, but he loves the history of coin-op. He's embraced the players, and he has an affinity for what is probably a little bit like one of his children in the game like Robotron. So you have somebody that's a very busy guy who's a very professional, successful guy who is gifting you guys his programming skills, and that's pretty crazy. I don't know many programmers that you could talk to that would go back and touch a game that's 33 years old just out of the love of the game. So that's the context for what this is. This isn't a fundraiser, a Kickstarter, or any kind of donation thing.
Right. So that sets up a lot of things I can talk about related to it. In making these changes, I wanted to change as few chips as possible because those with real games, it's a hardship to get chips from the shrinking supply. Although Mark made it sound like there are people that are selling them pretty readily. And then you have to get someone with a ROM burner, and then you have to go through it and replace the chips and whatever. The more chips, the bigger a production it is. So I wanted to keep that down. The game, you know, and I didn't to contain the hours I would spend on the project. I didn't attempt to set the game back up in any kind of development mode. That would probably take at least a week of time, if not longer. I hunted down old tools that I had that could help me with the process, and then ended up with even cruder tools than you would imagine, doing all of the changes that I made by making patches to the ROMs. And to add another digit to the scoring, it really can't be done with any kind of reasonable patch. The scoring layout and all of the references to it in the large program are it's 4 bytes, which is 8 digits. So unmasking the hidden digit was easy with a patch, but adding a 9th digit becomes really problematic. So the next level that somebody suggested is, could you make an indicator? Could you put another mark? Could you? And again, where you've got the lives counter stuck in, we could put an indicator down there. And again, that's definitely beyond the scope of tie-dye. Maybe there will be another reason to go through the process again. And maybe when I'm a little older and not running a business and my kids are older and have more time on my hands, I'll go, hey, let's try and get all of the code back into a development mode where we can actually make, real programming changes and not just these subtle patches. So I'm ready to release, and Mark can let these out to the world anytime after today. This was the people testing it, and I'm grateful to several people that tested it on different versions of MAME in real cabinets and putting it through its paces. I decided when this event got on the calendar that let's have 4 people beat the hell out of these ROMs for this period through the event, and if we don't see anything that's a showstopper, we're going to release it with the Lives Rollover issue, which is just a momentary graphical thing, because the next time you die, it cleans up the screen. And then we'll see what happens going on. I don't have any plan right now in the short term to do more work on the game. This was work that accomplished something, and it's gratifying to see that that these 4 players were able to have this event around it. I'm going to try and pull up my list of things that we changed in the tie-dye ROM set.
Yeah. And while you're doing that, Larry, I see Neo Storm said, "Thank you, Larry." Neo is actually one of the brain trust there in the Twin Galaxies live studio. He plays games too. He's one of us. So I think that is significant in that Twin Galaxies is recognizing that Robotron is a very effective part of their electronic sports thing. I'm sure Neo knows a lot more about what the future is going to hold than he can share, or what we could even guess. But folks like Neo, they're the next leaders here because they're at ground zero. I might have been at ground zero at Twin Galaxies Arcade working on a Tandy computer, but people like Neo are ground zero in Twin Galaxies Live, which is something else.
All right, so I've got the list of tie-dye changes. Maybe I should actually I'm gonna put this in the chat. Well, actually, I'll go through it because we got to fill up some airtime anyways, and then I'll put it in the chat. Okay, so we've got the lives counter, the 10 millions digit. There were some things with the high score table. When you broke the high score table, is stored in non-volatile memory, and the non-volatile memory is scarce, limited, and actually only 4 bits wide for those who are computer programmers. So to store a byte in the non-volatile memory, you had to put 4 bits in one addressable byte, which is half of the byte, and then the other 4 bits in the next addressable byte, and then have all kinds of software to put them out separately and read them back and string them together. None of that had anything to do with the decision that the high score table was only 7 digits long, but each entry in the high score table is 7 digits. And when you scored over 10 million, it would put the score at the top of the table, even though in most cases it's lower than the next score below it. It would compare, let's say your high score on the high score table is 8 million, and you get an 11 million. The software goes, 11 million is greater than 8 million, put it in the number 1 spot. But then it would truncate the 10 million, and it would put the 1 million over the 8 million. And now with the high score table being out of order, bad things start to happen. So I fixed that. And the way I fixed that was when the score is over 10 million going in, it changes the score before storing it in the high score table. It doesn't change the score, but the score that it stores in the high score table is 9,999,999. And when a score is tied, the first guy in holds the higher spot. So now the way the high score table works, the first guy over 10 million gets the top spot for eternity because he was the first guy to get there. And then additional scores will go below it, and your high score table will stay in order. So that's a feature that is it's a fix to an ugly bug. I am the author of that ugly bug, as well as being the author of the ugly enforcer bug. So 33 years later, I can sleep better knowing that 2 bugs are fixed. The next one is extra ship settings. People wanted more granularity, so we can now set extra ships at 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, or 75K. And that lets you set it and can create more challenges in different ways to try and attack the game.
Side note on that, Larry, these elite players, what I'll call extreme masters, they are still not able to play really long games on the 50K bonus, where they're getting an extra player every 50,000 points.
Imagine that.
So that means that if you've bumped that up clear up to 75K, that you've added a lot of longevity. You've made a game that effectively can't be beat. Somewhere in there is the stopping point. So that you've really added a lot of value to the Robotron game long term. That was cool.
Are there any people that can play 50K men forever, or is that just...
No. I think you could define this group of people as best. Rick Gellert, who I was hoping would do some commentating, he's an extreme player, And he finally just reached wave 40 on the 50K bonus on difficulty 10. And David's the other guy that's done it. So they're really only 2 people. So the 50K bonus, that's more of a difficulty 10 thing. I should define that too. On probably difficulty 5, yeah, they probably can come close to marathon it. But if you do the math on it, that's sparse when you can earn only 33,000 points roughly a wave and sustain that, but you can only win a life every 50,000 points. You're about having to go two waves before you die to be able to keep that up. And somebody like David or Ken, they die about on an average 1.3 times per, or they only die every 1.3 waves. They'd have to push that up to 2 to really survive it.
Okay, so the and again, it never ceases to amaze me how every time you think you've seen it all, somebody comes and gets better. So maybe we need one of these 20-somethings who's got just a little sharper reflexes to get their experience level, and who knows. But anyhow, there's more options, and then with the new settings in between 25 and 50. That gives the community a way to kind of push it. Okay, let's set it to 30 and 10. Let's set it to 40 and 10, and maybe see if we can conquer that if 50 is not attainable at this point. I put in a thing when we saw Ken break 100 million the first time, the whole community, including myself, live on Twitch, realized that Robotron has the same Goldilocks zone that Defender has at 990,000.
And they probably don't know what that means, Larry.
So at 975,000. At 99,975,000, you enter what has been named. Who created the term Goldilocks mode?
It comes from some novel, I believe, where it's talking about the habitable Earth planets.
Right. That's a common scientific reference.
Simon Grant is an extreme Defender player from England. He's on the Williams group. He played Defender using a pause button in a Flash version to see how long he could do it, and so his story write-up, he referenced the Goldilocks zone every time he'd go through this math conundrum with the ships. So it was actually Simon Grant, I guess you could peg it to.
Okay.
Anyway, so you were explaining what it was.
So this is something well known in Defender, because when you hit 1 million on Defender, which happens in a much shorter time than 24 hours, the program, which is keeping track of when your next free man is, wraps that value. So you just crossed 990,000, it adds 10,000 to that and gets 1 million, which in 6 digits rolls the counter. And internally, the program sets that the next free man's going to be given at 0. And then you hit the next lander, which is 100 points. Your score is 99,975,100. And it goes, is that bigger than 0? Yeah, give them a free ship. So you get a free ship. And now it adds 10,000 to the next free man score. And it decides, okay, now your next free man is at 10,000. You hit another thing, it gives you 100 points, figures your score, goes, that's bigger than 10,000. So every scoring event, which is literally everything you shoot, awards a free man. And these free men are not free, they're just in advance on the men you would have earned at those scores.
Evil design.
And it's not a design, it's a bug.
Yeah, but it's evil.
It's an evil bug. We didn't know about this, and I love the thinking about the way it happened, because when Defender was out in the first few months, 100,000 was really the brass ring. If you were a Defender superstar, you could get to 100,000. and it took 6 to 9 months for the proficiency of people and to get their brains wired and to get the skill of the game and to learn the nuances for that score to move up. And we watched particularly a guy named John McHugh who played in Chicago, mostly at Silver Sue's Arcade up in it's early in the morning. What's that part of town called? Northern Chicago. I'm going to grab a glass of water. I'm just running out of voice. I'll be right back.
So he's referencing a place called Silver Sue's. It doesn't exist anymore, but it was a hot spot for the developers. You know, you had Midway and other coin-op places there in Chicago. So this was a gathering spot where games were tested, where people hung out and collaborated. It was quite an important focal spot. There isn't enough written about Silver Sue's. There are a couple of historians out there trying to gather info, and you can find some pictures. But if you wanted to be at the most happening spot in America at the most happening time of coin-op video gaming, you would visit Silver Sue's. It was a big deal.
I'm back, and I don't know, Mark, if you can see your Skype, but you were asking about this yesterday. My beautiful Robotron Gauntlet mug, coffee mug, is at my house rather than at the office. So when you asked me to get it yesterday, I had to get my Defender mug, which you also sent me. But
yeah, and Gary Whittingham, he was the mastermind behind that. I was just the easy shipping.
So appropriately, I'm trying to get my voice back using my Robotron Gauntlet mug.
Well, while you're sipping some stuff, I'll talk about that Robotron picture you see there, and that's posted out on the guidebook if anybody wants to print that out. But there is a hobby classic gamer in England. His name's Dan Turrell. He's actually in Litchfield. He embraced this whole classic stuff about the time we were talking Defender and Robotron and getting together under Gary's site. And he happens to be a really talented artist. He can draw about anything. So he started doing fun stuff, like we wanted to do a Defender t-shirt. So he drew up an image and we did some Vistaprint t-shirts. And then he's continued to do things, and he's received notoriety because he started drawing portrait images and just like old arcade sketches for Walter Day's trading card project. So all of a sudden, Dan went from just being a Defender and Robotron fan to having notoriety in the classic gaming and coin-op community through Walter's trading cards. But Dan has done things like that Robotron picture that you saw on Larry's coffee mug. He didn't charge for that. I did send him some Wicco sticks to help cover it. But he's done all of this really neat artwork to just help bring the fun of it. It's just fun. It adds another layer of interest to it. Everybody needs a crazy artist, and back in the Williams days, that would have been Constantino Mitchell, which they call Connie, or Python Angelo, who was a complete mad scientist, amazing person. So Dan has filled that role. He's pretty much our artist and does all these neat things, and he doesn't charge for them. So he's quite a saint, and he's a cool guy. And he does sell artwork. He'll do stuff on commission, and his main forte is NFL players. He can draw pictures of NFL players that look like real pictures, and he's done work for NFL players and such, but he's in England. He's quite a guy. So if you guys haven't found him on Facebook, check him out, because he's a huge, huge asset to what's going on in this renaissance of retro arcade fun.
So it's really appropriate that we're talking about the Goldilocks thing, because David is down to his last million. He's less than 1 million points away from it, which we've clocked at about 13 minutes. So I'm guessing about 8:16 Chicago time.
Hey, Larry, can I interrupt you real quick?
Sure.
Gary Whittingham, who I keep talking about, is trying to ring in. I could jump off of here if you wanted and let Gary talk.
I can add him if he'll Skype friend me.
Yeah. What is your Skype? I don't know if you want to say it online what your Skype is, but maybe you can do his. Hey Gary, what's your Skype account? Is it Virtual Gaz 99? And I'll jump off of here. He'll be good.
You don't have to jump. We can get the three of us on.
Can we?
Yeah. I just need to be able to.
Try to contact. Can you see your chat yet, Larry? If not, it's virtual, just like the word.
I'm just trying to figure out how to add someone in Skype while I'm on Skype. Let's see. Contact. I got it. Search Skype directory. Okay, give me a Skype name.
It's virtual, like the word.
Right.
Gaz, which is G-A-Z like zebra. 99, the number 99.
Got it.
The Virtual Gaz 99.
Gary Whittingham, there he is. Okay, I just sent him a contact request. He needs to accept it.
That's kind of cool that he's showing up because I think that it says that David just hit 99 million. I'm going to try to see what Ken has.
David did just hit 99 million. 99.14, so we are minutes away.
And Ken's at 98 million. So, this is interesting because they're about maxed out on live, so they're going to be forced to have to take some breaks. And every break they take, it's kind of like NASCAR pit stops. Every break they take is giving the other guy an advantage. So this is going to be interesting. So they're going to be forced.
Okay, Gary, are you with us?
Yeah. Hello.
Hey, Gary.
You have to turn your audio off to your computer there, Gary.
What?
No, click on the speaker in your Twin Galaxies window. It's like calling to a radio show. They're on a delay.
Okay, the unmute thing,
In the Twin Galaxies window, there's a little speaker in the lower left.
Got it.
You want to mute it?
That's muted, mate, yeah.
Okay, you're on the air.
How are you? Great to meet you.
Good, and everybody in Twin Galaxies is hearing you too now.
I have never talked to Gary live, by the way.
What's that, Mark?
I've never talked to you live. This is like our first official meeting.
I'm not very virtual at the moment. I'm real Gaz.
Yeah, real Gaz. So Neo says David's about to hit 100 million.
Yeah, I was watching David about 82, through the 82 millions, and he was going 2 or 3 waves without even dying. So he's really playing fantastic.
There's a lot of heavy biology and psychology and all that. The fact that he's playing, that he has his brain so chemically focused in the way it's processing. He really is biologically and organically probably playing a version of the game code in his head as he's doing that.
Yeah,
it's quite a study.
I was looking at his gameplay, and he just seems so much smoother than the other 3 guys. Not that they're bad players or anything. They're just marvellous as well. But he seems to be smoother. I don't know what that is because I suck at Robotron bad. So my score's about 100,000. I'm on it.
He also has his camera set up, giving us the cleanest image, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
Watching him several times, I've seen him go through those tank waves on one man, which generally is no small feat.
The tanks and is that the thing that looked like a TV?
Yeah. He's playing that wave right now.
Yeah, I've got it up. Yeah. So what's he on now? 99. Yeah.
He's got 99,434,000. So we're about 500,000 away from the Goldilocks zone, which we were just talking about.
Yeah, I was listening to a little bit of you guys. Great to listen to you. And I think it was Simon that did that because Simon got 100. Simon came up with the Goldilocks
He did 100 million on a Flash version on Defender. So, and yeah, it is in some sort of novel, as you said, Mark.
So we came into this because when we were watching Ken live set, roll 100 the first time, nobody knew. We had never thought about. Nobody knew that Robotron had the same feature, for lack of a better word, as the Goldilocks on Defender. And watching it live on Twitch, I'm watching him approach it. He's hitting it. It's making the extra man sound every time he touches something. And I wasn't even startled or like, wow, I'm so used to it from when Defender was rolling. It was like my brain was like, oh yeah, that's what happens. And everybody on the channel is, what's going on? And what are the sounds? And it's giving free men. And it was quite the discovery, which is one of the reasons that we believe that some of the earlier reported high scores for one credit can't possibly be valid or true.
Hey, what? That reminds me, what is the strategy that David and Ken are going to employ? Because they're going to hit the Goldilocks zone with a lot of men.
They need to be thinking about that before they hit it. Okay, but then again, even if they roll the counter, if they don't roll the counter right as they hit 100 million, so they end up with 30 men or 40 men instead of 200. For these guys, that's usually not a tough situation to battle out of. They should be when they approach it, and these guys are so wired into this. I have to believe they've thought about it, that they're going to sit and burn their men, okay, before they go into the zone. I don't know that we know what the expected number of free men is. I don't know that anybody paid attention the couple of times it's been done, or with the new mode in tie-dye, they could practice it. So maybe they've done that too.
Oh yeah, that brings up a point. You were still going through your list of things you changed in this new official update, and you were talking about the Goldilocks zone. Since it takes 23 hours to do that, Larry actually made it so you can make a setting in the game and you can try the Goldilocks zone yourself without being a master player. You'll actually be able to do what these guys are getting ready to do with a little cheat code.
Right. Code. So interestingly enough, hopefully in preparing this, they have thought about it. I thought about it yesterday, and you just it just popped in your head. So I'm guessing we will see David burn off some lives. I'm guessing that he used the cheat to clock how many lives he's expected to get, so that he burns it with a low enough window. But again, even if he spaces it out. If he blows through zero and doesn't have the bad luck that he blows right before he rolls the game, he'll end up with 10, 20, 30, 50 lives, whatever it is. And, and at that point, that's not a danger zone for the guy that plays as well as he does.
I do recall that he told me one time when he was testing the Goldilocks zone during the beta testing, that he did get into some situations where he couldn't pay back the men before his game was over. He couldn't earn enough points to make it to where he could earn more men. And so,
right. Actually, I forgot the advance factor. Right. So hopefully they have thought about this. If they're thinking of playing into today, they're going to need to burn enough men to stay high, because they're not going to get any men for a long time.
So, in minutes here, someone's going to be defined as the Neil Armstrong of the tie-dye ROM set, which will make Ken the Buzz Aldrin.
Yes, it will. And it'll be, the thing we should watch is the lives counter when he goes into it, because that will give us a measure of when he'll start getting free lives again. However many lives are advanced now, that's the score times 25,000, where he'll start getting new lives going through the zone. Now it's funny, without a lives counter and without thinking about it, or even, I guess by the time David did it, he knew it was there. David had no problem playing another 25 million after going through probably without any kind of preparation.
So And also, Gary, I'm not sure if you were up yet, but Larry did say that this is considered the final beta test. So if this rollover goes okay, I think Larry's probably going to be saying that it's okay for you to release the tie-dye ROM set on your Williams Players Unite page.
Mate, we can put that up there. Yeah, ready to go.
I would prefer if Larry and you emailed to orchestrate that behind the scenes, but Larry can elaborate. But I think that this is a pivotal moment. We're getting ready to be the first 100 million rollover in the new tie-dye ROM set, which is going to be the standard going through the next 33 years probably. And this is the moment. So, are we defining this day as the release date for the tie-dye ROM set, and is this the moment that defines it? So that's all you, Larry.
Yep, I think we're there. I don't have your email, Mark. You can send me Gary's email, or Gary, you can send it to me if you've got mine.
Yep, we'll do it.
I'll do it now.
And we'll coordinate accordingly. We're coming right up there. We are less than 100,000 away. And lives counter is right at an even 200, 201.
I haven't seen David's lives go down less than 200 in the last 30 million. So.
All right, I'm going to turn my sound on because I want to hear the sound. So we're going to get bad stuff happening over the air. Maybe I'll mute my microphone. So I'm going to do that, and let's just watch it as it happens. I'm muting my mic. You guys will still be on, but I want to hear the sound as he does it.
Cool.
This would have to be the time that he thinks about burning lives, if he's even thinking about that.
I think it says 149, and it'll be at 75,000 on the counter when it happens.
I think it's 199, Mark.
Oh, 199?
Back up to 200 now.
There, he's in it. This is the Goldilocks zone. See that life counter climbing?
Yep.
He's probably trying to get out of it as quick as possible. Oh my!
He has realized that his lives counter's in jeopardy, and he's burning them now.
I bet it is stressful right now where he's at.
Oh, he'll just keep walking into stuff, won't he? Until the end of the Goldilocks.
Yeah, see, this is an interesting psychology right now, to add this nuance to the game, because that's not a freebie. That's a real strategy involved here. He's sweating.
And he's getting some free men from the grunts running into the electrodes. So it's sabotaging his effort at a small amount, but I don't think he's in trouble.
227, I think the men are.
And also, he has been in the zone for quite a while in his brain, and all of a sudden he's having to rationally process something that isn't orchestrated. So I'm sure that's shocked his brain a little bit psychologically.
He's at 229 now. He ended up. Oh, I don't know how many he burned though.
2, 3, 4.
I should have kept
there.
He got 21 men, but he also plus however many he burned, which I don't know. Probably about 20 men, maybe.
So if you take 20 times 25,000, it'll be about that much before he can earn another life back. So
it's more like 40, Mark.
Oh, is it?
Because it's the 21 that the counter went up plus the number that he died during the Goldilocks zone.
So right now he's in a valley of death. He has to get a certain amount of points before he can earn new lives. So he is not on autopilot. This is, He has
He's got a nice stockpile. It looks like it's going to be 1 million. It looks like I'm guessing it'll be around 1 million when his free lives start coming back again.
The way he plays, he's probably going to burn about 30 men and earning that 1 million.
Right, 1 million's about 40 waves. At least it is for me. He probably does it in 30. And so, at 0.3.
So mathematically, if he stays on course, he will survive this.
He's going to survive, even if just from the letdown and everything else that he falters. He's going to be well over 100. I bet he's going to be over 175 lives. I think this is, we were sweating it. I think he was not nearly as worried, and he controlled it just in a different way than I expected. We do have to switch our look to Ken and see he's at 99,143,000. So he is probably about 10 minutes away.
I'm going to take a quick pit stop here. I'll be back in a bit.
All right, Gary, you still with us?
Yeah, Larry. Why is Ken behind? Did he start at a different time, did he? Or is it just...
No, Ken and David, I was trying to coordinate. We didn't orchestrate this yesterday, and they couldn't hear me. So all we had was the chat to try to get everybody together because we didn't really talk about how we were going to start. My hope was to start all 4 players simultaneously, but Ken and David literally started at the same time, which was 21 hours ago. We'll have to look back at the timer what the exact time is. This bests his time of crossing 100 million last time, which was over 23 hours. So he played at a pace or took less breaks, probably a combination of both, to chop the time by 2 hours. And Ken, likewise, who was over 23 hours in his attempt, is going to be under 21 and a half. But they started at the same time. David went into an early lead about lunchtime yesterday, which was about 2 hours in. Ken had taken the lead. In the mid-afternoon, David regained the lead and never surrendered it. I was clocking David's first 3 millions. His first 3 hours, he did about 5 million the first hour, 5 million the second hour, 4.6 the third hour. And it kind of gives you an idea of, there was a sporadicness to the points per hour just based on efficiency or fatigue or whatever the factors were. And so they traded places a few times yesterday. David went into the lead yesterday afternoon and has played about 1 million ahead of Ken consistently since then. So they've been playing at the same pace for the last 12 hours, but David gained the lead before that zone. Ken's at 99.1. David is at 100,300,000. So over the last 12 hours, David's gained an additional 20% on his lead. So he is playing at a slightly higher efficiency. Again, that doesn't take anything away from what Ken is doing. Just, as everyone knows, absolutely heroic. The quality of which these players are playing.
So Ken's also got about 190 lives there, doesn't he? Or 140 or 190?
I'll check it out. Ken has. I can't read it on Ken's screen right now, and it even looks like there's a graphic glitch. 196.
Yeah, when you talk about these two guys right now in the modern day, these two are probably the most elite Robotron marathoners out there as far as skill, expertise, knowledge. These guys are doing something that thousands of people cannot do. Lots of people have reached 1 million points on Robotron, maybe even 10 million, but man, it's a small club of people doing this.
Well, the club is Neil and Buzz. I mean, that is the club of this level and caliber. We're waiting for new members. We were hoping that, and again, not to take anything away from Greg or Dane, because again, they astounded at what they did over what time period.
Oh yeah, they're totally in the NASA league. They're totally astronauts for hitting 50 million. That's crazy too.
What happened to Greg? And Dane's feed went, and I think did he get 84 mil? But Greg, last time I heard Greg, he was, give me a hot pocket, get me a hot pocket. So, he might have collapsed out of hunger. I don't know.
Do you know what Hot Pockets are, Gary? Do you have those in Australia?
No, we don't. But I asked the kids. I think, is it like a little donut pizza thing?
Yeah, that's right. You ask the kids. Isn't it funny? The kids know more about the world than we do.
Oh, they at least do. They know everything.
So how did I guilted you a bunch, Gary? How did you get on Skype? Are you borrowing some kid's tablet?
Yeah, my daughter's like she's had her arms cut off, mate. I've got her laptop, and then I took out a Skype thing of my own. So, but it's okay now. Well, it's midnight. She should be in bed. The only time I get a decent internet connection when the kids are asleep.
So he's getting close here. He's probably thinking. It looks like he's in 200 men range. 201.
201, yeah.
And he probably has no awareness of what David just went through.
Probably not. He's got 202 men. He's at 99,460,000. And again, it'll be interesting to watch how Ken approaches the possibility of wrapping his men around. I think I'll do a better job at tracking Ken to try and figure out when he's going to start getting lives again.
It's interesting. David did not stop by any means, so these guys have some goal in their heads, and at this point, we don't know what their goals are.
I'm pretty sure David's goal is 126 million or more, and it wouldn't surprise me. I got to believe he was thinking that going in. And I would guess when he hits that, based on the last time, he's going to push to put a cushion on top of that. Let's think maybe David's going for 150.
Well, as Ken gets closer, I'll bring it back to the Twin Galaxies stuff since we're Twin Galaxies Live. Jace Hall and Twin Galaxies has reignited a partnership with Guinness World Records. And so Twin Galaxies is pretty much the decision maker in the clearinghouse for video game records that go to Guinness. So when the time comes that this is recognized as a valid scoring track at Twin Galaxies, this will be Guinness World Record caliber stuff. I mean, we are watching elite Guinness level work here, and Twin Galaxies is the connection to Guinness. So the scoring track isn't there for what you're watching right now, but I fully believe that it will be in the near future.
And while Neil Armstrong is the first guy to step on this moon, Ken House was the first guy to step on the moon, and he's going to be buzzed today. But just an amazing player, an amazing pioneer in this whole new competitive athletic video game category. I mean, we're seeing around the world in all kinds of games, all kinds of new approaches and ways where this is going to become an athletic type of event, a competitive sport, and having spectators. And this is it's all evolving and emerging right now. This is another piece of that puzzle.
You know, it's interesting. This is way off topic, but you're in the casino world in the industry, and I know that there's sports betting and stuff that happens. You would think at some point when the revenue streams get high enough that world would start pondering what's going on in the video game world.
and again, it'll probably naturally follow in unregulated areas first, and then catch up in regulated areas later. You know, even in sports betting, there's a lot of weird things that people bet on, even like endings of TV shows, where betting is unregulated, and so they seem to be the pioneers that lead the way, and we're in the regulated betting industry, and that will follow along when it can be methodically figured out and implemented. But that's a great point. That's a great point.
Sorry, Larry, you saying that Robotron should be in the next Olympics or what?
Eugene would say that. Where is Eugene? You should wake him up, Larry.
Yeah, he's one time zone west of here. And I'll send him a text. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, his sound bites would be hilarious. We're pretty tame compared to his wildness.
He is. There's only one Eugene.
Ken's on 99 760 now, 770.
Oh, so he's in it. No.
No, we've got about 200,000 to go, so we got a few more minutes. And again, I'm going to clock his live. If he does what David did, I can do a better job of clocking, so we can predict when his free lives will start coming back.
I'm going to try to switch back to where I can see the chat, because I can't see it the way I'm looking at the screen. Hopefully I don't lose my Twin Galaxies feed.
Yeah, and he's approaching it, and it seems like, David, he's not dealing with the possibility of rolling the counter ahead of time, which means that he will either along the way realize it and start to die mid-Goldilocks, or he'll miss it and roll the counter over and set up a world of hurt for himself. So as we approach it, we'll see what happens.
I'm looking through the chat, Larry. You've got from M. Lenardin. Thank you to the organizers, players, and Larry for making this a spectacular event. As a longtime collector, seeing a passion towards Robotron after 33 years is amazing.
Thank you very much. I am grateful for such a comment. All right, he's coming up again. I'm going to mute my mic so that I can turn on the sound, because this is fun for me. All right, he's going in with 201 lives, it looks like. Now it's 200. And we're 10,000 away. $201, and he's in.
Yeah, his life counter is dangerously high.
He's in trouble. He's in trouble if he's not paying attention. Maybe he is now.
got big points.
Oh my.
254. He wrapped it.
Oh, fuck.
And said the F word.
On your line.
Okay, by my count, he had about 76 lives.
That's almost 2 million points before he'll get another free life.
And he's down to 11. He's down to 11. I think he's toast. Right, 2 million points is about 60, 70 waves. Yeah, it is a heroic achievement, a oversight in planning and awareness, and Ken's day is going to come to an end pretty soon.
This was quite an event. You know, the original goal was to entertain an audience and hopefully a new audience of classic game fans. And you guys just saw drama at its finest here. Four elite players. One player who made 50 million, who was only going to try for 7 to 10 million just to be part of this event. Another player, you know, finally won his t-shirt that he wanted to get at 54 million, Dane.
Last time I saw Ken, he rolled his men as well. That was his 50 million, wasn't it?
Is that what happened?
Yeah, he ran out of men the last time. When he got to 50 million, he was paying for that $100 or something.
Right, he was marathoning and he rolled his men. That was before a tie-dye.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you guys hear Ken's F-bomb when he rolled it?
I thought that was you.
No, that was that I had. I think I had. I'm on Ken's Twitch channel, not on the Twin Galaxies, because I can make out everything much clearer. And so I had Ken's audio, and he uttered an F-bomb right as it hit between 0 and 1. And I assume that's on the Twitch tape. We had a big F-bomb from him when he realized,
that was Mike
oops.
Casper that did that.
And Larry, I saw a message, I don't know how old it is in chat, but you might want to clarify again why Ken had 200 some men and was doing great, and now the game is going to come to an end. Just like a few sentence recap on how that happens.
Okay. This is all around the Goldilocks zone, which we were talking about an hour ago, which is a bug in the program when the score is in a range where it's going to wrap around at 99,975,000. When you win that free man, and there Ken's game just ended. Big hand for the fourth time in history, 100 million being reached on this game by the person who did it the very first time. So Ken House, I don't know if you can hear us. I don't know if you're getting on, but we are in awe. We are amazed. You can see the 999999 score that was on top of his high score table. So in the software, when it awards you that man, it then says, okay, the next man is at 100 million, which in 8-digit scoring, it rolls the odometer and sets inside the program that the next man should be awarded at 0. And when you hit the next grunt or anything that scores, it awards the points and compares that score, which is now 99,975,100, to 0, which is where your next free man is due, and says that's bigger, so give him the free man. it gives you the free man, and then it says, okay, now the next free man is at 25,000. You hit something else, and your new score is bigger than 25,000, gives you the free man, next free man's at 50. And so that continues until you roll the score. Every score that you achieve, everything that you kill, every grunt that kills itself, awards points and awards a free man. And that's all well and good. When you roll the score to 0, now your score is at 0, and in Ken's case, he had gotten 76 free men in the Goldilocks zone, which was Sean Grant. No, Sean Grant came up with the term we just went over.
Simon Grant.
Simon Grant. Thank you, Mark. Now, so it stepped up the free men counter up to 2 million. It gave him 76 men, and now his score is at 0, and his next free man is at 2,025,000. So he has to have enough men in reserve, like maybe all those free men it gave him, to battle up to 2 million to get there. Now, the program has another feature that when the free men are stored in a single byte, which can hold numbers from 0 to 255, and when you earn that free man and the lives counters at 255, it gets kicked to 256, which rolls the odometer, which is what Ken just did, and all of a sudden he's got 0 lives. And so he came out of there, he rolled the counter and came out of there with about 11 lives, I think, and with a next free man at 2 million, which is about 60 or 70 waves for Ken. And these guys we've been playing on an average of 1.3 waves per man lost, which when you're getting, which is well more than 25,000 points on average. So that's why they can run their man counter up. But his expectation with 11 men was about 15 more waves, and he needed about 60 to get back into the game. So we saw David David didn't plan in advance, which I expected. I expected before they hit the 99,975 that he would stop, burn his man counter down to maybe 100. And again, looking at this 76 from Ken, which is the first time we really measured it, he'd need to burn his man counter to be safe to probably about 150, and all would have been great. And David didn't do that, but he realized along the way, oh my God, the man counter is going to roll, and he started burning off lives in wave 9 and 10. And he's still going.
So for the players that are curious about what just happened and how the game can turn on you like that, the new ROM set that Larry will be releasing sometime soon, it will give you an ability to test this yourself.
Today, I was running through the features of tie-dye, hoping that we have a few more people right now. I will actually, let's see what Twin Galaxy says we have 67. I don't know. Mark seems to think that there's many more than that, and that it doesn't report properly. But I'm going to run through the list of changes in the tie-dye ROM. The biggest one for this marathon, 1 and 2, are there's that lives counter that's showing in the lower left. That's been added. It shows the number of lives of each player. The 10 millions digit now shows the game is always scored to 100 million, but now the entire score is always displayed. If you break 10 million, it used to scramble up the high score table. It would put the new score on top, even though when it's stored in the 7 digits of the high score table, it would truncate the leading 10 million. So any score over 10 million screwed up your high score table, a bug I was responsible for. In this new version, as you saw on Ken's screen, actually you didn't see it on Ken's screen, because after he rolled past 100 million, he wasn't over 10 million anymore, and that helps me understand why I saw what I saw. But on Ken's screen, you could see that the high score was 9,999,999. The first guy to break 10 million gets that first spot with that number, and everybody else is then placed below them, and the table always stays in order. In tie-dye, you can now set your extra ships at different levels, including 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, and 75,000. The next feature allows anybody to see the Goldilocks mode, which Ken, in hindsight, it would have been good if Ken set it there and played with it and realized he was going to get 76 men. That's the answer to the...
He said that he wanted to hit it during the brain stage and get a bunch of bonuses and just blow through it with all the human bonuses.
And he did. And he did, but again, he didn't take the counter into effect, which is unfortunate that this great performance ended at that point. So in the new tie-dye version, there is a setting in the operator menu of how many initials the player can enter when he gets the grand champion score. And that's settable from 3 to 20. The factory setting is 3. After we got complaints of the first version of the game, went out with a factory setting of 20, and people were entering profanity when they had the ability to put in more than 3 characters. We really thought nobody would ever do that because, being such an event to get the highest score ever in the game, that people would want to do it, but, people like to get creative. So we set the default to 3 at that time. It goes up to 20, which is how most places run it. If you set that setting to 4, so you can set 4 initials, which really doesn't affect much, then the tie-dye ROM will recognize that and start your game at 99,900,000 points. If you can get the next 75 on your own, it will go into Goldilocks mode and you can watch it. And when the game is set like that, it won't put your score in the high score table. Then the other changes were if you enter 3 blanks for your score, it doesn't enter it. Every Robotron high score table is carrying 5 entries that have 3 blanks of people that didn't want to enter a score that wasn't important for them. So those don't go in anymore. And then lastly, I changed 3 of the initials in the default in the high score table. So that is what's in tie-dye.
So is that an indicator for you? By changing the table, it lets you probably assess quickly by looking at a high score table which version of the ROMs it is. Is that
it is an indicator, and that wasn't my intent, but you always want to have something in there that indicates. Seeing the lives counter on the screen is a pretty good indicator, so we really didn't need this. But you always want to, when you make a software revision, have some visible indicator so that you can tell what's what. And Robotron was, programs now all state their revision level and sometimes date of creation on an about screen. And that's just standard in the days of Robotron. We just weren't doing that. So there isn't a visible version number. There isn't a visible version number to the players. There isn't even a stored version number inside the game itself.
Hey, here's a little reference for people. A lot of people that play Atari 2600 probably know about the game Adventure and how you can do a certain thing to get into a secret room that says who programmed it, which was a monumentally cool thing for the players back then. But Robotron actually has a little secret Easter egg type thing like that too, where you can see, is your name in there and Eugene's name in there, Larry?
They are, and the one you're talking about is credited as the first Easter egg ever, but we were ahead of them with a different intent. Okay, the Adventure Easter egg was designed so that it could be published or leaked or found out or figured out or achieved. I don't know the what it took to find the Adventure Easter egg. And somebody's pointing out Sinistar had a similar one, and it was actually first done on Stargate. And this goes back to when we did Defender and it was so successful. There were a lot of unauthorized copies where they went in and changed the image. Some of them just changed the logo and took the Williams out, took Williams Defender out, made it a different name. There were versions. There was one called Mayday that's most notable. That was clearly the Defender program, and Mayday probably runs on MAME, so you guys can go check it out. But it's clearly the Defender code, and they just created a different game. It looks different and it does different stuff, but it's the Defender program. And with that spirit in mind, we put in what was a Trojan horse, which is something that's in the program, not known and visible, and waiting to come out with a vision that we would take these copiers to court and either get damages or stop them from copying the games. So there was a secret set of control sequences which have been widely published, but I can go through them. I'll actually type them in.
It's funny, Larry, while you guys were doing that, in the eastern part of the world, they were also figuring out how to deal with that. And I'm told that Crazy Climber, which, is a Japanese release, actually has a Trojan horse that if you alter the code, it will trigger the game to go into free play settings. So you can't get coin profit out of it. You alter anything and all of a sudden it's a free game.
Right, and that's we did again something along those lines in Robotron, which we put in some booby traps, which I had to deal with as a code modifier on tie-dye. That if the code got modified, we detected it in a strange way, and then the result was very infrequently to make a non-predictable change to RAM locations. So if you had a program that was changed, and people that have played around with Robotron over the years have had to deal with this or seen it. Christian discovered it and showed how he disabled it. But we would very infrequently, maybe every 30 seconds or every minute, we would pick a random RAM location and put a random number in it. And if that was something like a color of something, the color on screen would change. If it was a coordinate of a guy would all of a sudden move where he was in one place 1 second. Or if it was, something critical, a pointer, a program address, it would crash the program. And so, and the goal of doing it that way was for people to think that it was bugs in their changes, not something that they could predict or track down. And the interesting thing is Robotron and Stargate each went to about 20,000 units, where Defender went to about 70,000 in an era where just the video game market around the world was exploding. And so Defender was ripe to be copied, and Robotron and Stargate were never copied. I don't think it's because of the Trojan horse, and I don't think it was because of the booby traps. I think it just was done in a different environment at a different success level that it didn't get hit. I always tell people, as they always get worried about their software being pirated and we're going to get copied and whatever, and I look at the environment that set up the copying of Defender, and my first answer is always that I really hope we have that problem, because you're only going to have that problem if your success is so staggering that you're the game worth copying.
Hey Gary, are you still on Skype?
Yeah.
You have a neat perspective here, in that you were in England during the Defender heydays, and you were old enough to really be immersed in the Defender heydays. What did you see as far as piracy in the various games?
Yeah, well, my first 25 years was in the UK, of course, and being in the inner city, we predominantly had counterfeit and bootleg games. So I would say if Larry's saying 60, 70,000 for Defender, it'd have to be 90 or 100,000 all told, because I learned to play on Defense Command, and there's Defense with a C and Defense with an S, Defense Commands, and all those rip-off games, and we rarely saw a proper cabinet. I never saw a Donkey Kong cabinet until I went to the States in '88, we always played the rip-off English version, which rolled at the kill screens at level 12, that sort of thing. So, but as Larry said, we never saw any. There were still very few Robotron. There were still very few Stargates. Definitely never saw a counterfeit. But I'd probably say, you know, I don't know. For every proper defender I saw, there'd probably be 2 counterfeits. So that was it. The inner city. I think what happened there sometimes is the arcade machines would stay at the seaside resorts, and which are close to the docks, of course. And in the inner city, there was such a need for these machines that you know, it was just the outstripped supply, and all sorts of games were ripped off. Asteroids. I think there was about 27 different versions of Galaxian and heaps of things. Usually detrimental as well. You know, bad handles or different control panels, things like this. You know, and there's a lot of weird games. You know, they have their own, like Checkman, and a lot of the Xylec stuff. You know, homegrown stuff, because there's so much of a need for those games that everybody wanted them, and there'd be fights breaking out at the docks, other Space Invaders and things, and so the inner cities were just sort of full of those counterfeits.
So I think Larry was away, but you said you would guess there were probably 90,000 Defender variations. If there were 60 or 70,000 real Defenders, you'd probably throw on another 30,000.
I would say 30, so. I mean, that's just in my experience there in Britain. The first Defender cabinets I saw, you know, they would have been outnumbered 2 to 1. We never had cocktails, but it was just defence commands with just a brown wood grain side. They were generally, I think, maybe red ROMs. They seemed a bit easier. Yeah, if the final figures are, as Larry said, about 60,000, there'd have to be 80 or 90,000 in the world ever.
Yeah, and again, we made about 70,000.
Okay. Yeah, we're getting there then. Mind you, Pac-Man's probably up there as well, because there's even more copies of that.
And they made 100,000 of real Pac-Man out of Midway, and another 100,000 Ms. Pac-Man. That is the granddaddy of coin-op video games.
That's another one. I'd never seen a real Pac-Man cabinet till I went to the States. No Kong. No Crazy Kong either.
All right, I'm muting my mic for a minute or so while I type in the code to get the copyright message out of Robotron.
I'm going to go take a quick pit stop. I'll be back. It's all you, Gary.
All right, then I'll stay on with Gary till you come back.
Yeah, well, I'll stay on Skype. I got to go away for a minute. But hey, Gary, how did you find all these Williams players? I mean, we're all gathered here having a celebration and a marathon. How in the world did that happen? What's your history that brought you to this? And I'm gonna step away.
I don't think it was me, mate. I think it was more you. That just all goes through to the. Originally, I'd put up a YouTube video of me doing a million on my cabinet, and a couple of the guys that are were still playing then contacted me by email and just on YouTube, and then we ended up just swapping emails and tactics and just having a bit of a laugh about it, and eventually I started up a Facebook page with Mike Lindholm, who's probably the best player there is in the world at the moment, and Paul Spriggs, running the close second or third, and we thought, there'll only be 2 or 3 guys turn up to this Facebook page, but it turns out we've got over 300 now, and quite a diverse lot, for all Williams games really. And then the sister site, that's where we'll put this the ROM set. There's a lot more players of Robotron than Defender, of course, but Yeah, well, but we diverse. We decided whether we were going to have a name change, but we didn't bother in the end. So we're going pretty good. But truth of the matter is, while Mark's away, he's the one that's really been responsible for getting everyone together. You know, people like we would never have been able to get in touch with people like Larry or Eugene or anything like that. It's been fantastic. A lot of devs on there.
Yeah, Mark has been the den mother of this community, and he really, the time and energy he spends to include all the people involved and to expand it, and even to events like this really have all grown around Mark. So he is tireless. He is. He has done an amazing job, and we're all here because of him.
Exactly. We call him the octopus. He's got an arm everywhere. There's an arm in Japan, there's one in Sweden. And
hey, I just got an email. The guys in Japan and Tokyo and Osaka, they're on. So, hey guys, Hiroshi and Satoshi and Mitsuyoshi.
Yeah, that's good. We haven't had many scores lately from those guys.
Are they in the chat room also, or are they on through a different channel?
I doubt that they are. They're probably just watching. But I know that Japanese Twitter carried this Twin Galaxies story. I know they trended over there, so we might have a lot of Japanese friends out here, which encompass a lot of the eastern area.
All right. Well, hello to everybody that is able to see this. We've got David. David looks like he's about 103 million. 103,300,000. So he is. He's not going to stop before 125. I'm convinced. He's got 211 lives and still rocking away. Still rocking away. 22 hours later now. Interestingly enough, he is, as far as a stamina point of view, he's still more than an hour away from when he rolled it, and he's still many hours away from the amount of time he played last time he did this. If he gets to 125, again, it'll be 2 hours faster than he did last time, so he'll be able to go to 135 if he can just go the same number of hours. It's just an interesting way to look at it.
Hey, I'm looking at the chat here. I see Nashville and mentioned, says, I know there's a major arcade event coming up soon, the Battle of the Arcades. It's an annual event featuring arcades across America battling each other. That's probably a pretty good plug for that. Ken is the Pacific Northwest arcade for that. It's a collaboration between Galloping Ghost Arcade and Richie Knuckles Arcade out east and somebody else. But anyway, they get together and they just have this arcade battle. They all battle each other. They all stream on Twitch. So a lot of stuff going on in the retro arcade world. And for some reason, this iPad isn't charging, so I might lose it. I'm working on trying to get the power working.
All right. While you were taking your break, Mark, Gary was singing your praises, and I just want to add to his thoughts that we are all grateful that I called you our den mother, organizing and creating this little community of players and other notables that are related. Without your daily efforts, none of this would be happening, and we wouldn't have this community. So we wouldn't be here right now. So we're very grateful.
Yeah, it's been fun, and I wouldn't have had the means to do that if I hadn't been old friends with Walter Day, because he knows everybody and their brother, and he's been around the coin-op industry since the early 80s. He's the one that actually made a lot of these connections work. He knew how to get a hold of Eugene and all those things.
Yep.
I'm going to have to go find a power cord. I can't get this iPad to charge, which is kind of odd. It starts and then it stops. So I'm gonna try to find a different chord.
Okay, and we certainly invite those that are listening, if there's any questions or places you want us to take the conversation. Every time we're kind of talking about stuff, we digress and branch out, and I don't know if we've ever gotten any of the questions fully answered. But I would be happy to comment on anything going forward. If you're just joining us, both David Gomez and Ken House reached the 100 million point goal. David did it at about 21 hours and 20 minutes, something like that. Maybe it was early, maybe like, it was after 21 hours. And Ken did it at about 21 and a half hours. And Ken ended up rolling his lives counter during the Goldilocks zone, which caused him to be in a position where he could not fight back from, and his game ended shortly after 100 million. David is still going strong. He's looks like he's at 103,627,212 lives in the bank. From the little thumbnail on his Twitch page, he's looking great. And again, after doing this for nearly a full day, to be playing at the level that he's playing, which is so far above what any of us can even think about, is really remarkable. And we're expecting David to go. We're expecting David to be gunning for that 125 million record that he set last year, and then I'm hoping he surprises us and blows way by it like he did last year. Last year he felt good at 100. We were actually. Yeah, we were hearing his feed last year. He's not talking much. So I'm not sure if we're going to get an indication, but he was feeling really good and just wanted to keep going. So how are you doing there, Mark? You able to?
Yeah, I think it's charging now. I had to go find the little white square plug-in dealie. The generic one didn't work. Weird, but
the square one is it showing the lightning bolt, or does it say not?
Yeah,
charged?
I've got a lightning bolt now. Before it kept going off. This is one of the older iPads with the wider connector.
Right. Because often the little square ones don't have enough current for an iPad. But as long as the lightning bolt's there, you should be good.
I bet that was the issue, because it works fine for my phone. Let's see. I don't know what Greg's final score was. Gary maybe watched it. You know the deal, Gary, on Greg's score?
No, not exactly. No,
Dane posted his score.
Dane had 54 million. 54 million.
Yeah. Greg went off in a hurry, so I must have been nodding off there in my chair. But no, I don't know. With David, what caused his demise last time on 125?
He just stopped.
That was it. He or just enough already. I don't know. That would be a question for David. I don't know internally what the benchmark was. It's a pretty round number, so I think he somewhere said, I'll go for 125 again. That's another 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah, maybe Nan can fill us in on the psychology behind what he's got going on. She keeps track of a lot of statistics for him, and she's always there at all these arcade things. So maybe she can tell us.
Oh, she's on and posting, I see.
Well, she was earlier. I don't know where she is now.
Is she Nanners 74?
Yeah.
She is posting right now.
Well, when we're talking about scores and endpoints, historically, like I've said, Twin Galaxies allowed multi-credit scores, a cumulative score. Some people call those stitched scores, because there were a lot of reasons in the arcade that games could get abruptly shut off when you were marathoning, and it could be as easily attributed to flipping the wrong breaker in the breaker box. There were thousands of things that happened in the live arcades of the 80s. It's kind of a free-for-all. So Walter at that time, it was the right thing to do to write in the rules that you could add your scores together, because the point in 1982, by their Twin Galaxy standards, was that a marathon was how long the player could last. You know, like just an endurance gauntlet. Can you stay awake that long doing something? So a lot of the scores subsequently in the old scoreboard are multi-credit scores, because the game reset due to bugs and other things. And it is confirmed through me talking to folks and just reading the interaction and the people personality. I do believe that people have played Robotron, 30 or 40 hours. I fully believe that has happened. So when you pay tribute or respect to the original players and the original history, you have to look at scores like 112 million, which is Eric Jenner's score, and it was a multi-credit score. He did that for a Twin Galaxies event. It was East Coast versus West Coast. So if you can play at 112 million, you're on par with the old guard. And then there are some other scores, and I don't have the Twin Galaxy scoreboard up, but as they approach the 150 million, I fully believe that those players sat at a Robotron machine, like 30, 40 hours. I fully believe that, because there was a manic excitement and craze around being a warrior of the video game age in 1982 and 83. It was a pop culture phenomena. And I've heard, Eugene's so colorful. I wish you could get him on here, Larry, because he says such funny things. I mean, we're speaking very down to earth and technical, but he says wild stuff. But he would say you would go from shit to God on one credit. Something like that.
It sounds like Eugene.
Yeah, and that was, sorry for cussing for anybody that's listening out there. I didn't mean any offense there, but that's the funny surroundings around this stuff, and it was that way in 82 and 83. So if David has any inkling that he's wanting to make sure that he's seen on par with the founders of the Robotron marathoning, I think that he's probably going to have to try for 200 million, and I think that's what Ken's goal was. Ken can talk about it. Ken's in chat. Do you guys? I don't know. Are you going to bed, Ken? Do you want to bring him on are you going to stay around on this Skype a while, Larry? Because maybe Ken could come in and do some post talking if he has Skype.
I'd be happy to. I am on a schedule this morning. I wasn't planning to stay this long, but I'll blow off exercising today to stay longer.
So what's that?
Let me try to call Ken. Let me go find my phone.
He's chattable here.
Yeah, but is he on there? Right? I'm going to call him on the phone, and he probably...
Eugene just answered me.
Oh, did he?
Hang on, we might be able to get Eugene in here. He says he's available. Okay.
And I'm going to find my phone around the house. I'm going to try to call Ken on the phone.
All right, and then I'm going to add Eugene in, it looks like.
And I'll read the comments. Yeah, Greg scored 51 million in the end. That's Sugref, or Shugref, was telling us, Greg got 51,072,000. Got a question for you there, Larry, afterwards as well. From
hang on a moment, Gary. I'm trying to add Eugene in, so I need to focus on this for a sec.
Yeah.
Didn't answer.
Gary.
Oh,
there you are. All right, Eugene.
I'm here, baby.
All right, 2 of our 4 marathoners broke through 100 million in the last hour.
Holy shit, man.
David is at 104 million, and continuing to go, and we're expecting him to go for his 125 million record. Ken did not pay attention that when you hit the 99,975,000 free man bug, otherwise dubbed the Goldilocks zone, he didn't notice, even with the lives counter there, that he would go wrap his lives if he didn't burn some of them off. And he came out of, he crossed 100 million with 266 lives, which to our computer is the same as 11. 267. So he had 11 lives with his next free life at 2 million, or 60 waves away. So if he was able to sustain 6 waves per life lost, he would have gotten back in the game, and that wasn't possible.
Did good, man. That was.
So he died quickly after 100 million, but David is going on. We also on this audio chat, we have Gary Whittingham from Australia, and somebody's dog.
My dog. How's it going, Eugene? Pleased to meet you.
Hey, my pleasure. Pretty wild marathon, man. That's who was the first 100 million was who?
David Gomez was the first to cross.
Okay,
he and Ken changed places a couple times yesterday with their RQs, and then David took the lead and gained steadily from last evening on. About $1 million. He was about $1 million ahead of Ken when he crossed over.
And then he flamed out.
And no, David's still going.
Oh,
Ken
he did. The other guy did.
David had the same issue. He was at about 200 lives when he hit the free man zone. And at about 220, he started realizing he's in trouble and started burning them off. And,
smart.
And we watched live as Ken didn't notice. We didn't have any audio way to reach him. And we watched in horror as his lives went 220, 230, 240, 255, 0.
Oh my God!
And
I thought you fixed that bug, Larry. I love it that you fixed. You added an indicator but preserved the bug, which is part of the game. I mean, it's neat. It's an added complexity, but unfortunately, the lives that you get in the Goldilocks zone are just an advance on your lives. So every life you gain, you lose on the other side of the 100 million, and and you can lose your 256 when you wrap. So it's quite a drought.
He got his advance, and then somebody foreclosed on him in the middle, which kind of messed up the next car payment.
Yeah, that's.
Hey, Larry, Ken's getting his Skype set up. He's going to jump on here with you guys, and you can quiz him about what it feels like to get tagged by that evil Goldilocks zone.
Yeah. I was watching in horror as that number was climbing. It was not fun from this side.
Oh my God, that's
and when it went from 255 to 0 to 1, right about between 0 and 1, you got a giant F-bomb from Ken on the audio from his page.
Man, that is, it's tough because you got a hell of a drought there, which you're saying was 6 waves though.
He would have had to average 6 waves per man lost to get to 2 million on his 11 men.
Wow.
And Mark has it clocked that these Grand Masters do 1.3.
Right, so he would have had to go an entire
60 waves and 11 men without getting any free ones.
Wow, that is that's pretty amazing even for a world champion.
The best documented player on 5 lives and getting no extra lives is 1.2 million points, and that's John McAllister, which is actually one of Ken House's good buddies. So 2 million on 11 men was not going to happen.
But it's actually that's like roughly the same ratio. I mean, if except that your second million, you have to play a harder game.
Right, you don't get the I'm a little fogged, but doesn't the difficulty table rep? I guess what every.
But your first 20 waves, you don't. In your second million, you don't repeat the first 20 waves, which are a lot easier than the.
You haven't been awake for 18 hours.
Do you have Ken's Skype ID, or should I try and see if I can search?
He's working on it. It's something like Ken, maybe Ken H at Home Tech. He'll have to say what it is. Hopefully he's getting it set up right now. I know he wants to come on and talk to you guys. Hey Eugene, that Australian, that's Gary. He's the one that was responsible for sending you the calendar.
Oh my God! Hey Gary, man, that's over the top. Didn't we talk or we emailed or something, man? But that's
it was an email. It's the first time I've made real contact with any of you guys. It's been great.
I'm aghast at some guy would be that crazy about the game to make a. I guess you should have had some pinups of Robotrons on there, though.
That maybe next year, mate. You don't have a pin-up of me, I can guarantee that.
You could. You need a centerfold on there. Some Hulk centerfolds.
In a strategically placed walk.
Maybe we could have had some swimsuit models for mommy and daddy.
Oh yeah. Well, we could always have members' wives.
Oh man, but yeah, that's super cool, man. We got to get that. That should be, definitely the for our winner here, the marathon winner. We need to swag him up with some of that stuff.
Yeah, it's superb, and I'd say that I'd watched David because it's midnight. It's 1 a.m. here now. I'd nodded off in my chair, and then I'd woken up, and I'd watched most of his going through the 80 millions, and he was just so smooth, and he was going 2 or 3 waves without losing a life. And really, he was racking up. He was killing a lot of lives off there to stay below the 256.
It's amazing. So the old guys won out here.
Yeah. I think they'd be. Not sure about Dave. Yeah, he's a mid-60s guy like myself and Ken.
There are quite a few world record classic gaming champions here, Eugene. Larry's been talking to some of them, but I just see another one that popped in. Paul Kearns from England. I think he's in England. He's like a bomb jack champion. So everybody showed up for the party here. You've got Mario Brothers champions, Donkey Kong champions. It's quite a party.
I'm always amazed at kind of every champion. They have their game. And it's amazing how personalized video game playing and marathoning can be, where it's got to be about your game. And I mean, there's a few guys that do a couple of games, but to really be at the top level, I guess you've really got to devote yourself to your game, and it's kind of cool. You get different personalities. I think are attracted to different games and different tactics and strategy. I think intuitively can cause you to be gifted in one form of game versus another form of game. It's pretty cool, and I just can't. I'm just always completely, blindsided and dumbfounded the level of concentration and raw talent, but also, being able to have the endurance to play these games at such a high level for such a long period of time.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I've always liked the free-for-all games, and I'm a shocker at a pattern game because I just can't remember where to go. So I'm never going to be any good at Pac-Man. It's never going to happen.
Isn't it weird?
Sorry?
Yeah, isn't that weird that I mean, I'm the same way. It's like my brain, after 3 or 4 moves, I just can't remember that crap. But the different there's different we all have the same brain, but they can be completely wired differently. Where like I guess guys that are kind of Robotron type player often is worthless on a Pac-Man game. They don't have the brain power to handle those patterns.
It's a weird one with Defender and Stargate. You're either good at one or the other. That's a bit of a strange one.
That is a shocker, and I think it's just it's an evolved game with a different set of enemies I guess Stargate also is a lot more thickly populated. When we optimized the code for Stargate, I think we almost like doubled the draw rate for enemies there. Was that true, Larry?
There was an efficiency done for Stargate that made it. I had an interesting discussion yesterday because somebody asked in the chat, why didn't we add power-ups to Robotron? And this is relevant to the Defender Stargate question. My answer was first power-ups really weren't part of gaming at that time, or were just barely being used and really wasn't in our toolkit. But I pointed out that and we moved to Smash TV and Total Carnage, which is a Robotron type game with lots of power-ups and different stuff, and that you lose a lot of the purity of the game because when you start adding power-ups, it's not about the balance of the game, it's about how do I get my next power-up. And so the more gimmicky the game gets, probably the less enduring it is, because you get so focused on the gimmicks. And I think that Stargate is Defender with some gimmicky stuff added, and I think that for that reason it hasn't been as enduring as Defender, just as Smash TV and Total Carnage haven't been nearly as enduring as Robotron. What do you think about that, Gene?
Yeah, I think there's something there, Larry. And I guess also, obviously, Smash TV and Total Carnage, they were buy-in games, which if obviously, I guess you could disable the buy-in to keep the marathon spirit, but they were very much percentaged, much harder to. I mean, they're kind of like some of the evil apps today, where they were. Really, the concentration was more on the monetization than the games, and so I mean it was a matter of economics and getting games to earn and getting games out in the arcades. They had to produce a cash flow, and so the design, as things got more sophisticated, the design started to be more optimized for cash flow. And guys that can play 24 hours on a quarter, were sometimes not great for the business model in arcades.
and there are different, you talk about Defender and Stargate, and they have different audiences. I don't know that people are necessarily bad at one or the other, but I think they have different audiences, and there are players where the gimmicks become very appealing and become the hook. And I think that's your Stargate player.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how Stargate is. I guess collecting the men going through the Stargate is kind of a power up, maybe, but the warp and so forth. But kind of I don't think it's a huge part of the game. It's more resource management, maybe. Where you do have a lot more tools. With the Inviso and with some of the other stuff that it's more. There's more resources. It's more tools. It does make the game more complex, and I still think it's very much a skill game. But it's interesting how Pac-Man with the power pill. That I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. But that was the first power up.
That may very well. Yeah, that's a good point. That may very well be it. I couldn't put my finger on it yesterday, but it was clear to me that it wasn't really part of the toolbox when these games were developed.
Hey, Larry, I'm going to interrupt you a minute. Ken might be ready on Skype. If you check your email, I think it might be his email address. I just shot you one so you have it.
Right. Actually, right. Skype, you can type in an email address, and if that's what they're registered at, it will lock into it. So let me try that.
Hey, Eugene, going back to something we're talking about, Gary actually has firsthand experience with how the arcade owners and operators handled these 1 credit or 1 quarter players that play all day. I think they were a little more combative in England than they were in America. So Gary can probably tell you some stories about physically being thrown out of places.
Yeah. Tell us, Gary.
Yeah, I would be thrown out a few times because the guys, their arcades were really packed. And I was telling Larry and Mark before about the amount of counterfeits that were there. I didn't see a Pac-Man cabinet or a Galaxian real cabinet until I went to the States in '88. And for every Williams Defender I played, I probably played 2 rip-off counterfeit ones. But going back to Mark's thing there, we'd often be thrown out of an arcade because your score's not moving, and and then really what the operators did, they were pretty money-hungry operators. They just kept cranking up the difficulty. And really, that's why a few of us that left in the Williams group now, like Paul and Mike in Sweden, we had no other option but to play the real hard game. They put up to quite difficult settings just to keep the money flowing. And 15,000. I mean, we even had played at a machine which was 30,000 extra man. And nobody ever got $1 million on it, but we got $1 million on 20,000. But yeah, they're pretty aggressive over there.
Now, what kind of designer would put option in the game to enable that type of thing?
Evil ones.
And the other novelty was with Stargate, you could buy extra ships, and I thought when I first saw it, I thought, well, I'll just put $10 in and just play all day. But I think you could buy 7. You could get another 3 ships or something for another credit.
Wow, did we put that in? It's the brain. My brain has lost a few memory cells in the in the interim. But do we have that in there, Larry? Do we have a buy-in option?
No, we didn't.
But maybe they just doubled the price of play and gave more ships. Or something?
2 credits gave you extra men and ships.
In Stargate, 2 credits gave. Yeah, we did 3 ships for 1 credit, 7 ships for 2. Another gimmick.
So that's it is kind of shocking and maybe like Defender players, it's funny how you just get good at something. And then you just say, that's bullshit. That's that newfangled bullshit, and you don't accept whatever the new thing is, as reality. You become like a Amish video game player, where, it's kind of like, horses and buggies are the way video games are played, man. You don't give away extra ships for 2 credits, man. That's bullshit, And it is interesting, but it's amazingly that the games are economic things, and sometimes the business model really impacts the game. Obviously, with hitting the difficulties up higher and higher and higher, you kind of, you lock in your expert players, but, beginning players, you kind of lock out of the game because it's so ridiculous.
Okay, guys, we have Ken on the call now. I want you guys to join me with a round of applause.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. Ken.
We watched in joy and then horror as you approached that 100 million.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
I mean, amazing. I mean, what was your feeling when you wrapped your lives? I mean, what
I think I expressed it pretty well.
we heard the F-bomb.
Yeah, I really had planned to roll through it, hit it at the brainwave, and pick up a couple of brains and go through it. Unfortunately, there were too many grunts and too many electrodes on the screen, and they just kept hitting them and running the lives out. I couldn't kill them off fast enough.
That's I'm surprised your monitor glass or your coin door is still intact.
Says the person responsible for holes in at least 2 walls where Robotron machines stood. Not 1, but 2 that I know of. Is that the count, or is there a higher body count on that, Eugene?
I've unfortunately nearly destroyed a few. In fact, my one at home, I kicked I think it was like the coin vault, which is at the bottom of the game. I kicked it in so hard that it separated. Like, I guess there's a huge wood structure that holds that thing in, and I just kicked the whole thing right out of the cabinet. I mean, it's this huge substructure that no longer fits in my game.
That's awesome. Well, it was kind of a mixed blessing, actually. I'm too old to be doing that kind of shit, so it was all right that it ended. And it was not planned. I planned on going full another day, but the fact that it ended, it really didn't break my heart all that much.
No, dude, man, that's what are you talking? You're talking crazy talk. You're talking crazy talk, man. You got to get back there.
Well, I plan to do it again. The race actually took quite a bit. It took a lot more energy to play at that level, and getting to 100 million almost 3 hours faster.
Were you keeping tabs on David's score?
I knew what David's score was, and at one point, David was about 2.6 million points ahead of me. I had an arcade party here going on, and we had another world record get broken while my stream was going. I had to help with that, so I took a couple of breaks. I just couldn't catch back up.
Yeah, you were ahead yesterday afternoon for a while, and then he caught you, and I saw one of your breaks about 11 p.m. my time, no, probably about midnight my time, where you were on wave 1 and you dialed it all the way down to 60 men. And
I took a little break, get something to eat and deal with my puppy. I have a new puppy that needed some attention, and just a few little things. I figured that I could play and at least keep up, even if I did take a couple of breaks. But David really was playing at a phenomenal pace. He really was.
Yeah, David just tore it up, and again, there's nothing minimal about what you've accomplished. We are in awe continually watching this, and we all recognize you were the first guy to walk on the moon, even if Mark is calling Dave the Neil Armstrong of the tie-dye ROM.
Now Ken can whoop my ass. You're going to get me in trouble here.
Interestingly, I went to Neil Armstrong Middle School when I was in middle school. That was the name of my middle school. So I'm never going to get to be Neil. I'm always going to be in the shadow.
Well, I think there's a prophecy there.
Now, Ken, as a more experienced, have you been playing Robotron since back in the day? I mean,
yes,
have you been?
I played a lot back in the day. I wasn't as good as I am now, just because I'm older and smarter now. But I did play a lot. I was able to roll 10 million, and that's about all I could muster at an arcade, just time wise. I think that's a pretty long game to be in an arcade, taking up. Somebody else wants to play,
You guys were doing 12-minute millions at what seemed to be the fastest pace. Which,
I couldn't believe that we kept that pace for that long. That was really a phenomenal pace.
Yeah, it was crazy, and when I was planning this out, I was figuring that, about a half hour from now is when you would hit. And for you guys to hit in the 21st hour was unbelievable.
Well, I would have played it a lot more leisurely pace if it hadn't been for David pushing it so hard.
That's pretty wild. And when you first saw the game, Ken, what was your feeling? Back in the day when you first saw Robotron.
Back in the day, I was amazed that something that only cost me $0.25 could be so much fun and just draw you in so much. There were a couple of us that I actually had to skip school and take a public transit bus to the nearest big town, which was Portland, about 40 miles away, to play Robotron. And I probably did it more than I should have.
So you had to walk through snow uphill both ways, huh, to get
both ways. Yep. Towing a sled.
Eugene, when Ken talks about the notion of how much fun the game is, I was going into the very, very early stages of development with the group I was talking to last night, because unlike anything I've seen before or after, Robotron, and you compare Robotron to Defender was a bad game for 90% of its development. And Robotron was a fun, amazing experience in the very first week of its development.
Yeah, that was crazy. It was a magical thing that somehow, and that doesn't happen in doing games. That normally it's just hell, and you got this blank screen and you can't get anything decent on it, and it's a very traumatic process. But somehow Robotron, there's just a magic there that it's almost like just walking around and finding a huge gold nugget on the ground. I mean, we didn't really have to work hard to find it. I mean, that's the crazy part of it.
You invented, I think you're underselling, you invented a revolutionary new control that gave you amazing control and unseen firepower. And then it was typing in numbers of 30 grunts, 40 grunts, 50 grunts. When we got to about 90 grunts, we were fighting for the next turn to see who could survive that many grunts. Do you remember that?
Yeah, no, that was easy. I like typing in numbers. That's that was easy design. But yeah, pretty amazing. There's a magic there. But I find it. I mean, would you've ever thought, Larry, that day that players like Ken would be able to play this thing for 24 hours, not days on end, at a level even far more difficult than the hardest grunt wave.
Yeah, I mean, it was our job to ensure that never happened.
Yeah.
Right. Your success is our failure.
Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah. I mean, it just.
Well, the fact that we're willing to do it for that long says a lot about it not being a failure, even if we have semi-mastered it. I'm pretty good at I have the world record at Dig Dug, and playing that game is just brutal and boring and tedious and just frankly sucks at this point. And I'll play Robotron this long again.
Yeah, and I really didn't mean we failed in that regard. As a matter of fact, the ability for people, and this is where it was brilliant when Eugene chose to leave the Defender bug in Defender once he discovered it. The ability to become great at something, is a real motivator. And so the fact that, hang on, my phone's ringing. I gotta reject this.
1, 2, 3, 3.
Yeah, we're gonna have noise here until my phone gives up. Sorry about that.
Ken, I think you can walk the dog now.
Okay, I'm just going to answer. Okay,
while he's doing that, for Eugene, this is actually going out to the whole planet. There are a lot of uninitiated people watching this. Eugene is actually a current game maker. He's the president of Raw Thrills, and Raw Thrills has games in, Dave and Buster's.
Everywhere.
Yeah, so Eugene is very in tune with what's currently going on in gaming, and it'll be interesting to see where he takes the old Defender and Robotron and this whole retro spirit, how that integrates into the future stuff. Because Eugene, with Twin Galaxies, you're on the cusp of electronic sports here. This is becoming chic again. It's becoming Americana, and something new is happening here. It'll be interesting to see how you assimilate that.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm on the cusp of it, but I know Ken and David sure are.
but
yeah, I want tickets next time.
Eugene, when there are all these competitive video games, and you even talked about the new game at Logan Hardware when we talked yesterday.
Yeah.
They're going to be games developed for video game sport that will do different things as this evolves. And as a leading game developer, I think that's where Mark was going, and I know you're very involved. It's amazing. What I find it amazing is, obviously there's this huge, kind of retro revival. Where we have the phenomena of the barcade and a lot of the the great classics from the 80s and 90s and even 70s are in there, and that's really cool, and it's fun, and we love those games, and but there's a whole new community now of young kids and even some old farts that are doing new designs and actually new arcade games. It's kind of a golden age where there's like new developments taking place, and the one game Larry was talking about is called Killer Queen, and it's a 5-on-5 game, team game, and so there's kind of a new genre of team games coming out that's pretty cool, and so it's kind of there really could be a new arcade scene developing with like online you have this massive multiplayer game, but in the arcade team games of 10 players or which has never been seen before. In the golden age we never had a 10-player game. We had a few 4-player games. So it's super exciting, and all these new passionate designers are coming on board, just trying all kinds of stuff, and I think it's going to be an amazing time for gaming and for competitive gaming, and it seems like the emphasis is also on team competition with and you need there's actually specialization of player position. It can be like football or something, where this guy's a great QB and this guy's a great center and this guy's a great cornerback, and so you'll have these positions on your team, and there'll be auctions for talents like Dave and Ken and other great players. Who knows, maybe there'll be bidding wars for these guys. I don't know. big sport contracts.
Yeah, but no, and you certainly the online.
That's right.
In the online arena, there's certainly. With League of Legends and it's Clash of Clans and all these amazing games and team games coming out in that area too. That really kind of creating this whole new phenomena, which hasn't. It was. We saw kind of the beginnings of that, with Twin Galaxies and back in the golden age. But the team phenomena, I think, is kind of it's more of a social. It's become more socialized with kind of our social media age. But it's now the team phenomena is coming to the fore, which is something we didn't really do too much of it. I mean, is there in the competitive landscape today, Ken? Is there emphasis on team games? Say, like, you know, I guess the team games are probably you need a live competition, which, but you know, something like NBA Jam or Gauntlet. Oh, I guess the Gauntlet's not really a team game, but you know, where you had like 2-on-2 games. I guess maybe really only the sports games were true team games.
Yeah, Gauntlet actually has a new version that Twin Galaxies promoted, and they did a feed on that. I don't know a lot about it, but apparently there's a new multiplayer Gauntlet game out there.
Interesting, yeah.
I just want to barge in a second. I have to get my day going. I'm going to leave everybody connected on Skype. I'm going to mute my mic and camera so nobody will see, you know, be looking at the blank picture here. I'll pop back in when I can, but I've got to start getting moving. I've got a bunch of things happening today.
So Eugene, you can spend as much time as you want or as little as you want. This feed will just be there all day if people want to Skype in. It's up to what your schedule is. And happy birthday.
Hey, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to have to probably sign off here too, but I want to congratulate Ken David and our other marathoners, Greg and Dane Tulloch, and just unbelievable. We all stand in awe of your your ability and your dedication and discipline, and just taking this thing to a new level that was never anticipated years ago. And of course, you got to thank Larry DeMar for putting up this new ROM set that kind of made this possible too. We really, although I guess it didn't really help Ken on the wraparound. But pretty cool to be releasing a new ROM set. God, what is it? 33 years on.
Yeah, 33.
And that's pretty.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Eugene, for playing video game with us. I know a lot of times you're busy, and I will ask you questions or you get hit with this stuff, and you've been very gracious and kind with sharing your time with us, and that goes a long way. It's like a seed, and we all love it. And you'll hear social media talk about, I got to listen to Eugene Jarvis and Larry DeMar. It's important to these people.
We just love doing it. That's why we're here. I mean, it's the greatest thrill for us to be a part of this. And I guess we got to have a huge thank you to Twin Galaxies and the whole crew, online crew out there. Obviously Walter Day for starting the ball rolling on this whole thing back in what year was that? 83 or
81?
81. And just the ball is still rolling, and Mark, you've been just a huge part of this. You've been kind of the glue that's kept this whole thing going, and I don't know what we would have done without you, Mark Hoff. So
that's right. Goodness,
they make it easy. Everybody makes it easy. It's like you said, you didn't have to work to pick up that gem of Robotron. That whole mentality is still there. It's easy. Everybody connects. Everybody gets along.
And I guess we got to thank those operators for dialing up the difficulty.
You guys, there might be another record here because it's 300 million scored on Robotron in one day, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's true.
May as well have been.
He's still going.
But yeah, that's David is. I don't know. I mean, that's. I don't know when David Gomez is gonna want to go walk his dog or something. But he's doing pretty good.
I think he's making a point right now.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to drive a stake in there. I mean, at some point he's going to, I guess it's kind of like an auction where you bid so much that you drive away all the other bidders, and he's kind of doing a statement here and just saying, you guys, you're never going to catch me, and I'm going to put a stake out there that, it's just going to be, so formidable that, it's maybe not humanly possible to beat him.
I don't think he has a big enough hammer to drive that stake. In fact, I'm pretty sure.
Here goes. Hey, I'm going to throw one shout out real quick. Star World's Arcade is having a party, I'm told, tonight. They're like 35 years old. They've been around since the early days, and Walter Day is actually going to be there. I think the Qbert developer's there too. And I don't know the details. Other people will, but if you guys are in the Chicago area, check it out because this retro arcade stuff is still alive.
Yeah, it's actually there. It's the 30th anniversary.
30th?
Yeah, they started out in '85, and such a special place because it's not. They're not a Johnny Come Lately. I mean, they've always believed in the arcade game and pinball games, and they were the retro arcade before there was even a retro. So they are one of the few arcades that is still around. 30 years later, that's still totally passionate about the scene, and the guys over there, Mark, what is it, Pat, and what's Pat's partner over there, Glenn. Pat and Glenn, have just been just a huge force on kind of keeping the flame going, and there's been some tough, it's been, there was some long winter stretches there, it's kind of like Ken's stretch there without a free man. I mean, there was some long, tough periods in the arcades, and they've stuck it out and kept true to it. And it's semi miraculous that they're around. It's just testimony to what a great arcade it is, and what a great place it is to go and play. So yeah, anybody that jump in a car, jump on a bus, jump in your NetJet, head over to DeKalb and check it out, man. It's DeKalb, Illinois, which is just 30, 40 miles west of maybe 60 miles west of Chicago, maybe 80. It doesn't matter. It's a great place to play.
Is there going to be any streaming there from there, Eugene, or not?
I don't know. I would bet that they're going to have something going on there. So I mean, I know they're having a Robotron competition there too coming up, and I think they're going to have competitions on a number of games. So yeah, let's.
You could find them on Facebook and ask. I'm not up on the latest info either.
Yeah. But yeah, they're it's going to be a great party down there.
Hey, Ken, what was that other record that was broken today then at your place? There you go.
Dog must be out.
Yeah, I think that I think the dog might have been I think the dog had less stamina than Ken did, which that could be a problem.
Did I miss something? I put my headgear down for a second. Sorry.
Gary's talking to you.
No, Ken, I was just wondering, Ken, what was that other record that was broken at your place today?
Oh, my friend Mike busted the Mappy record that was held by Greg Bond by over 1 million points. So it was 1.2 million, 1.27, and Mike got 2.27 million. So he played that silly game of Mappy for about 2.5 hours on 5 or 6 guys, whatever they gave you.
Wow.
Yeah. It was pretty impressive, actually. It was simulcast with my stream, so we had the two games on the same screen.
Right. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, so he ended up getting the world record on that game. So we had to pull the game out and get pictures of the dip switches and test a track mode or a test mode. So that killed a few minutes, not too many, not enough to make it a legitimate excuse. I wish it had taken longer. So I'm going to drop off here because